तत्त्वमस्यादिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वदी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि. पार्थाय प्रतिबोधितां भगवतां नारायणेन स्वयं व्यासेन ग्रथितां पुराणमुनिना मध्ये महाभारतम् अद्वैतां ऋतवर्षिणीं भगवतीम् अष्टादशाध्यायिनीम् अम्ब त्वामनुसन्दधामि भगवद्गीते भवद्वेषिणी. वसुदेवसुतं देवं कंसचाणूरमर्दनं देवकी परमानन्दं कृष्णं वन्दे जगद्गुरुम्. Welcome you all with my love and respects. No questions, only doubts. Today's subject is no questions, only doubts. By now, Arjuna has settled. All Arjuna's confusion has disappeared because of his cosmic experience in Visurupa Darshana Yoga. Because of the first-hand spiritual experience, all the doubts of Arjuna has disappeared. He achieved the depth, he achieved clear understanding. You can say he achieved the intensity. He has achieved the intensity of spiritual experience. Now, he's a new person. No more just intellectual doubts. No more just intellectual questions. Now he is coming to a point where he is totally ready to receive Krishna. Understand? As long as you have question, you will not receive the answer. Question is just defending yourself, defending your prejudice, defending your understanding. Doubt means person who is ready to digest the master, who is ready to receive the master, who is ready to imbibe the master. Whatever words comes out of him is doubt. Doubt makes master to express himself. Question makes master to close himself. Question is violence. Of course, almost all questions are violent. Please be very clear. The words which you express can be categorized into two. One is question, another one is doubt. Question means violent, arrogance. Just to express you know something or to defend what you know is truth. Most of the time, people question just to show that they know something. That they know something. I have seen people coming and asking me big statements, sentence. Swamiji, that Brahma Sutra says Brahman is beyond comprehension, Brahman is beyond understanding, Brahman is beyond the intellect. Is it not right? You can see this very question says, all he wants to know, all he wants to do is, he wants to show. He read Brahma Sutra and he understood. That's all. This statement, the whole thing is not a question. There is no question in it. The question without quest is question. Question with quest is doubt. Question with quest is doubt. Doubt without quest is question. Now Arjuna has come to a understanding. Because of his first-hand experience, he has come to the level of doubt. No more questions. He is not asking what is more beneficial for me. All that calculation has disappeared. The accounts has disappeared. He is not asking anymore what is best for me. Or he is not asking what is this kim tat brahma kimatyatmam kim karma purushottama. He is playing with words. He is just showing what he knows in the earlier chapters. Now, no more questions. This whole chapter, Arjuna is silent. Please understand, in the first chapter, whole chapter, Krishna is silent. The first chapter, whole chapter, Krishna is silent. Arjuna goes on and on and on, quoting all the dharmas, quoting all the traditional subjects. Always, when a master land on the planet Earth, this problem happens. Especially, see, innocent disciple is 1,000 times better than ignorant disciple. Small story. One guy goes to a music teacher and says, Master, I learnt music 4 years. Now I want to learn from you. How many years it will take? He says, it will take 6 years. Next guy comes, Master, I learnt music for 2 years. How many years it will take for me? He says, maybe 2 years. Third guy comes, Master, I have not learnt anything. I am fresh. How many years it will take for me? He says, no time. Simply you will pick up from me directly. You will directly imbibe me. You will just take me in your being. The big problem is, if you have learnt already, you need to do first thing, unconditioning or deconditioning. Here, whenever the masters land, they bring the same Shastra but with life. But what we read in books is just words. The same word, if you read in books, it will not give you any transformation. Let me be very clear, even my books, including my books. Somebody asked me, actually, I was dictating one of my book and the disciple was sitting and writing. One person who is helping me, he was sitting and writing. Suddenly in one spot he stopped me. Swamiji, please tell that statement clearly, I am not able to understand. I gave that statement clearly. Then he said, Swamiji, what is this? Just 3 chapters ago you made another one statement, now it is contradicting. It will confuse people. I told him, write what I say. Don't talk more. Then he asked me, if I myself get confused, naturally people will get confused. Then I have to tell the truth. What for you think I am writing books? To tell you honestly, let me be very clear. Books are just to create little confusion so that you will start searching. You will start seeking the truth in reality. No book can give you the truth. Books are created just to create just to create a little confusion in you so that you will start searching the reality. Logically confuse you. Books are techniques to logically confuse you. If you honestly, intensely read Gita from first chapter to last chapter, simply you will be confused. If you are not confused, be very clear, you are not read properly. No book can give you the truth. But the books are great inspiration. It will inspire you to search a living master. That is the only result. That's the only thing masters wanted. That is the only thing they wanted to achieve through books. So that when you are logically confused, you start searching a living master. But the difficulty is, there are some people who take books as an authority. Instead of living truth, they just start thinking intellectual knowledge is authority. And not only that, they start questioning. They start asking or demanding proof from the masters for their words based on these people their intellectual understanding. First thing, when I utter a word, the meaning which I give is different, and the meaning which you take is different. When I utter a word Atman, I use the Sanskrit dictionary. When you receive that word Atman, you use Oxford dictionary. Naturally the problem starts. If you are with a living master in my presence, you can always question me. You can always clarify. Or a living master knows, by seeing the face of a disciple, he knows whether he has understood or not. He will go for further explanation. Things can be much more clear, straight. But when you are playing with books, you are just playing with your mind. That is why people feel more comfortable with books than going and meeting a living master. Please understand, you are seeking, your spiritual seeking, whether it is a real seeking or just a game, how to measure. This is the scale. If you feel comfortable just playing with books and old masters' photographs, be very clear, your seeking is pseudo. Just time pass, good entertainment. Good entertainment. Sometimes you feel guilty, whole day sitting in front of TV, whole day doing something worldly. Especially Indians, from the young age somehow they are taught, always you should not be engaged in sense enjoyments. You should search a little bit of spirituality. So once in a while you get some book, some old master's photograph, and you try to play with both of them. Be very clear, it is pseudo. If you are honest, intense, you will feel deeply connected or more in tune, feel happy, feel settled with a living master. Find out whether your search is honest search or just entertainment. That's the first thing we need to do. Here, Arjuna has come to a level of maturity where no more intellectual questions, only doubts. Doubts are really great. Doubts are just a clear sign. You express, I am here to receive you. You put a big green signal. Doubts are green signals. Questions are red signal. With question, you just defend the master. You tell him, stop. Enough what you are speaking. First, reply for this. You try to bring the old intellectual words to defend the living energy. One more thing, when we can't practice, again, we question the authority of a person who is speaking. Here, Arjuna did everything. First, in the second chapter itself, the moment Krishna started speaking about the Atman, Nainam Chindanti Sastrani, Nainam Dagati Pavakaha, immediately Arjuna is asking, Sthita Prajnasya Kavasha. How an enlightened man will speak? Tell me the truth. What for he is asking? He wants to measure. With that scale, he wants to measure the Krishna, whether he is enlightened or not. It starts with violence, with questions, slowly, slowly, slowly. In the 9th chapter, when Krishna revealed the Rajavidya, Rajavidyam, the ultimate secret that existence is intelligence, cosmic universe is intelligence, the doubts are cleared. The questions slowly started settling. Next, when he heard the glory of Krishna, slowly the love started happening. When Krishna showed the cosmic form, he experienced the truth. He experienced the truth. In the 9th chapter, intelligence started. In the 10th chapter, the devotion started. In the 11th chapter, being, the energy, experience happened. Now, almost all the questions have disappeared. Ramakrishna says beautifully, in a marriage ceremony, before the food is served, people all will be sitting in a row and talking. What is going on? What is happening? How much dowry was given? What all the puja, what all the vessels they made? What all the jewelries they made? What is happening? All the talks will go on. Once the food is served, slowly the sound will reduce. Once the curd rice is served, only you will hear the sound chup, chup, chup. That's all. Nothing else. Only the sound of eating will be heard. Ramakrishna says, till you receive the experience, as long as you are reading the menu card, means only books, the talking, noise, sound will continuously go on. Once you started the experience, all the sounds will disappear. You will have only small, small sounds which expresses your experience. Nothing else. Here, first thing, Arjuna has questioned the authority of Krishna and got cleared. Then he is questioning, what is beneficial for me? The accounts mind. First resistance, then indifference, now acceptance. All that accounts mind has disappeared. You should understand one thing. Person who is creative, person who is Brahma, the energy of Brahma, the energy of Creator is different. The person who is accounting, continuously doing calculation, is totally different. Architects are creators, engineers are accountants. Architects are creators, engineers are accountants. Engineers may have money, but architects will have a tremendous satisfaction that they have created. When you create something, you become God. That is why the creativity gives you such a deep satisfaction. Nobody can create except God. Only God can create. If you are creating something, at that moment you are experiencing godliness in you. Please be very clear. Nobody except God can create. If you are creating something, at that moment you are experiencing godliness in you. That is why in the Vedic system, when a woman is pregnant, she is worshipped, respected. She is respected. Of course, in those days, not only they are respected, people believe at the time of pregnancy, if they touch somebody's head and bless, they will be healed. Because she is creating. When she is creating, she is radiating the divine energy. She is God. She is experiencing godliness. She is experiencing the divinity in her. Only godliness can create. Architects will have tremendous satisfaction. Engineers may have money, but not the satisfaction that they created. A small story. 2 architects and 2 engineers. Both of them are traveling from Bangalore to Delhi. Two architects and 2 engineers. Both of them are traveling from Bangalore to Delhi. They are going for a conference. The engineers, as usual, they are calculating and they are complaining, see, 2,000 rupee per ticket, it is too much. Such a small journey, 2,000 rupee unnecessary. 2,000, 4,000 rupees. What we will get from conference? The architect says, both of them, they reply, you see, we manage with just 2,000 rupee. We take only 1 ticket. We both of them manage. Engineers are surprised. How do you manage? When the ticket counter comes, how do you manage? Oh, that's just a simple job. When the ticket counter comes, we just go into the bathroom and see the drama what we do. TT came and these guys entered, both of them entered into the bathroom. TT came and knocked the bathroom. Only one hand came out. They asked, ticket please. One hand came out and showed the ticket. He just stamped it, gave it back and went away. Both the engineers are impressed. And they thought, oh God, we never know how to save money. Now we learnt one thing to save money. When they were coming back, these 2 engineers, they took only 1 ticket. And the architect, both the architects, they also took only 1 ticket. Now it is trouble. Who will catch the bathroom first? Who will catch the bathroom first? And you know, engineers are real runners. The people who are accountants, they are really run. The moment they heard the TT is coming, they ran and entered the bathroom, they caught the bathroom. Now the architects both are discussing what to do. One architect said, don't worry, relax. He went and knocked the bathroom. Ticket please. The ticket came out, he collected the ticket and came back. just came back and said, accountants miss the life. They know how to calculate, but they miss the life. When you calculate, sometimes you miss the reality. You just miss the reality. Here, all the accounts is over. Krishna has asked, what is more beneficial for me? All the things are answered. Now he has come down to the level of just few doubts. Doubts are not for anything. Little more tips. Now, the whole tune has changed. With questions, the tune is, what are you talking? Whatever I learnt is totally different, and now you are talking something different. All that violence has disappeared. Now, Arjuna has come to the level, he says, yes, master, I know the whole thing. Please give me some more tips. How I can imbibe you. Please tell me something if you have forgotten. If you have forgotten something to tell. If you have something more, please tell me. I will be happy to receive those messages also. I will be happy to receive them also. Throughout this chapter is silent. No questions, only doubts. Bhagavan starts. Sri Bhagavan Uvacha Urdvamulam Adaschaham Asvattam Brahuravyayam Chandam Siyasya Varnani Yastam Veda Savedavit. Bhagavan says, it is said that there is an imperishable banyan tree that has its roots upward and its branches down, and whose leaves are Vedic hymns. One who knows this tree is the knower of the Vedas. Now he is coming to the causal body. If you attended yesterday's discourse, you will be able to understand, because Krishna continues from the last chapter. Next, all the 3 chapters are completely connected to each other. Last chapter and this chapter, next and next. All these chapters are completely connected except the 18th, the 14, 15, 16, 17. All the 4 chapters are continuous discourses. Now Krishna comes to causal layer. Yesterday he spoke about the first 4 layers. Now he is coming to causal layer. He is explaining about the deeper layers. Of course, physical body, you know, body which is made out of flesh and bones, which you are having now. The next layer, these are all components of your being. All these 7 layers put together only you. You as you are is totality of all these 7 layers. The second layer, pranic body, is filled with desires. Filled with desires, which controls the air energy, prana, vyana, udana, samana, apana, all the different air movements of your body. And yesterday we saw the lessons from Krishna, how we are creating self-contradicting desires, how we are creating self-contradicting words and giving life to them and suffering. When we create self-contradicting words, it leads to restlessness, rajas, and the rajas leads to tamas, tiredness, dullness, depression. So this layer belongs to tamas. The second level, this is sattva. Third level is rajas, restlessness. The fourth level is tamas. The fifth level, the causal body. This is called Karana Sarira. This causal body is what Krishna calls Urdhva Moola Mataschagam, where all our engrams are stored in seed form, in the form of seeds. Every day, you enter into the causal body at the time of deep sleep. When you sleep, when you fall asleep beyond dreams, not when you dream, when you fall asleep beyond dreams, at that moment you fall into the causal body, the fifth layer of your being. When you come out, all those engraved memories comes out, your whole world is created. Every day you merge in this layer and come out of that layer. Now, Krishna is explaining the secrets related to that layer. Yesterday he spoke about the secrets related to these three layers. How we are disturbing our desire energy. Understand? Desire is pure energy. You create troubles only by creating self-contradicting thoughts. If you don't have self-contradicting thoughts, all your desires will lead you to deep fulfillment. Desire is energy. Yesterday, Krishna spoke how the energy can be used properly, how we are abusing it, how it can be used. Next, how we fall into restlessness by abusing it. Third, even after the restlessness, if you are not correcting your mistakes, if you are not clearing the self-contradicting desires, you fall into tiredness. It's like a one-side fire. You are creating fire and the pressure cooker is there. Inside the cooker the steam is getting and the pressure is getting developed. Other side you put a weight and try to seal it. Naturally it will burst. Same way, even after the restlessness, if you don't clear the desire energy, or if you don't clear the self-contradicting thoughts which you are creating in you, you will fall into the depression, tamas. He gave the small, simple advice, techniques to clear ourselves and not to fall in that tree, not to be disturbed by that tree. Next, he goes to the causal body where we store all our engraved memories. He explains the secrets of this body, because even if you go beyond these three gunas, sattva, rajas, tamas, if you don't destroy these engraved memories, the bija samskaras, the samskaras in the form of a seed, you will take birth again and again. So here he gives the technique. He explains how to go beyond the samskara, engrams, which is in the seed form. It may not express in you, but it will be there in the seed form. When time comes, suddenly it will come out. You can see. You may not have seen some of your childhood friend or childhood enemy for 10 years because you are in the States. When you go back, see in the States when you are here, all the 10 years the samskaras related to them never comes up, whether love or hatred. It is not there. You are never caught by it. You are never disturbed by it. You are beyond the sattva, rajas, tamas. But when you go back and meet them, suddenly the whole emotion is there. You discover the same love is there or the same hatred is there. How? Because it is in the causal body. You may not experience it in the day-to-day life. Even if you don't, you will see it is in the causal body. It's like archives in the office. There are some files which are in the table. There are some files which are in the office archives. There are some files which are in the bank locker archives. This first, the sattva, rajas, tamas. These three gunas are the files which are in the table. And causal body is the files which are in the office archives. The inside, the cosmic body and nirvanic body are the files which are in the bank locker archives. Now, yesterday we saw how to clear these three files of sattva, rajas, tamas. Now he gives the technique to clear the causal body files, to clear the files which are in the office archives. Bhagavan starts, there is an imperishable banyan tree that has its roots upward and it branches down, and whose leaves are the Vedic hymns. One who knows this tree is the knower of the Vedas. He is trying to give an example to explain the quality of causal body. Quality of causal body. He says the roots are upwards and branches down. Why he says roots are upwards and branches down? Please understand. He says roots are here, branches are here. Because for any tree, if it has to grow, it will take water through roots. It needs support from roots. Roots only decide the strength of the tree. Roots are going to decide the way in which the tree is going to live. The physical body, whatever you are taking through physical body, that only is going to decide the depth of causal body. That is why he says roots are up, roots are in the outer world, and branch is in the inner world. Roots are out. Whatever you take through five senses, that is the water or strength for the causal body. Causal body is, here he says leaves, and here he says root. The tree is upward. Tree is topsy-turvy. Whatever you take through the five senses from the outer world, that only is going to enrich the causal body. And an important next statement, the leaves of the tree is said to be the Vedic hymns, Veda mantras. Yesterday I was making an important statement. All the words which you continuously repeat inside your mind without your consciousness, whatever words you repeat in the unconsciousness, especially morning when you are alone in the bathroom, those words are the mantras which shows path for your life. What are the words you repeat with yourself? They are only going to decide the way of your life. Just try to analyze your mind. What are the words you repeat with yourself? When you are alone, when you are sitting with yourself, what are the words you repeat? Those words are only going to decide the path in which you are going to travel. Mantra means manasasya stiraha idi mantraha. What makes your mind strong is mantra. Mantrayate idi mantraha. Which shows the way for man is mantra. Tra means road, way. The words which shows way for you is mantra. The words which makes you strong is mantra. Now, he says, the roots are in the physical world, physical body, up, and the leaves are in the causal body, down. Roots are up and leaves are there. And he makes one more statement. Leaves are Vedic hymns, Veda mantras. Means the words which you are storing in the causal body. That only is going to decide your life. See, the words which you have in the causal body is mantra for you. When you understand this, there are two things. Something is good, something is bad. Something is good, you can always reprogram. The good news is you can reprogram yourself. Bad news is as on now you are living in hell. Bad news is as on now it is hell. Good news is you can always reprogram. The causal body is filled with the unconscious thoughts. You must be careful about the thoughts or words which you are creating inside your mind unconsciously. See, you are so careful about the words which you speak, verbalize it, express it. But we are careless about the words which we use inside because we think nobody is going to know. If you are not careful with the words which is expressed, you know what will be the result. You know what will be the result. But you are not afraid. The words which you are using inside, be very clear. The words which you are using outside, if you are careless about it, you will have punishment from others. The words which you are using inside, if you are careless about it, you will have punishment from yourself. You will torture yourself. You will kill yourself. You will create more and more trouble for yourself. The words which you use inside should have the healing effect. Words which carries healing effect will always create fresh living energy in you. Krishna says, the leaves are the Vedas, Veda means knowledge. The leaves are the words which you are engraved in the causal body, which are in you. Those words are so powerful, so alive. They are going to show way for your whole life. In the ancient days, in our system, you are always advised not to speak wrong words, especially at the time of evening, Sandhya time. There is a belief, if you use wrong words, at the time of Sandhya, Lakshmi will leave your house. Be very clear, these are all truth. These are all truth. They may not directly mean what you believe, but they have different purpose. When you use the wrong words, which hurts others, naturally you will inscribe those words in your consciousness and you will use the same words to hurt yourself. You can see very clearly what words you are using when you are angry, the same words you will be using when you feel guilty. Please be very clear. People think, no, Swamiji, I am a little intelligent. When I throw words on others, it will be sharp. When I throw it on myself, it will not be so sharp. Don't think you are so intelligent. You are totally unconscious. you will not even know what words you are using towards yourself. What words you use towards others, the same words only you will use towards yourself also. That is why the person who is short-tempered will always have deep guilt. May not be for the character short-temper. In other cases, when he does mistake, in something else, he will have a deep wound of guilt in him. Because words which you use are double-edged sword. You will use the same sword to kill others and commit suicide. You are not so intelligent to have two different swords. No. When it comes to suicide, when it comes to killing others, I will have a big sword, Swamiji. When it comes to suicide, I will have a small needle. No. You are not that much intelligent. Try to witness your mind once in a while. Especially when you are alone. The times which you spend in the bathroom. The times which you spend sitting alone. At those moments, watch what type of words are coming in you. Sometime when you are alone, you will be just stretching yourself and uttering few words to yourself. I will not leave that fellow. I will do that. I will see that it happens. You will be taking some sankalpas to yourself. You will be creating some words to yourself. I should get rid of this problem. I will do something and come out of it. The words which you are creating to yourself, please be very clear, they are called Vedas. They are called mantra for yourself. Mantra for yourself. There is something good which we need to understand in the causal body, and there is something bad which we need to understand about the causal body. Bad is, as on now, it is completely corrupted. Good news is, it can be cleared. It can be cleared by a strong will, by a steady practice. Bhagavan goes on, the person who knows this tree is knower of Vedas. Normally, the leaves of the tree is decided by the strength of the root and how you support the root. If you put water in the root, if you give a little manure in the root, naturally the tree will be growing. It will have beautiful leaves. It will flourish and grow. And if you put poison in the root, naturally the tree will die. Now the same secret. The root is in the physical body. The roots of this tree is in the physical body, means five senses. What you add in the five senses is going to decide the leaves. What is the leaf? Leaf is samskara. Your causal body is samskara. Your leaves are samskaras. That samskara is going to be decided by the stuff which you are putting inside through the five senses. I always tell people, at least half an hour per day, let your body move without fear and greed. Do something without expecting anything. Just half an hour. Paint something. Draw something. Just sit and write some poem. Or do little carving. Not for creating a gallery. Not for creating a gallery. Don't start planning. I will hang all these things around my house. When people come to my house, I will give a big tour. No. Don't torture them. Don't torture them by giving them tour around the house. Sometimes it becomes a big torture. You can't tell anything. You are gone. Do something for half an hour without having any fear or greed. Just come to this type of some public place and clean. When you start cleaning yourself, don't start planning. I should create a big volunteer batch and I'll be the leader next time onwards, I'll make my presence strongly felt by the whole group. Whole temple should feel my presence. Don't do all this plan. Just do it for no reason. Half an hour, something. In the initial level, few days, you will feel that half an hour is waste. After some time, you will understand only that half an hour is useful in your life. Do something without taking fuel from fear or greed. The big problem is even our service is related to greed. Even when you do service, there is some greed. When you do service with greed, you always create trouble and end up in trouble. Small story. 3 scout boys are telling their scout teacher, master, the great good deed which they did that day. The boys are supposed to tell at least one good deed they have done on that day. All the 3 boys got up. They told, Master, today we helped a old woman to cross the street. Master said, what? All 3 of you? That will not take all 3 of you. They said, no, it took all 3 of us because she did not want to cross. Because she did not want to cross. Understand, when you do for greed or fear, you will end up creating trouble for yourself and for others. You will do something just for doing. That half an hour of some service without bothering, thinking about dollar or name and fame will infuse so much of energy into your being. You will not know what to do with that energy. So much of energy will happen to your being. Bhagavan says, the whole tree is alive just because of your fruitive actions of human society. He says, just because of karmanubandhini, means the fruitive actions, bandha, karma bandha, the actions which are done for the sake of some fruit. Narupamasyeha tatopalabhyate nanto nachatir nacha sampratishta asvattamenam suvirudamulam ashangasastrena drudena chitva tada padam tat parimarkidavyam yasmin gatana nivartanti bhuyaha tameva chatyam purusham prabhatye tata pravritti prasruda purani. The real form of this tree cannot be perceived in this world. No one can understand where it ends, where it begins, where its foundation is. But with determination, one must cut down this strongly rooted tree with the weapon of detachment. Thereafter, one must seek that place from which, having gone, one never returns. And there, surrender to that Supreme Personality of God, Supreme Eternal Consciousness, from whom everything began and from whom everything has extended since time immemorial. Such a clear explanation about causal body. Body where the samskaras are stored. That's why I say, Krishna is an extraordinary scientist. A scientist is a person who can honestly starts searching the truth, who is courageous enough to give up his faith and belief for the truth which he has discovered, and the person who is courageous enough to express the secrets which he discovered step by step. Now, you can see all the qualities in Krishna. He is honest in his expression or in his search, and he is honest to give up the small understandings when new things are discovered. When the new truths happen, he is ready to give up the lower level truths or the yesterday's truths. Please understand, yesterday's truths are only yesterday's truths. You cannot have last year train timetable and use the timetable and wait for today in railway station. You will never see the train. Of course, in India, even if you use this year train timetable, you will not see. That is different. But one thing is sure, with last year timetable, there is no possibility of even seeing the train. Who is courageous enough to update the intelligence? You can see chapter by chapter, he is updating his way of expression. And ultimately, who is ready to reveal all the secrets without keeping anything in reservation. Who is not bothered about trademark, copyright. In the Vedic system, knowledge is free. We have not invented any trademark, no copyright. The very idea did not exist. The very idea do not exist. Krishna has never went for copyright. He never went for service mark. But Krishna Bhaktas do copyright of his own photograph. I am just surprised. The other day I heard some so-called Krishna Bhaktas, they declared that some photographs of Krishna is copyrighted to them. It seems they were asking somebody. The person came and told me. I said, what? Copyrighting Krishna's photos. Krishna himself never went to copyright for his teachings. Because in the Vedic system we believe knowledge is free. And not only that, Krishna is courageous enough to open the whole thing completely. Whole thing completely to the society, to the humanity. Here he says beautifully, Narupamasyeha tatopalapyate. The real form of this tree cannot be perceived in this world. No one can understand where it ends, where it begins, or where its foundation is. But with determination, one must cut down this strongly rooted tree with the weapon of detachment. Honestly, no one can understand what all the engrams, samskaras you stored in the causal body. What is inside you don't know, like a Pandora box. Only when you open, all these things will come out. By the time you clear 2, 3, the other 10, 11 are there. Already waiting. You do not even know what all there inside. You don't know what is there inside. But one thing is possible. You can cut it down through a strong will of detachment. With a strong sankalpa, you can completely clear the causal body. You can burn all your samskaras by a strong will. People ask me, Swamiji, how to get rid of the samskaras? I tell them, just be a little more intelligent, that's all. Nothing else. Do you come and ask Swamiji, I know fire will burn, but still I am not able to remove my hands from fire. How to remove my hands from fire? Please teach me, Swamiji. Do you come and ask? No, you don't. You are intelligent enough to take your hands away when the fire burns you. If you are coming and asking me how to stop smoking, Swamiji, I am not able to drop. Please be very clear, you don't know the smoking is injurious to your health. Still you don't have a strong faith that smoking is injurious to your health. Smoking is not good for your health. When you automatically take away your hands from burning, when you understand, you actually act. You simply execute. If you are not executing, be very clear, you have not understood. The understanding has not happened. Understanding has not happened. Just be a little more intelligent, that's all. Nothing else is necessary. To tell you honestly, all meditation techniques are for fools. Intelligent people don't need any technique. Straight, simple understanding is enough. I tell you, intelligence is ultimate meditation technique. I have seen people, even among my own healers, my own disciples, there are some healers who are meditators, great meditators. Hours together they will be sitting with closed eyes. Once in a while, and not only dozing, sound sleep also. Sound sleep means sleep for themselves, sound for others. Sleep for themselves and sound for others. Great meditators, but not even inch of spiritual progress has happened in their life. There are some people who never close their eyes and sit, but you can see their growth so rapid. The transformation is just miraculous. People ask me, what is this, Swamiji? Whole day I sit and meditate. Every day I meditate. Last 10 years I am meditating. Nothing is happening to me. And this guy came the other day to you and he is living so happily. He is radiating bliss. By seeing him, I can understand he is in bliss. You are very partial, you are not giving. I tell them, no, I am not partial. There are some people, even with enough meditation, they don't understand. The intelligence never happens. There are some people, straight away the intelligence happens. Straight away the intelligence happens. It is just intelligence. Nothing but intelligence. The big problem is, they take me for granted. That's another big complication with these disciples. Taking master for granted. They think, we know him, what is there? We know him, what is there? That is the reason. In the ancient days, masters never used to freely mingle with disciples because they take the masters for granted. But somehow I believe the friendliness is the real spiritual quality. Only through friendliness anything can be transmitted. But the big problem is people take the friendliness for granted and they miss the whole truth. Here Krishna says, just with a strong sankalpa, you can come out of the whole causal body. The effects of causal body on your being. Just be a little more intelligent, that's all. Nothing else needs to be done. Understand where the problem is and come out, over. Nothing else needs to be done. It is a simple understanding. It's a simple courage to break the engrams and come out. Krishna further explains, after cutting this tree with the weapon of strong will, detachment, one should surrender to the space, to the eternal consciousness, by surrendering to which, by falling into which, he may never come back. He may never come back, and in which the whole thing is established, in which the whole existence is established. Nirmana moha jita sanga dosha adhyatma nitya vinivritta kama dvandvair vimukta sugadukka sangai gacchantyamuda padamavyayam tat. Again Krishna explains beautifully. On a deeper level, actually if you see, he uses the same words, but the understanding which happens in Arjuna's mind is different. Same words he is using in the second chapter, third chapter. Arjuna was not able to understand. The same words now he is using, Arjuna is able to understand. Because that time he was in the questioning mood. Now he is in the mood of doubts, just pure doubts. No questions. With the questioning mood, even when you listen, you are preparing your questions. You are just preparing your questions. You are not listening with doubts. You are ready to receive the Master. You are just sitting with your open being. Your being is open. You are just waiting for the message. Ramakrishna says, on that Swati Nakshatra day, the mother pearl, it will come and wait to have one drop water from the sky. When that one drop water falls, it will go inside and work on that water and the pearl will be created. I don't know whether it is a truth or just a belief, but there is a beautiful concept behind it. He says same way, the disciple will be waiting, a honest, truthful seeker will be waiting for the words from the Master. The moment it falls into his being, he will close himself and go into the solitary place and he will start working on those words. They call Zen koans in Zen Buddhism. The disciple will be given just one word. He has to go and meditate on that word, work on that word, till he realizes the truth behind that word. Till he realizes the truth behind that word. Till the intelligence happens in his being. Then he has to come back. Now, Krishna is giving some Zen koans for us. Those who are free from false prestige, illusion and false association, who understand the eternal, who are done with the material lust, please understand, not who have renounced the material lust. Renounced is different. The word vairagya does not mean renunciation. Raga means attachment. Araga means renunciation. Viraga means beyond attachment and renunciation. Have you renounced your toys? Do you feel you are missing your toys? Are you attached to your toys? No. You are neither attached to your toys, nor you have renounced your toys. You have just gone beyond the toys. You have just gone beyond the toys. At the age of 7, you are attached. At the age of 8 or 9, you will be made to renounce. Your mother will tell, fool, still you are playing with toys? What is happening? Go and play with your friends. You will be forced to renounce. But now, neither you are attached nor you renounce. It is there. At the age of 7, when you see the toy in the house, you run and catch that. You start playing with it. Especially if you have brother or sisters. First you will run and catch it. Before they run and catch. Now it is there. You are neither attached nor detached. You are done with it. You are done with it. And you know you can afford. If you want, you can have. Otherwise, you can throw it away. There is nothing serious about it. Same way, when you understand, life is also simple toy. Whatever you think is worthy is nothing but a toy. When you understand, you can simply afford. If you want, you can have. If you want, you can throw it away. Then you will live like a king. Not these ordinary kings. An enlightened king. Rajarshi. Here, Krishna says, who are done with the material lust, not who are renounced the material lust. When you renounce, in the outer space you may not have, but in the inner space they will be sitting. They will be sitting in the inner space. But here, if you are done with it, then you have gone beyond. Vairagya means you are done with it. You are not renouncing. The renunciation is not the exact word for Vairagya. Raga, attachment. Araga, detachment. Or renunciation. Viraga means going beyond attachment and detachment. Who are freed from the dualities of happiness and distress, and who, unbewildered, know how to surrender unto the Supreme Person and attain to that eternal consciousness. Please understand, this is a Zen cone. This is not just to be understood. This sutra has to be meditated upon. The more you meditate on this sutra, the more these characters will start expressing in you. He gives you the clear-cut idea of what is supposed to happen in your causal body. He is giving you the mantra for causal body. First he said how to erase the whole thing, all your programs. And now he says how to create a proper program to live the blissful life. He is teaching you how to reboot your hard disk. The whole thing is nothing but reprogramming your causal body. He goes on explaining beautiful techniques to work on the causal body. Bhagavatam Narayanena Swayam of Krishna here are like Zen cones. Actually, he is repeating the same words, even same expression. Not only in the spirit, even in the letter he is using the same words, same expression. What is the speciality? Why should he repeat in this chapter again? Please understand, earlier he was using these words as advice. Now he is using the same words as a programming words. This chapter is a technique to program your causal body, your samskaras. It is programmed. It is designed to program your causal body, your deeper level samskaras, to create a positive samskaras in your inner space. As long as Arjuna was having the questioning mood, the same words were used just as advice. Now the same words are being used as a technique, method to program. As long as you have a questioning mind, these words have no use. Practically, Arjuna gets the whole gist. Krishna is repeating the whole gist here in this chapter. In North India, in all the monasteries, before food you have to repeat this chapter completely. This 15th chapter has to be repeated before food in all the monasteries. Because this chapter is like a programming your inner space. If you can afford 5 minutes for your growth, you can also do that. It hardly takes 5 minutes. You don't even have to understand. Of course, if you understand, it is really great, that is different. These very words have got power. It can program your causal body. The very words can program your causal body, especially when you repeat with a surrender mood, with a respect to Krishna, with respect to the Master. It straight away goes and touches the causal body. With a questioning mind, Master always have to prove the words. It's a big load. But with a mind which has got doubts, it is open. Straight away he can express the truth as it is. There is no need for him to clothe the truths with the big, big words. There is no need for him to play with big, big words. Straight away he can explain it. With person who has got just a doubting mind, for him any truth can be explained. But person who has got questioning mind, for him nothing can, even lie cannot be explained. Forget about the truth. Nothing can be explained. It is the disciple's mind that decides the whole thing. Whether the Master's words are going to help him or not, whether he is going to be benefited or not, is decided only by the disciple's mind. When the disciple's mind is completely tuned, surrendered, even if the Master is not enlightened, he will be helped. He will be helped. Small story from Ramakrishna. One Pandit, great Pandit, Bhagavad Pandit, intellectual person, not enlightened, but intellectual person, used to stay in the bank of Jamuna. Yamuna bank. In north they say Jamuna. In south it is Yamuna. The bank of Yamuna, every day he used to do puja to Krishna. One milkmaid, she will bring milk for him every day. One day she did not bring because of the flood. This Pandit, one day she did not bring in time. Next day she came a little late. Pandit shouted, "How dare you did not bring milk for Krishna in time?" It's not for Krishna, for himself. As if Krishna is waiting for his milk only. You did not bring milk, that is why I did not do puja. He started shouting. She said, "Forgive me, I don't know. I missed it. But there was a flood in Yamuna, you know. I am not able to cross the river. And the boatman is also not ready to cross the river. He is not ready to bring me here. He is afraid that his boat may get caught. He may not be able to make it. He is afraid. He is not ready to bring me." This Pandit, out of arrogance, he says, "What? So many people are crossing Samsara Sagara by Krishna's name. Can't you cross this small river?" Out of arrogance, he makes the statement. So many people, they cross even the Samsara Sagara, the ocean of Samsara, with Krishna's name. Can't you cross this small river, Yamuna? She said, "Oh, is it so? All right, tomorrow onwards I will come that way." Next day onwards, she is bringing milk in time, proper, exact time she is bringing the milk. Pandit was surprised. He asked, "What happened? How you are coming? Nowadays you are coming regularly." She said, "What is there? You only taught me how to come. You told me to take Krishna's name and come. That's what I am doing." Pandit is asking, "No, tell me how you are coming." She said, "I am chanting Krishna, 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 then river just gives way, I walk on the river and come this side, that's all." He says, "Hey, tell me clearly how you are coming." Milkmaid says, "Master, this is the way I am coming. I chant Krishna's name and just walk on the river, I come this side." He says, "Show me." "What is there? Please come, I will show you." She took him near the river. Just she chanted Krishna, Krishna and started walking on the river. This fellow was frightened totally. And suddenly the greed came up in his mind. When my disciple can walk, why not me? Why not me? He just decided to walk. He also started chanting Krishna, Krishna. Went near the river and lifting the cloth. He is also chanting the name Krishna, Krishna and lifting the cloth. One side he is chanting Krishna's name, the other side lifting the cloth. Understand that master may not be enlightened, but if you have the deep surrender, once you are deeply in tune, even if master has not become enlightened, you will be helped by the technique which you receive from him. There is no need that master should be enlightened. If you are in tune, even an unenlightened master can help you. Even through him, you can be helped. All we need is just how much you are in tune. Many times people ask me, "Swamiji, are you God?" This is the most problematic question. Almost everybody falls in this one question. This question, all idiots ask this question. And all idiots answer this question. All idiots ask this question and all idiots answer this question. Whether you say yes or no, you are caught. Both way, you are caught. If you say yes, you have to immediately prove. Do some miracle. And which is foolish. And if you can believe somebody as God by miracle, or just one or two miracles can make somebody God, means P.C. Sarkar is the greatest God. Go and see, he does all magic. He does all magic. Magic is not criteria. You cannot say somebody is God based on the magic. And magic cannot prove somebody is God. Anyhow, usually people expect that only. First thing, you say yes, you are caught because you have to prove with some magic. And don't think people will keep quiet if you do once. Once you do, you are gone. That's all. Every day that will become habit. You are nothing more than a showman. Every day you have to come, people will be waiting for something to fall from you. Something to fall from you. And if you say no, again, then you yourself have not experienced. Why are you coming and teaching all these things to us? And why should we meditate? Why should we practice all these things? These are all just stories. Both the way you are caught. Whenever people put this question to me, are you God? I tell them, it depends on you. It just depends on you. If you are totally in tune, whatever divine can do, it will do through me. If you are not in total tune, nothing can be done. Even if he comes down directly, nothing can be done. The more you try to prove your statement, more you create trouble. Any word, the person should be able to receive and digest it. If you try to bring logical proof, naturally you are in more trouble. A small story. One judge from a small local county comes back to the house late, very late, fully drunk. He vomited on himself, dirty. He is slowly entering into the house. And next day morning, wife saw and asked, what happened? He somehow managed to create a story. He said, no, yesterday night when I was traveling in train, one drunkard came and sat next to me. He vomited on me. He vomited on me. Anyhow, he somehow managed, went away to court. Noontime, he was feeling that wife is not convinced about his story. Wife is not convinced about his story. And especially, he is the type of person he needs witness for everything. So naturally, he also thinks the same way. The other person will not believe unless he gives the witness. So he suddenly rings up to his wife and says, dear, I got the same guy. Today they brought that guy to court. Yesterday who vomited on me, that same guy. I gave him 30 days. Wife says, no, give him 60 days because he made your pants wet and dirty. Give him 60 days because your pants are wet. Of course, if you understand. The wife has caught him. This guy is trying to prove by bringing a witness. This guy is trying his best by bringing a witness to prove what he said is right. But she caught him exactly the different way. Whenever you try to prove your statements, you always end up in trouble because logic can play both sides. Logic can play both sides. Here, whatever Krishna is expressing is not logical. Now he drops completely the logical argumentative mode. He comes just to create a program, just to program your mind, create an engram setup in your mind, a positive engram setup in your mind. He says, Nirmana moha jita sanga dosha Adhyatma nitya vinivritta kama dvandvair vimukta sukha dukkha sanyai gacchantyamuda padamavyayam tat. Those who are free from the false prestige, illusion and false association, who understand the eternal, who are done with the material lust, who are freed from the dualities of happiness and distress, and who, unbewildered, know how to surrender unto the Supreme Person, attains the eternal consciousness. न तद्भासयते सूर्यो न शशाङ्को न भावकः यद्गत्पानन्निवर्तन्ते तद्धाम परमं मम. That supreme space of inner consciousness, eternal consciousness, my consciousness, is not illumined by the sun or moon, nor by fire or electricity. Those who reach it never return to this material world. These are all the words for meditation. Understand? These are not advices. They are not advices. Advice is the one thing everybody gives, nobody takes. Everybody gives and nobody takes. Here, he is not uttering all these words as advice. He is giving all these things as a dhyana sloka. Words to contemplate, words to meditate, to program your causal layer. Mamai vamso jivaloke jivabhutas sanatanaha manashashtan indriyani prakristani garshati. The living entities in this world, conditioned world, are my fragmental parts due to conditioned life. They are struggling very hard with the 6 senses which include the mind. Here he brings the new word called conditioned. Let me tell you a small article which I read. They say, you walk with the 2 legs because you are conditioned. Recently they found a 17-year-old man who was brought up by wolves in the forest. In a tribal area, somehow that small child, it was taken away by the wolves. They took him and brought him up. Somehow they did not kill him. And he grew up in the forest. Somehow the scientists were got him. They caught him and they tried to make him walk with 2 legs. He was walking with 4 legs like animals. They tried their best to make him walk with 2 legs. They are not able to. And they tried their best to teach him few words. They are not able to. Finally, within a year he died. Within a year, he died. You walk in 2 legs because of your conditioning. You talk the language which you know because of your conditioning. Please understand, as on now, whatever you think as you are is conditioning. In Zen Buddhism, they give you a technique how to come out of conditionings. They tell the disciples beautifully, 21 days you have to sit in a room and you must just throw away whatever you heard and whatever you have seen. That's all. Whatever you heard and whatever you saw should not be allowed inside your mind. You can eat and sleep, but inside your mind, in your inner space, you should not allow anything. No process, no data processing. Whatever you collected through ears and through eyes, both should be completely rejected. And it will be very hard. Leave about 21 days. They say in 21 days you can become enlightened. Leave about 21 days. 21 minutes you cannot sit like that. Try your best to throw. Something will be there. Something will be there. And here he says, conditioned world. The whole planet Earth is conditioned. All your right, wrong, honor, dishonor, everything is conditioned. Everything is conditioned. There is nothing in reality. If you, all your idea of honor is taught to you, that's all. You are taught from the young age. If you are given certificate, if so many people clap, then it is honor. Never think the crowd decides your importance. This honor idea, I think this is the idea which makes many people mad. Which makes many people mad. One person came and told me, of course in India satsangs, 40,000-50,000 people gather in our meditation camps, our meditation programs. 40,000, 50,000 people gather. One guy came and asked me, Swamiji, in such a young age, you are having such big followers, so much of followers. Such a big crowd gathers to listen to you. What do you think about it? One journalist. Journalists are dangerous people. And whatever you say, tomorrow something opposite will appear in the paper. And you will be surprised. How did he make meaning out of, how did he make this meaning out of your words? Neither you know nor he knows. Anyhow, he asked me. I told him, let me tell you a small story. Once the Winston Churchill, he was giving a lecture. Huge crowd in front of him. He was asked by a journalist, what do you think seeing the huge crowd? Don't you feel happy? He said, never judge the crowd. Never judge me based on the crowd. Today, 10,000 people are here. Tomorrow if you announce, I'll be hanged. There will be 1 lakh people. 100,000 people will be there to see that scene. Today if you announce, I'll be given death punishment, death sentence in the public, 100,000 people will be there to see that. So never judge somebody is right or wrong by crowd. Crowd cannot judge right or wrong, honor or dishonor can never be judged by the crowd. How much you are integrated, how much you are centered on your understanding, how much you are honest to the truth which you believe, how much you are able to experience, how much you are able to execute in your life, that only is going to help you. Not how many people think or how many people recognize you. How many people think you are great or how many people recognize you are great is no way going to help. That is no way going to bother. That is the reason. I always tell people, of course, with Indians it is very difficult. I always tell people, don't fall at the feet. People who are falling at the feet directly without experiencing you, they are the people who are going to pull your legs tomorrow. I always tell them, if you have not attended meditation camp or if you have not experienced me, you are falling at my feet is just foolishness. It's a pure foolishness. You don't know me. How can you fall? It is superficial. It's very superficial. Of course, with Indians, you cannot do anything because it's a sentiment. It's a sentiment. But whenever it is possible, I always tell them, don't fall unless you experience me. Unless you have the courage to experiment my words, don't fall. have the courage to experiment my words and see whether it works or not in your life. Once you are benefited by the words, by these great techniques of our masters, once you are benefited, then after that, out of gratitude, when you fall, it is real falling. When you fall out of gratitude, the real namaha will happen. In Sanskrit, that word namaha should be understood. It's a beautiful word. You surrender I and mine. Mama. Mama means mine. You surrender the mine. Namaha means you just surrender the I and mine. And if you just say verbally namaha and fall at the feet, that is not the real falling. Out of gratitude, after having some experience, when you fall, it's a truth, honest thing. I always tell people, especially when people invite me for their houses, I tell them, unless they are healers, I never go to their house. I tell the organizers, unless they are healers, don't take me to anybody's house. Because what will they know? If they just take me, they will do all the Pada Puja, every ritual. But as a ritual, the feeling or connection will not be there. Just for pride. You know, Nithyananda Swami, very popular, he came to our house. See the photograph? He has visited our house. See the photograph? And I am one more showcase piece in the house. Among their different glasses, I am also one more showcase piece. I always tell them, no, never do that. And never fall at anybody's feet unless you feel the gratitude, unless you receive something, unless you had the benefit, never fall. If you fall without having benefit, it will be just dead ritual. And the falling should be so beautiful. If you fall honestly with the real meaning of namaha, you will rise as a new human being. You will rise as a new human being. Krishna says here, beautifully, when you cut the causal body with a strong determination, then after that you should surrender in the space from where you never return. He just says, let you surrender into the space from where you never return. Usually, our actions can be categorized in two categories, pravritti and nivritti. Pravritti means doing the action without the spirit behind it. Without the spirit, just doing the action. Nivritti means having the spirit. When you have the spirit, whether you do it or not, that very spirit will guide you. When you don't have the spirit and just do the action, the whole thing will be reduced to ritual. It will not be spiritual. It will not be spiritual. I always tell people, don't do, at least with me, don't do this Pada Puja and Pada Namaskar, all these things as a ritual. The big problem is, without understanding they will fall. And tomorrow, without understanding, they will blame. Both the way, these guys will be superficial. That is what we do with everybody. Before we fall, we don't inquire. We are not clear to whom with whom we are associating ourselves. Are we really doing right thing? We don't inquire. And once you get some idea through somebody, some rumor, again you don't inquire. Straight away start talking. Both the way we are superficial. Superficial people never be benefited by the spiritual knowledge or the spiritual science. And here, Krishna gives these dhyana slokas to program the mind, to program the being, to take you beyond the social conditioning, to take you beyond the social conditioning. Whatever you think as you is nothing but pure social conditioning, including your language, your life and everything. Man was gone beyond the social conditioning. Small one-liner, beautiful one-liner. One Sufi mystic, he goes to a king and begs. He says, "O king, please give me one square meal." Mystics are always supposed to live by begging. So he goes and begs, "Please give me one food, one meal." Bhagavad Bhikshan, he just asks one meal. The king shouts, "How dare you come here and beg? Nobody knows you here. Get out." The mystic laughs and says, "True. Here nobody knows me, but I know myself. With your case, everybody knows you, but you don't know yourself. In my case, nobody knows me, but I know myself. In your case, everybody knows you, but you don't know yourself." Be very clear. Only when you don't know yourself, you are bothered about all the dishonor or the honor. And let you be established in your inner space beyond the conditionings. When you cross all these three layers, sattva, rajas, tamas, and go beyond the causal body, you enter into the space where you are free from all the conditionings. Mamai vamso jivaloke jivabhuta sanatanaha manashashtan indriyani prakritistani garshati. It's the same sloka. He says, people struggle with 6 senses. Shashtan indriyani, including mind. He says, you have 6 senses. 5 senses are this. The mind is the 6th sense. One thing important you should understand. According to me, mind is the only sense which needs to be controlled. All other 5 senses are just servants. Mind is the owner. Mind is the thing which jumps. And if the mind can be handled, then everything can be handled. Sariram yadavapnodi yachap yutkramadishvaraha grihid vaidani sanyadi vayur gandhani vashayat. The living entity in the material world carries its different conceptions of life from one body to another. As the air carries aromas, thus he takes one kind of body again, quits to take another. He says about again the samsara, the birth and death. Birth and death. Just how the air carries a smell, the consciousness carries your samskaras, the causal level samskaras, the mental print, and goes from body to body. Somebody asked me, "Swamiji, will all the sins come with us?" Please be very clear. Your sin or merit will not come with you, but the mental setup will come with you. For example, somebody has committed 100 murder. The 100 murder quantity sin will not go with him, but the attitude of committing murders will go with him and torture him. All your actions will be reduced to attitudes, like a capsule form, and that will go with you and torture the being. That is what Krishna says here. You will move from body to body. Ramakrishna says beautifully. It's like moving from room to room. When Ramakrishna passed away, attained Mahasamadhi, Sharada Devi is about to remove all the bangles. all the Mangal Sutra, all that symbols of Sumangali. Immediately Ramakrishna appears and says, what are you doing? Where have I gone? I am here. I just moved from one room to another room. Why should you remove all these things? And be a Nitya Sumangali. From that day, Sharada Devi lived with all the things, just like a Mahalakshmi. With everything she lived. And please be very clear, today in the modern world, these are all very easy. Those days, 100 years ago, and that also a traditional family. She is born and brought up. She was living with the traditional families. But she did it. Courageous women. I always tell people, you should not remove just because the husband died. What is the need? There is no need. Either don't wear from the beginning. If you wear always. That's all. There are people who don't wear from the beginning. Nothing can be done. And if you wear all the time. Nobody can reduce the joy in your life. Nobody has got the right to take things away from your life. It is not that you started living only after his birth. It's not that you started living only after he came into your life. Then why should you die? There is no need. Two different individual souls are traveling together. As long as we are together, let us help each other. And when we have to depart, when the life takes us away, when the death departs us, makes us separate, let us accept the truth and live our life. And I always tell, male should wear Mangal Sutra. Because only these guys go around. Male they only go around. Even if you see the percentage wise, statistics wise, only these people go around. Why should women wear Mangal Sutra? Male should wear Mangal Sutra. Because only they need some control. Anyhow, nothing should be, there is no need for you to renounce anything. As long as you live together, live happily and blissfully. And when somebody dies, naturally allow the being to carry on in their life. And same way, you can't give another one example like Ramakrishna and Sharada Devi. How intimate they were. What beautiful life they lived. Throughout the life, they never had any physical contact. But the love and care which Ramakrishna showered on Sharada Devi, or Sharada Devi showered on Ramakrishna, you cannot imagine. You cannot imagine that such a wonderful couple existed on the planet Earth. Ramakrishna will never touch the money. He is a Paramahamsa. He will never handle the money. And he will not even wear the cloth properly. That's a big problem. And they say that only at the time of photographs he wore the proper clothing in his whole life. Some 3-4 times. He will not even wear clothes properly. He will never touch money. But he will always collect the salary from the temple properly and make jewelries for Sharada Devi. Whatever money comes, the temple salary, he was a priest in temple. Rani Rashmani's Kali temple. He was a priest. So the temple will give salary for him. He will take that salary and tell somebody to make jewelries for Sharada Devi. Such a great people, such a wonderful love and care existed. And she also, even after Ramakrishna's death, she never felt Ramakrishna died. Always she will carry that Ramakrishna's photo and she will take care of him. You can't believe somebody sitting and talking with a photograph. Today means they would have taken her for some psychiatric treatment. Because modern day can't understand that this can exist, this is possible. She was so deeply in love with Ramakrishna, so deeply connected, so deeply felt his presence. Even after Ramakrishna left the body, she lived with Ramakrishna. In Tamil there is a beautiful verse. The woman who worships the husband, who will not worship any other god except husband, when she says rain will shower. Of course, here the word worship means deeply feeling connected. Let me repeat the verse in Tamil. Deivam tozhuval, Deivam tozhal, Kolnan tozhuzhezhuval, peyyana peyyum malai. The person who is deeply connected to the husband, who is not bothered about any other god, when she says rain will shower, when she says yes, the rain will simply shower. Means the whole nature will be under her control. When you are deeply connected, you will feel the other as God. Not only husband, wife also. The both sides. When you feel deeply connected, you will see the other person as God. All the social conditioning, when it is dropped, you understand your life and death is nothing but moving from room to room. You suffer because you are not able to leave the situations which you created. You created, working so hard, you created a beautiful house, got a big car, created a big bank balance. Everything is ready. Now you have started living. Suddenly Yama appears and calls you, "Hi, enough now? Come, it is time for you to come." The only problem is, whatever you created, that is being taken away from you. That is the problem. That is why you are afraid. When you are out of the social conditionings, you are not afraid of death. You know it is just moving from one body, one room to another room. Srotram chakshus sparshananja rasanam granamevacha adhishtaya manaschayam vishayan upasevate. The living entity, thus taking another grass body, obtains a certain type of ear, eye, tongue, nose and sense of touch, which are grouped about the mind. He thus enjoys a particular set of sense objects. One more important secret he reveals here, Krishna reveals. Based on your engraved memories in causal body, based on your engrams in causal body, you will create new senses. Understand? You will create your eyes, ear, tongue, nose and sense of touch, body, based on the engram which you have in the causal body. If your mind changes, your body also will change. That is why in Samudrika Lakshana, there is a science called Samudrika Lakshana in India. Just by seeing your body structure, they will tell everything about your mind. Because they know the secrets. How your mind changes the body. How your mind can change your whole body. Here Krishna says, living entity creates your Srotram, Chakshu, Sparshanam, Rasanam, Granamevacha. All the five senses are created by your mind. Please understand, not only every time you take birth, every day when you wake up from bed, your senses are recreated. If you can change your thoughts, I can assure within 6 months your face will change. Many people come and tell me, Swamiji, after I started meditating, in 2 months my face has changed. My whole body has changed. It has got a different grace now. Please understand, when you change your mind, really your body changes. You will have different grace in your being. Beauty comes by makeup, grace comes by meditation. Beauty comes by medication. Grace comes by meditation. Beauty is different and grace is different. Grace is something which makes the other person pleasant, which makes him feel at home. Beauty is something like which tempts him, which makes him feel excited. Beauty creates rajas in other person. Grace creates sattva in other person. That's a beautiful example. In Tamil version of Ramayana, they say, when Sita entered the court of Janakaraja, all the kings and rishis, including Vasishta, stood up automatically. When Sita entered, see, Sita is goddess Devi today. We all worship her. But when she lived, she is after all a princess. There is no need for Vasishta to stand up. She is supposed to come and touch the feet of Vasishta, because Vasishta is a great rishi. But just because of her grace, not because of beauty. Beauty will not create respect in other person. Beauty will create only temptation in other person. Grace only can create respect in other person. She is so graceful. She is radiating grace. The moment she walked in, including Vasishta, everybody stood up and respected her. The being, inner being, the mind creates the body. Mind creates the body. I wanted to tell you an important thing. In Zen Buddhism, they say, when you walk, if grass does not die, if you don't create path on the lawn, you are qualified for sannyas. No, really. They live in small cottages, Zen monks. In front of whose cottage there is no pathway. In front of whose cottage the pathway is not created. He is considered to be spiritually evolved soul. They say, your feet should be, your walking should be so graceful, grass should not die. You should not kill the plants. I thought, how can it be possible? Just by the very weight, the grass will die. I was thinking, analyzing, till I went to one forest in Tamil Nadu. I went to a forest where they take you on the elephant safari. They will make you sit on the elephant and take you around. I went for that safari. They took me around, they made me sit on that elephant, and then the man who takes care of the elephant, Mahut, we call him Mahut. What do you say in English? All right, understand the word, same word, Mahut, that's all. This Mahut guy is walking. He is taking us for safari. We went round and suddenly it became dark. Of course, it became evening and dark. I asked him, now how will you go back? And this guy is neither having torch, nothing, or any flashlight. How will you go back? He said, no Swamiji, I know the route because every day I walk, my path will be there. I have created a path by walking every day. I know how to go back. And I asked him, elephant doesn't create path. He said, no. Understand, elephant also walks with him. Both of them walk in the same path. Man creates path, elephant is not creating path. When elephant walks, grass is not dying. Plants are not dying. Then usually all the intellectual mind, next step it will go, no, elephant has got 4 legs. So the weight is distributed. Man has got only 2 feet. Too much of weight is concentrated. Then I started calculating. What is the square feet? 4 feet. What is the space which is touching the ground, and the weight of the elephant, and man's space, how much of space is touching the ground, and man's weight. After calculating, I understood 4 times more weight, more load is put by elephant on the ground. But elephant is not making the path, man is making. Then, apart from the weight, apart from the pressure, something else is there. That is why Zen monks, they say, when you walk, you radiate your some engrams. You radiate your samskaras. If you carry the negative engrams, because man as such always carries violence. You can see, even when you walk casually near a garden, just pluck one leaf. You will pluck one leaf. And you will be slowly making it bit by bit, piece by piece. When you are standing, somebody walks, you should just pinch you and go. How you will feel? If he just cuts one finger and takes away and goes, how you will feel? You are doing the same thing. You are doing the same thing, but we are so insensitive. We are so insensitive, we don't understand what we are doing. And not only that, continuously carrying negative engram, weight. If you are feeling heavy near your stomach, always be very clear, you are carrying negativity in you. This is the area, navel. The Manipuraka chakra is the area. If you continuously feel heavy in that area, be very clear, you are carrying negativity. And that is nowhere related to obesity. There are people who are obese who will feel light within himself, within them. Inside they will feel light. There are people who are lean, but within them they will feel heavy. The feeling of heaviness is nowhere related to your weight. It is related to your inner space, mind. The person who doesn't feel heavy will never create path. Person who feels heavy, who carries negativity, will create path. That is why in Zen, when you walk on the grass, if grass doesn't die, you are qualified for sannyas. You are a spiritually evolved soul. Because you will be so graceful, you will not be against the nature. Human being is the only animal which went against the nature and who went away from the nature. Small story. One guy was 45 years old, middle-aged. He somehow wants to get rid of his wife and wife's cat. His wife was having a cat. And he somehow wants to get rid of wife and the cat. Of course, you can't get rid of wife. At least the cat. First day he took the cat, went 10 miles away, left the cat and came back. By the time he reached the house, he saw the cat is sitting in the house. Cats can smell properly and they will come back. Cat is there in the house. Next day, he went in the other direction, 20 miles. Left the cat and came back. Within 10 minutes he heard some sound, he saw the cat is there. Third day, he went this side, that side, this way, that way. More than 2 hours he drove. Suddenly he saw he is in a forest. He himself has never visited that place. He has never come to that place. Now he thought, I think this is the right place to leave the cat because I myself don't know the way. This cat cannot come back. He just left the cat and started driving back. Suddenly he got the doubt. He called the wife. Honey, the cat is there in the house. She said, why are you asking? Yes, it is there. It's here already. It's already here. Then he says, please find out the way from the cat. I am lost. Please get the way from the cat. I am lost. As per the direction, I am lost. Understand, human being is the only animal who has gone away from the nature, who has lost the way, who is misguided, who has lost the nature. Here Krishna says, you create your body. Not only when you die, when you take birth, not only when you take new birth, every day morning when you get up, every day you design your body. If you get up with the right thought, you will design the body to execute that thought. If you get up with some other thought, negative engrams, negative samskara, you will design the body to experience that samskaras. So, and he says, what type of sense objects you create, what type of senses you create, same type of sense objects you enjoy. Adhishtayam manaschayam vishayan upasevate. If you create the positive senses, you will enjoy the positive life. If you create the negative senses, you will enjoy the negative life. What type of senses you will create, that type of things will attract you. You will feel tasty with that things. 40-year-old man can never fall in tune with a 16-year-old girl. In India, I don't know about other countries. Because his taste is different. His maturity is different. Same way, if your senses are created by a positive samskaras, you can never feel attracted to the lower level desires. You can never feel attracted to the lower level sense objects. Your senses, how they are created, same way only your sense objects also will be there. Please understand, only your mind will help, only your mind can decide what type of problems you will create for you in your life. Because it is your senses which feels attracted to particular sense objects. If you create them with a strong, right, positive engrams, you will feel attracted only to the positive things. If you create them with the negative engrams, you will feel attracted naturally towards the negative things. Utkramandam sthitam vabi bunyananva gunanvitam vimudana nupashyandi pashyandi jnana chakshusha. Nicely. He finishes the whole thing with a beautiful punchline. The fools cannot understand. He nicely fires people. And Krishna must have been a person with a lot of, see, the word muda must have been a slang word in Sanskrit. It must have been slang word in Sanskrit. The foolish cannot understand how a living entity can quit his body, nor can they understand what sort of body he enjoys under the spell of the modes of nature. But once one whose eyes are trained in knowledge can see all this. I always insist. Morning, when you get up from the bed, with what thought you get up, that thought is going to play a major role on the whole day, on your consciousness. Understand? Usually how we get up? The moment you feel you are awake, slowly you feel that you are in the body. First thought will be either the fear that you should go to office or the greed that you should do something. The moment that fear or greed comes, you just jump out of the bed and slowly with closed eyes you ask, hey, what is time? If they say 8:30, just you jump out of the bed. You catch this body with the thought of fear or greed. if you catch this body with a thought of fear and greed, please understand, you will create the senses which will again attract more and more fears and more greed. Please never get up from the bed with fear or greed. Have alarm. The moment alarm rings, it will be just 2-3 days practice. After that, it will become an automatic system in you. Just for 2-3 days, the moment you feel that you are awake, remember either your Ishta Devata or God or some spiritual things. If you are attached to some master, remember your Guru. If you are attached to some God, remember that God. Something spiritual. Please don't enter into your body through fear or greed gate. There are so many doors to enter into your body. Don't enter through fear gate or greed gate. Then you will create the body which will attract more and more fear and more greed. Morning, the first thought should be spiritual. Enter through the spiritual gate. Remember, some divine thing, some God or your master, and just say Namaskar. Oh God, you have given me one more life, one more day. Please be very clear. You are waking up just because of His grace. It is not that everybody who has gone to bed is waking up. It is not that everybody who has gone to bed they are waking up. No. Be grateful. You extended one more day. Extended stay. Just like extended stay America, we have to say extended stay planet Earth. Your every day is extended stay planet Earth. Please be very clear. Just be grateful for one day extension. So nice. You gave me one more day extension. Oh Lord, thank you. Let me come out and live in your world happily. One more day. Please be very clear. Don't think waking up is your birthright. No, it's a pure gift. It's a pure gift. It is not your birthright. Even your birth is not your right. What to speak about? Waking up. It's pure gift. Just feel grateful for that great gift and get up. When you wake up with the spiritual thought, whole day you will see, you will have that same consciousness, same kind of inner space. You can see practically. Morning if you get up with an irritative mood, whole day you will carry the same mood. Because that samskaras, that engrams will stay with you till you again fall into the causal body. From causal body you get up and come out. When you reach the physical body, on the way, what samskaras you pick up? It's like a mall, that 3 bodies. Sattva, Rajas, Tamas. The pranic sarira, mental body and etheric body. From causal body you travel up to physical body. That time you see a big mall. Whatever you samskaras you pick up, based on that only you will design your physical body. Every day you recreate. If you want to see the reality, truth behind these words, just 21 days, get up with a spiritual thought. Today go and take photograph of your face. Passport size photograph. 21 days, get up with a spiritual thought. With the remembrance of divine. You will see your eyes will be totally different. Your eyes will be totally different. And one more thing, when I say some word, I take responsibility for that. I know the truth behind this word. That is the reason I am explaining. Please be very clear. I am not giving you some theory. This is the science with which I worked. At least 100,000 people are regularly practicing the meditation techniques which I expressed from my experiences. I tell you from that authority, this is one of the ultimate, I can say, deeper level technique to transform your whole consciousness. Don't pick up tamasic, rajasic engrams. When you come out, if you pick up the greed or fear engrams, you will create the body which will radiate greed and fear, and in turn you will attract the incidents, greed and fear in your life. When you get up, come out of causal body to physical body, pick up sattvic engrams, sattvic samskaras, peaceful, blissful memory. Remember some God, some Guru, something which gives you the spiritual thought. Come out. That is why our masters say, early morning when you get up, do meditate. Meditate a little bit. At least that first few seconds, your whole inner space will be new. So he says, only a person. So now, whether you are a person with jnana chakshu or muda, only you have to decide. Here Krishna says, foolish cannot understand. Person with jnana chakshu can see the truth and understand. Now the whole truth is in front of you. It is up to you to be a muda or to become a person with knowledge eyes or jnana chakshu. It is now up to you. Let us pray to the Parabrahma Krishna, ultimate energy, universal consciousness, cosmic intelligence, to give us all the experience of eternal consciousness and make us beings with jnana chakshu and establish us in eternal bliss, nitya ananda. Thank you. Vasudeva sudam devam gamsachanoramardhanam devagi paramanandam krishnam vande jagadgurum. Bhagavatam Narayanena Swayam Vyasena Kraditam Purana Muninam Madhye Mahabharatam. Brahmanandam Paramashugadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvaditam Gaganasadrisam Tattvamasyadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavaditam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Partaya pratibodhitam Bhagavatam Narayanena Swayam Vyasena Gratitam Purana Muninam Madhye Mahabharatam Advaitam Vrutavarshinim Bhagavatim Ashtadashadhyayinim Ambatva Manusandadami Bhagavad Gita bhavatveshini. Vasudeva sutam devam gamsachanuramardanam devaki paramanandam krishnam vande jagadgurum. I welcome you all with my love and respects. You and me. This is a subject today. Daivasura Sambat Vibhaga Yoga. Krishna goes much further today to explain the deeper level samskaras, engraved memories. In the 14th chapter, he spoke about Gunatraya Vibhaga, the Sattva, Rajas and Tamas, 3 layers of Prana Sharira, Mana Sharira and Sukshma Sarira. The next, yesterday, he spoke extensively about causal body in the Purushottama Yoga, how Urdhvamula Madaschagam Asvattam Brahuravyayam, how the roots of the tree is centered, roots of the tree are in the physical world and the branches are in the causal world. That is why he says, Urdhvamula Madaschagam Asvattam Brahuravyayam Chandamsi Yasya Varnani Yastam Vedasa Vedavit. The roots are, usually the roots of the tree will be in the ground, under the ground, unknown space, and the leaves will be in the known area, known space. But this tree is opposite. The leaves are in the unknown space, the causal layer, the underground area. The roots are in the known space, conscious space, the physical world. And he explains the leaves are the Vedas, means the words which you are using continuously in your being. And he further explained how to remove the engraved memories in the causal layer and how to program the causal layer towards bliss, towards eternal consciousness. Now he goes one layer deeper, the cosmic layer. He speaks about the Daiva Asura Sampat, the qualities of divine and demon. Both, the beauty is both words have got same root. Of course, it is not accidental, because both qualities are rooted in the same energy. Just a simple decision. When you choose the word you became divine. When you choose the word me, you became demon. That's all. Same energy. Ramakrishna says beautifully, no energy can be destroyed. Your love can never be destroyed. It has to be turned. It has to be turned. There is one more beautiful example of Ramakrishna. He says, as long as the calf says aham, aham, the calf, as long as it says hum, hum, it has to work, suffer, and it will be beaten, all torture. Once it is killed and out of that skin they will make a music instruments. When you beat that, it will start saying tumi, tumi, tum, tum. As long as it says aham, aham, it will have suffering. When it starts saying tum, tum, it will start singing the glory of divine. It will be used for divine purposes. Beautiful simile, beautiful example. Of course, I am not able to exactly translate. In colloquial Bengali, he explains. As long as you have that idea, aham, aham, ami, ami, me, me, continuously, you will be demon for yourself and for others. The moment the cognitive shift happens in you, you will be a blessing for yourself and for others. Here, in the causal layer, you have all the engraved memories. All the engraved memories are stored. But in the deeper level, in the cosmic layer only, you decide. You decide, you are me. Let me explain it a small diagram where we take that decision. How usually our mind receives the data and processes, and how the cognitive shift can happen in our being. By now I think all of you know the drawing. Just for the sake of newcomers, I'll give a simple explanation. You receive information through eyes. For example, this scene. The file goes to Chakshu. In the Chakshu, the whole file is converted into digital file. Whatever scene you are seeing, that is converted into a biosignal file so that the file can be processed. The file goes to Chitta, where the excluding process of neti, this is not happens. Where you understand, this is not a tree, this is not a plant, this is not an animal. Then the file goes to mind. Mind starts identifying. This is it, this is it. This is a man. He is standing with a saffron robe. He is taking class. The idea comes. Then the file goes to Buddhi. Buddhi compares with your past experiences. Your past experiences with the person. For example, with me, if your past experiences are good, if you are happy, or your whatever you heard, if you feel positive, then the file, the Buddhi writes, yes. If you feel it is waste of time, or if you don't feel in tune with my ideas or the time which you spent, if it was not pleasant, then the Buddhi writes no. The file goes to ego. Then ego decides what is there for me, what way I am related, what gain I am going to get. If some way I am going to have the gain, ego says, yes, let us sit here and listen. And if there is no gain for me, if I am not going to be enriched, then ego naturally says no. Then according to the ego's instruction, you decide. Your body moves or sits. This is the way the process happens. This is the spot where you choose what is there for me. Your vested interests come. Please understand, sometime the whole process will say, yes, I will have to sit. But this one spot will say, my vested interest is getting affected. Then you will never be able to sit. This whole thing may accept what you are doing. But if this one thing is not ready, the whole decision will be changed. And same way, if whole thing says no, if this one thing says yes, you will decide yes. Sometimes when we do something which is not moral according to the social standard or according to your understanding, according to whatever data you collected in your life, the data collected stays here, the samskaras or engrams. You have so many data, so many informations. The data is available here. According to your data and the whole process, the final report comes no. But suddenly your ego feels, I get strengthened by doing this activity. Let me do it. So you simply decide to do that. You simply decide to do that. This is the place where you decide you are me. That's the only small difference. When you take the decision of you always radiate the divine qualities. When you take the decision of me, you always radiate the demonic qualities. Whatever strengthens your ego, please understand, even, let me be very clear, most of us sit here because it strengthens the ego. It strengthens the ego. Now you know much more than other person. You can go on, tell him, what do you know? Many times we sit and listen just for ego satisfaction. So if you sit and listen, even if it is Gita, if you sit and listen for ego satisfaction, be very clear, it is going to be only trouble for your being, no way it will be help. In the cosmic layer, this is the area you decide. If you decide with the attitude of you, the whole thing will become divine. If you decide with the attitude of me, the whole thing will become demon. And what you collected, see the engrams here, as such they are neither negative nor positive. The mind which is working here, as such it is neither negative nor positive. The chitta which is doing the process here, as such it is neither negative nor positive. So none of them are neither negative nor positive. Please be very clear, including the gunas. Even the tamas, by their quality they are neither negative nor positive. There are so many enlightened masters. You cannot make any difference between them and laziness. You cannot make any difference. Raman Maharshi, throughout his life, he was sitting in one place, one city. He never moved out. But you can't say he was in tamas, because he never took any decision out of me. The whole process was happening, you as a center, not me. As such, whether the chitta or mind or samskara, you cannot tell they are bad or good. In the superficial layers, they are neither bad nor good. But the decision which you make in the cosmic layer, in the deeper layer, that only makes them as good or bad. Please understand, passion and compassion are one and the same. Passion and compassion are one and the same. When you decide based on me, it is passion. When you decide based on you, it is compassion. We need to understand an important thing. Whenever it is passion, it will be strong in our being. But when it becomes compassion, it will not have that much of intensity. Means, be very clear, your compassion is also just a pseudo expression. Maybe for name and fame's sake, not for anything else. If you don't have that intense compassion, the way in which you experience passion, with the same intensity, if you don't experience compassion, be very clear, all your activities are purely out of ego. Including this Gita Jnana can become ego when the decisions are taken out of I and me. If the decisions happen out of you, not this Gita Jnanenga, even ordinary activity which you do in your life can become divine. See, we don't have to work on the doing, we need to work on the being. Doing can never lead you to anything. As long as you believe doing can lead you to ultimate, you are called karmagan, the person with karma. It is called Puramimamsa. Only when you understand the being can lead you to the ultimate, you are called Uttaramimamsi. In Vedas, there are two major portions. People who believe in doing, people who believe in being. People who believe in transforming the being, they are called Vedantis. People who believe the transformation ultimate can be achieved by doing, they are called Karmagandis. They continuously believe in doing. Of course, ultimate can be achieved only by working on the being, not on the doing. If you try to work on the doing, either you will suppress or express. Either you will suppress or express. Continuously you will be fighting with yourself. Nothing else will be achieved. A man who can transform his being, only he can achieve the ultimate. Whether demon or divine, it is decided only on that one point. When you receive the data, process it and deliver the result or command, how the command is delivered, what is the center from which the command comes out. The command comes out thinking this one statement, what is there for me? What is there for me? What is there for me? Whatever you may do, including meditation, it will be only ego satisfying. Many people come and ask me, Swamiji, at some point I felt such a deep ecstasy in meditation, such beautiful bliss in meditation, but suddenly within 2 hours it disappeared. It never came back. Why, Swamiji? How to have it back? Please understand, the bliss itself is choicelessness. When you are absent, you experience bliss. The moment you want it back, the moment you choose bliss, already you have chosen. The moment you choose, you will always choose suffering. All choices are suffering. And bliss is choicelessness. The moment you want to grab it, the moment you want to have it, when you are blissful, you allowed the bliss to possess you. The moment you want to possess the bliss, you will make it as suffering. When you want to possess, you wanted that to strengthen your ego. The decision is from you. Decision is from me. The attitude, me. The attitude, me decides. The moment the attitude, I and mine, me, that when that decides to destroy the bliss, you can no more be divine. When you are in blissful, you just set a capital letter no to me, the me idea. Just you are relaxed in the you idea. The moment you wanted to possess the bliss, you said yes to your me idea. Please understand, I have to use this me and you word properly. You need to understand that me and you word properly. When I use the word me, I mean ego. When I use the word you, I mean the whole existence. When you are not there, whatever is there is existence. When you are not there, whatever is there is divine. You make demon by bringing the idea me in you. The moment you bring the idea me, whatever is demon. The moment the me idea is removed, whatever is divine. With me idea, whatever you do, whether it is meditation or rituals or whatever, receiving the knowledge, learning, everything will only strengthen the ego. Anything done with idea of me to improve the me naturally will lead to more and more ignorance and dukkha. Anything done with the idea of you, anything will naturally become divine and will lead to bliss. Pravritti, nivritti. Nivritti is centered on the idea of you. Pravritti is centered on the idea of me. Whatever you do out of me, it will lead to pravritti. Whatever you do with the idea of you, it will lead to nivritti. As long as you feel this is your boundary, here your boundary ends and here the universe starts, you will be continuously fighting with existence. You will be continuously fighting with nature. You will be continuously fighting with the whole. Please be very clear. Part can never succeed when you fight with the whole. When it fights with the whole. Continuously, whatever you think, speak and do based on the one idea, me, it will lead to more and more complications, more and more dukkha. Here, Krishna starts explaining beautifully the nature of demonic nature and divine nature. Sri Bhagavan Uvacha. Again, throughout this chapter, only Bhagavan speaks. In the first chapter, only Arjuna is speaking. Bhagavan is silent. Means, completely is expressing his ego. Almost the chaos is happening. He is mad, confused. He is just vomiting, quoting all the morality, whatever he learnt, quoting everything, he is speaking. Slowly, he comes down to the next level. He is allowing the Bhagavan to speak and the conversation is happening. First, he is expressing him, not letting Bhagavan speak. Then he comes down to the level of conversation. Bhagavan also speaks, he is also speaking. Then he comes to the level of little more listening. Now, practically he is silent. In the 15th chapter and 16th, both the chapters, he is silent. He is not uttering a single word. That's what I told. No questions, only doubts. All the questions have disappeared. Now only small doubts. Means he is asking for more tips, more clarification, more understanding. Bhagavan Uvacha Abhayam Sattva Samsuddhir Jnana Yoga Vyavastitihi Dhanam Tamascha Yajnasya Swadhyayastava Arjavam Ahimsa Satyam Akrodas Tyagas Santirabaysunam Taya Bhudeshvaloluptam Mardavam Hrira Chapalam Tejatshama Drudissaucham Adroho Nadimanitaha Bhavanti Sambadam Daivim Abhijadasya Bharata. Let me give you the translation. Bhagavan says, fearlessness, purification of the being, cultivation of spiritual knowledge, charity, and centered on the being, performance of sacrifice and accumulating knowledge, austerity, simplicity, non-violence, truthfulness, freedom from anger, renunciation, tranquility, aversion to fault finding, compassion for all living entities, freedom from covetousness, gentleness, modesty, steady determination, vigor, forgiveness, fortitude, cleanliness, and freedom from envy and from the passion for honor. These transcendental qualities, O son of Bharata, belong to divine men endowed with divine nature. Now, when you listen all these things with the attitude of me, usually what we do? Start practicing all these things. Start practicing all these qualities. Be very clear, if you start practicing all these qualities, one thing is sure, you will become mad. You will become mad. Nothing can be done. Because you will be fighting with yourself. You will be controlling your senses to strengthen your ego. When you try to understand all these things, when you try to understand all these ideas with your attitude of me, I, you will start practicing them to strengthen the idea of me, to strengthen yourself as a better being. Again and again. Masters prove. Masters are not better beings. They are totally transformed beings. Better beings are different. Transformed beings are different. The other day I was telling you that lion and sheep lion story. The story told by Vivekananda. Beautiful story. In that story, the sheep lion, he doesn't want to realize he's lion. He just wanted to be a good, strong sheep. He's asking the lion to give some technique for becoming a strong sheep. Same thing. If you straight away start practicing all these things, you may have little strong ego. Understand, that is why all these so-called tapasvis, people who repress themselves, will have a strong ego. Will have very strong ego. People who do tapas, people who repress themselves, you can see very clearly they will be radiating ego. Because they are doing all these things to strengthen. When you do all these things, naturally you will strengthen your ego. You will strengthen your ego. When you are completely blissful, relaxed, then if austerity happens, if tapas happens in you, you will never expect others also to do tapas. I have seen so many sannyasis, especially in India, continuously they blame the householders. Continuously they blame them. You don't do this, you don't do that, you are not right, you are not pure, you are sinner. The problem is, when you suppress, when you force yourself to do tapas, you are continuously burning inside. So naturally, sometimes you yourself get the doubt whether you are in the right path or what you are doing. Is it right? You get the doubt. Then naturally what we think, we have to do something. The doubt is coming up. Let us make others guilty. When you make others guilty that they are not doing right thing, you feel now, yes, what you are doing is right. When you make others feel guilty that they are not right, you feel you are right. When you see, when you suppress, when tapas is done by force, you naturally expect others also to do that. If they don't do, you create guilt in them, and by creating guilt in them, you wanted them to come to you and confess. When that happens, you feel more and more strong. Tapas is supposed to happen out of joy and bliss. Just as a natural thing, anything done by force is not going to help you. It will neither help you nor it will help the society. I have seen So many people doing tapas like Ravana. Ravana did tapas, but all his powers, it never helped him or others. He has become demon for himself and for others. He was killing others. Finally, he has destroyed himself. Because the tapas is from the attitude of me. What is there for me? To strengthen the I and mind. The whole thing happened to strengthen the I and mind. Please understand, whatever you do, whether it is studying the spiritual scriptures, or the charity, or social service, or the spiritual things, or puja, or meditation, whatever you do, to strengthen the I and me will always lead to suffering. It will lead to suffering. The instinct to survive and instinct to possess is what I call me. Me means instinct to survive. Instinct to possess. Instinct to survive is I. Instinct to possess is mine. Person who understands both are illusions. You cannot have the instinct to survive. Whatever you may have, you cannot survive. Please be very clear. The instinct to survive is pure illusion. At the most, you can survive as you think yourself 70, 80 years. 70, 80 years you can be alive as you think you are. How you visualize yourself. In that form, in that way, you can be alive maximum 70 to 80 years. But the instinct to survive tries to extend it, tries to make the life as eternal. Naturally, you are walking towards suffering. As long as you carry the instinct to survive, please be very clear, again and again and again, you will be hurting yourself. You will be hurting yourself. Just today morning, I was talking to an ashramite. She was complaining to me that she is hurt even by a small words which comes from others. She was telling, I am too sensitive, Swamiji. I said, stop that word. You are not sensitive. A real sensitive person will be porous. He will allow the words to pass through him. Only arrogant people get hurt. If you are hurt, please be very clear, you are arrogant. You are strong like a stone. That is why words come and hit you and you are hurt. If you are sensitive, porous, you will just let the words pass you. You will just let the words pass you. You will never suffer. Suffering is always from arrogance, never from sensitivity. Person who is sensitive will never suffer. Because you will just allow the words to pass you. You will not stop them. You suffer by a word when you stop them, when you resist them, when you make meaning out of them. When you don't make meaning out of words, you never suffer. Words can never create suffering when you don't make meanings out of it. It's like just playing with words. We always choose nice words to support our ego. We don't want to say, I am hurt because I am arrogant. We always use a polished word. I am hurt because I am sensitive. Please don't cheat yourself with words. Let you be straight. Let the straight words be used. Especially in America, I see lot of polished words. Lot of polished words. People easily cheat themselves with the words. People easily cheat themselves with words. Please don't cheat yourself with polished words. Let things be straight. Let everything be clear. Never ever use the polished words. You can use the polished words to cheat others, but don't use it on yourself. Don't use it on yourself. A small story. One contractor wanted to donate a car, gift a car, a sports car to an official. Official said, no, I am an honest person. I cannot think of accepting this gift. I am not that type. Contractor says, in that case, if I can sell this car to you for $10, how it will be? He says, in that case, I will have 2 cars. Be very clear. Just playing with words. Playing with words. Don't cheat yourself with words. Let us be clear. What is, let us use the same word. Ramakrishna says, Man mukh ek karo. Let your words and mind be straightened. Let your words and mind be straightened. Whatever is, let it be straightened with words. At least you will know you have problem. When you start using very colorful, polished words, by and by you forget you have some problem. You forget you have some problem. When you just play with the words, you yourself forget you have problem. Understand? When you know, you don't know, at least you know you don't know. When you don't know that you don't know, you don't even know you don't know. Be very clear. At least let you know you have a problem. Let you know that there is something wrong. Let us use the straight words. Shortest distance between 2 points is always a straight line. To achieve anything, shortest way is straightforwardness. Shortest distance between 2 points is always a straight line. Same way, if you want to achieve anything, the shortest way is straightforwardness. Nothing else can work. Here, Krishna gives all the qualities, one by one. Of course, we can't even explain all the qualities. He goes on, fearlessness, the first thing. As long as you carry the instinct to survive, you will have fear. You will have fear. Fear can never be taken away from your being as long as you wanted to survive. Surrendering to the existence, surrendering to the death is the one and only way to achieve fearlessness. There is a beautiful Upanishad, Kathopanishad. If you find time, you all should read that Kathopanishad instead of watching the Jerry Springer show. That's what the most popular show in America. When it comes to some Shastras, we all tell no time, this is not there, that is not there. But somehow we find time for everything. Instead of watching all those shows, you can better read this Kathopanishad. Understand, this is a beautiful Upanishad. Nobody, see, we can't compare any other system with Vedanta or Vedic rishis. They have gone so deep into the science of death. West has dedicated its whole energy for life. And the East has dedicated its whole energy to understand death. That is why rishis, they live even when they die. They live when they die also. Even after death they live. They exist. They discovered the art of living even after death. But people who are caught in the material world, they die every moment even when they live, when they are alive. The Upanishad is the science of death. Beautiful story. Young boy goes to the Yama's abode, Lord of Death, Death's abode, and The story is beautiful. Yama receives him. Of course, 3 days he was not there. His servants tried to receive him. But Nachiketa is the hero. He says, no, I will wait till Yama comes. When Yama comes, he comes and receives him. He welcomes him. Understand? Nobody goes to Yama's abode. Only he comes to our abode. Always he comes. When you try to escape from him, he is death. He will take away all your eye and mind. All your possessions will be taken away from you. You cannot sign your check anymore. You cannot use your car anymore. You cannot have your relations anymore. Whatever you think as yours or you, everything will be taken away from you. Yours, all the wealth, relationships, your bank balance, everything. And you, what you think as you is that body. Even that will be taken away. Everything will be taken away when death comes to you. But when you go to him, see the story. Story says, Yamadharma receives Nachiketa with love and care. First thing, he becomes your host, loving host. Next, he says, please have 3 boons. I'll bless you with 3 boons. Let me give you 3 boons. And Nachiketa first asks for relationship. He says, when I go back to my family, my father should accept me, love me and take me into his family. Yama blesses him with the relationships. Next, Yama gives him all the wealth and shows the path to create wealth. Nachiketa, all the pleasure and comforts. He teaches him the method to create wealth and pleasure, all the comforts. He is behaving like a god. First, he is behaving like a loving host. Then, he is behaving like a god. Next, ultimately, he gives the Atmajnana. He is behaving like a master, enlightened master, and he gives Atmajnana. Because Nachiketa asks for the secret of death. Then he blesses him with the enlightenment. Look at the life, the paradox of the life. When we run away from death, even then you can't run away. He will chase you wherever you are. He will chase you. He will chase you. He will take away all your wealth, take away all your relationships, take away whatever you think as you and yours. Here, the whole scene is different. When you surrender to him, when you go towards him, first thing is a loving host. He is not terrible as you think. Always we portray Yama with a big mustache, sitting on the buffalo, black, with a big rope in his hand, that pasa rope, and with an arrogant smile or a arrogant face, egoistic. But here, the whole scene is different. He is saying, Swahatam, please come. He is welcoming. You are the form of Agni. See the Vedic culture, Aditi Devo Bhava. In Vedic culture, we respect Aditi, guest is God. Aditi means man who comes without informing in which Tidhi he will come. Tidhi. He will come without informing in which Tidhi he will come. That is why he is called Aditi. Not the person who sends you email, then phone call, then fax, then he will appear. You go and receive him in the airport. No. He is not Aditi. He is your relative. You have to take care of him so that he will take care of you. That's all. It's a pure business. Please understand, all our things are pure business relationship. Aditi means a person who straight away comes to your life. The big problem is, in this country, the Aditi concept is lost. People can't believe, still in Indian villages, all houses' doors will be kept open in daytime. At least in the village I am born and brought up. Whole day the doors will be kept, the doors of the house will be open. And I have seen, I will go to any house in that street and eat. And any kid will come to the house and eat directly. And the very idea Aditi is disappeared. People always tell me, Swamiji, India is poor country. I tell them, no. You don't know the value of that culture. For example, if you have to be received, taken care, and you have to stay for 3-4 days for your business purposes, how much you will spend? But in India, you have some friend, just one phone call. The whole thing is done, of course. Now there also, because of the cultural invasion, it is coming down. At least in villages, still it is alive. Where the Vedic culture is alive, still it is alive. Aditi Devo Bhava, we respect the guest as God. Guest is God. He says, you are Aditi. You have come to my house in the form of the Vaishvana Agni, means the Agni which we worship. The Brahmana is considered to be the embodiment of the Agni, the divine Agni. You have come to my house as the embodiment of divine. You are here. Let me respect you. Please forgive me. Apologize. Please forgive me. 3 days I was not here to receive you. Usually we postpone Yama. Usually we escape from him. When you go in search, he will not be there. That is the whole story. Usually he chases you. You run away from him, but he will be there behind you. But if you turn and go towards him, you will suddenly find he is not there. 3 days, Nachiketa says, Yama is not there. Understand? The story is significant. It has got a tremendous truth in it. Nachiketa goes there and he finds Yama is not there. It means when you turn towards death, you will not find death as you imagined. Whatever imagination you have about death will not be there when you surrender to death. Now, because of your fear, you escape. Because you escape, he chases you. Both are like a vicious circle. If you understand, the moment you surrender, he will not be there as you imagine him, as you expect him. Naturally, that will add courage. And that courage will make you face him more clearly. When you face him more clearly, more courage. When you go in that cycle, it is called virtuous circle. This is vicious circle. We are caught in the vicious circle. Let us turn the whole thing to virtuous circle. If you understand this one Kathopanishad story, the whole idea about death will be transformed. When you go, he is not there. First thing. Next thing, he appears, but not as you imagine him. Not that arrogance, not that person who will take away everything from you, not with pasa, not on the buffalo, nothing. A humble host. Please come. Please come. Welcoming host. Receiving you with all love and care. Next step, he is God. He blesses you. Ultimately, he gives you the Atmajnana, knowledge, enlightenment. We may think, how to go towards death, Swamiji? Shall we commit suicide? Please understand, suicide is not going towards death. Please be very clear. Never think people who commit suicide are fearless. They are most coward people. They commit suicide because they are not able to live this life. They are not facing death. They are escaping from life. Suicide is not facing death. It is just escaping from life. Escaping from life is different. Facing death is different. They just escape from life. Escaping from life doesn't mean they are facing death. Suicide is not the thing. Suicide is not the way. Face the fear. When the fear is created in you, when the fear happens, just go through. Don't allow the fear to frighten you. People come and tell me, Swamiji, I am afraid of my fears. Fear is enough trouble. Why are you afraid of fears? Don't allow the fear to frighten you. Sit in the room. Be yourself. Just sit with yourself. Let the fears come up. How long you will postpone the fears? How long you will control them? How long you will escape from them? Allow them to come up. Your whole being may shake. Tears may roll. You may have the deep depression. Let everything happen. Whether you allow this fear to happen or not, the incidents are going to happen. I can say our fears can be classified as a major 5 category. 1, fear of losing your wealth, comfort. Next, fear of losing some part of your body in accident or disease. Third, fear of losing your near and dear ones. Fourth, fear of losing your mental well-being. Fifth, fear of unknown, fear of death, fear of ghosts, fear of God, everything. Fear of unknown, fear of hell or heaven, everything. These are the 5 major fears we face in our life. All your fears can be brought under these major 5 categories. Major 5 categories. Allow them to come up. Sit with yourself. Give half an hour for your fears. Tell them, today I am going to face you all. Today, let me see what happens. Let your mind speak everything. Let everything come out. You may have the depression. Tears may roll. Whole body may shake. Let it come out. What can be done? You can't do anything. If you can, you would have done it. If you can, long before you would have done it. Very clearly, your very existence proves you are not able to do anything. That is why you are just keeping quiet. So now what can be done? Nothing can be done. Allow the fear to happen. Let everything happen. Let the fear come into your being. Allow the fear to come up to your conscious layer without suppressing. Yes, I have the fear. There is a possibility for all these things to happen. There is a possibility it can happen. There is a possibility my wealth can be stolen. There is a possibility my near and dear one they may die. There is a possibility of me facing the accident. There is a possibility of me dying. There are all these possibilities. Yes, what can be done? This is life. This is what I call facing the reality as it is. Only kids need fantasies and imaginations to face the reality. But you need to understand the truth as it is. You can't escape from reality. You can't escape from the truth. The more you try to escape, the more they will haunt you. They will be behind you. They will be chasing you. So allow. Let the fears come out. Suddenly you will see, when all the fears leave you, you will see you become more responsible. You became more intense. In our meditation programs, in the second level program, we have a meditation called Death Experience. It is based on Ramana Maharishi's experience. People always feel frightened to enter into the meditation. But the moment they come out, they always tell me, Swamiji, now I feel really my responsibility. I was postponing so many things without doing. Now I decided the first thing after going from here, I'll do all those things. Naturally, they become intense. They understand the values of relationships. Again and again, people report to me, after that meditation, I really start respecting my spouse, Swamiji. I don't take her for granted anymore. When you think the possibility of death, immediately you will never take life for granted. You will not take a spouse for granted. You start living. Same day, when there is a possibility of wealth being taken away from you, you will not take your wealth for granted. You will start living it. You will start living them intensely. You will not take things for granted. When the possibility of death, when the possibility of being taken away from you, when it enters your being, you start realizing your responsibility. Granted, a small story, how we take things for granted. There was a king. After 45 years, he felt completely bored. Because whatever he wants, he is having. Whether it's comforts, luxury, or women, whatever enjoyments, he's got everything. Now what to do? All the excitement is lost. Feels bored. Let me tell you, all kings live in hell. When I say all, I mean capital A-L-L. If you want to live like a king, go to hell. Straight away you will become king. All kings, because you will have everything. Tremendous boredom will happen. If you don't have something, you will have the excitement, you will work for that. There is a need for continuity. There is a need to live. You will have some goal. There is need for continuity. When you have everything, what for you should live? Nothing. Never imagine when you have everything you will be happy. Be very clear. Never imagine you will be happy when you have everything. You will be in hell straight away when you have everything. This king, he entered into the hell because he got everything. And he is totally depressed, bored. He doesn't even want to come out of the room. Whole day is lying. These ministers, they tried all their best. Whatever they can do, they tried to bring him out, to make him again alive, to give him a little excitement. They brought best comforts and luxuries from all over the country. They brought the best things from all over the country. And they brought all possible pleasures. But nothing worked. He said no. Finally, they decided to do one thing. King, there is an enlightened master in the forest. He may be able to help you. Why don't you come and see him at least once? He will bring you out of depression. Because many people have been helped by him. King said, I am not interested in coming anywhere. Enough. He says, no, please try once. King said, all right. Anyhow, you are all telling so much about him. Let me try. He comes, but with all the doubts, with all the questions, and he is not ready to trust that person. First of all, he is suspecting whether he is enlightened or not, who knows. And he goes to the master and he just asks straight away, see, I just wanted to know can you help me to come out of depression? That is the way these guys will question. Because they have come just to check out. They have not come to learn. They have just come to verify. I have seen so many people coming and asking me, can you show some path to achieve God? I tell them, please, I will try. Why don't you be seated? Why don't you have your seat? I will try. And they will come as if they have come to check me. And it's really fun. One young guy, well read in all these, the modern day books, Ramakrishna's life, Vivekananda, all these modern day saints' lives. This guy came and asked me, Swamiji, have you seen God? I just smiled at him. And I asked him, did you read Vivekananda's biography? He said, yes, I read Vivekananda's biography. I know how Vivekananda asked Ramakrishna, same way I am asking you. First thing, I cut out of his shirt so that he should not run away. I cut out of his shirt. You see, when Ramakrishna told, I have seen, Vivekananda simply followed Ramakrishna. Gave his whole life to Ramakrishna. Dedicated his whole life to Ramakrishna. Now I am not only saying I have seen, I will show you, come. Fellow ran away. Fellow just escaped. He is not ready to take the responsibility, but he just want to check out. He just ran away. I told him, I am not only saying I have seen, I will show you, come. Come and be with me, come. Simply ran away. The guys just want to check out. The king wants to check out. He goes there and asks casually, can you tell me something to get rid of this depression? Master straight away says, if you can bring all your wealth put it in one gunny bag, bring it and bring it here, then I will teach you. Immediately the king decided, this fellow has nothing to do with enlightenment. He is a cheat, bogus fellow. And he is asking for all my wealth. He said, he did not even give a reply, he went away. But that night, he started slowly thinking, why should he ask for wealth, all my wealth? And there is some grace beyond my doubt. There is something about him is working on me. And one more thing, I tell you one thing. People ask me, Swamiji, how to find out whether somebody is enlightened or not? You can never find out by intellect. Never try to find out. Always try your best to suspect. If he is really enlightened, beyond your doubt, his form, his being will be there in you. You will not be able to forget him. Never remember. People always ask me, Swamiji, should I remember you? No. Try your best to forget. Try your best to doubt. If at all I had divine experience, that will work beyond your intellect. If I am going to help you, if you will be helped by me, beyond your intellect, you will simply fall. Let me be very clear. Simply you will fall. Through intellect, you can never analyze and understand. With intellect, try your best to say no. That's the best thing. If you try your best to say no, you will never be cheated. That's the best thing, right thing to be done. And if the person is really enlightened, he will be able to penetrate you beyond your intellect. He will be there just in your being. He will be there in your mind in daytime. He will be there in your dreams in the night time. He will be there, he will be haunting you. You cannot escape from him. So this master has started haunting this king. The guy is lying on the bed, rolling this side and that side. Why did he ask? Shall I try? After all, what can he do? Even if he takes away, I can easily catch him. It's after all my kingdom. He started doing all the calculation. And anyhow, I am not happy with all this wealth. Even if he takes away what is there, anyhow it is not useful for me. At least let him have. So he decided to risk. He decided to take the risk. Next day, he converted his whole wealth into diamonds and put in the gunny bag. He brought the gunny bag. With the gunny bag, he came to the master. He was standing in front of master. Without saying a single word, suddenly the master snatched the gunny bag and started running. Started running. King understood. This fellow is a cheat. No doubt. Now we know for sure he is cheat. Now we cannot afford this. He started chasing the master. You cannot chase a person who lives in the forest because he knows all the secrets. That is why these professional people can never catch bandits. See, the professional police people, not only in one country, all over the world. Professional police, they can never catch bandits because they know the secrets of land. They know the secrets of the landscape. This guy runs. Because this master, he lives in the forest. He knows the complete forest. He runs this way, that way. King is new. Fellow is trying his best. He runs. And master is doing a nice drama. It went on and on and on. The king started thinking, why did I take this risk? And what nonsense I did. And he's blaming himself and suffering. What will happen now when I go back to the country? There is nothing. I will be like a beggar. I will have to beg and eat. And he started already visualizing his poverty scenes. And he started suffering the poverty. Already the poverty has entered in his mind. When he is rich also, he was suffering. When he was rich, he was suffering. Now he is suffering by poverty. That is a paradox. Money, when it is there, it will give you suffering. When it is not there, again, it will give you suffering. And this guy has started suffering. Already he started visualizing about poverty and suffering. Somehow, when it was evening, the king was about to give up. I think now I cannot do anything. This fellow knows everything about forest. Now I have to go back. At that moment, suddenly the master stops running. The moment the king saw he stopped running, he jumped and caught hold of him. Caught hold of him and caught hold of that bag first. Then master laughed. He started laughing. King, he was not able to understand what is going on. Master says, fool, now take this and enjoy. Now take this wealth and enjoy. Suddenly king felt he has become rich guy. His own wealth. One day ago it was his wealth. Just because he missed the wealth for one day, suddenly he felt he has become rich. Suddenly he felt he has become rich. Master said, fool, you are depressed because you took it for granted. Now the same wealth, you lost it for one day. Again it has come back. You will be able to enjoy. Go and enjoy. King has come out of depression just because of one day missing the wealth. In our life also, when you allow the insecurity consciousness to happen to you, please understand I am using the word consciousness. Feeling of insecurity is conscious thing. It is truth. If you allow the insecurity to happen to you, you will never take your life for granted. You will start really enjoying life intensely. Just miss what you have for 12 hours. One day. You will never take your life for granted. You will never take your life for granted. Live one day without eyes. As of now, you are taking your eyes for granted. Try to live one day, 12 hours without eyes. Decide without opening eyes I will live. Then you will never take your eyes for granted. Same way, you will never take your life for granted if you know it will be taken away. You forget it will be taken away. You suppress the fear. You suppress the insecurity idea in you. That is why you never enjoy the life. You take life for granted. The moment you experience insecurity, the moment you understand it is insecurity, life will be taken away from you any moment. You will start living intensely. You will never take life for granted. Please be very clear. If you are depressed, bored, just lose everything for 12 hours. Just lose everything for 12 hours. You will suddenly understand the truth and you will never take life for granted. The king, he felt bored because he took life for granted. When you face the death, when you face insecurity, immediately you understand how you took life for granted and you will start living intensely. That is what this story means. Yamadharma gave relationships to Nachiketa, wealth to Nachiketa, finally enlightenment to Nachiketa. Means the very understanding. I have seen many people, when they come out of the death meditation, they tell me, Swamiji, now I understand the value of relationship. Means they are blessed with relationship by Yamadharma. They say, now I understand and I know the value of my wealth. It means Yamadharma has blessed them with wealth. Now they will start living. They say, now I know that the life is the big blessing, ultimate blessing. And naturally, the blessing is showered on them by Yamadharma. And they understand, when they do intensely, they understand, body may die, there is something which is beyond body and mind, which exists in them. That's what I call Atmajnana. You will have all the blessings of relationships, wealth and enlightenment when you face the fear, when you face Yamadharma. Here, when Krishna says fearlessness, he means face it. Only then fearlessness can happen. Only when you face the instinct to survive and instinct to possess, you will enter into the zone of fearlessness. Till then it can never happen. If you can face the instinct of survival or instinct of possessiveness only by taking the decisions based on the concept of you, not on the concept of me. As long as you work, act, speak, think centered on me, you will be Daman. You will be working for the survival of instinct, the instinct of survival and instinct of possessiveness. When you start working based on the concept of you radiate a new energy. Just try for 1 week to live for others. Just try a simple experiment. I am not telling you to give away all your properties. No. I am not telling you to give away all your properties. I am not telling you to give away anything. Usually, always you think, what is there for me in this? What is there for me in this? If your wife calls you for a movie, you will say, no, I want to go to beach. You always stand with your preference. 1 week, just 1 week in your office, in your house, in your wherever you go, try to work, try to decide with the attitude of you instead of me. Just a simple things. Very simple things, very simple decisions. I am not asking you to give away your properties. Just day-to-day life, simple decisions. Immediately mind will tell, no. If I start thinking based on you, people may take me for granted. People may exploit me. People may cheat me. All right. Now nobody is cheating you. You are living centered on the idea of me. You are protecting yourself. Are you happy? Come out. Are you happy? No. Then why not try the other side? Just a simple experiment. Just a simple experiment. We lived throughout our life with this Asuri Sampat, what Krishna calls as demonic nature. Me. Now, just for 1 week, why not try? Always when we come back, first we catch our seat. We put kerchief also. First we catch our seat. And when some prasad is given, first we go and catch our plate. Instead of that, just for 1 week, get the plate and see that the other person receives it. See that next person is comfortable. Early morning when you get up, ask the other person, are you okay? Why don't you use the bathroom, then I will go. Always wait, first I have to go. I have this work, I have that work. Instead of that, just a simple thing. Small things you use today, then I will come. Please you do that, then I will use that. And continuously you are working. Let me do this small one. Just for 1 week, try to put that you in your being. I tell you, from where bliss will come you don't know. Suddenly you will feel your whole being is relaxed. When you don't give attention to me, you will never be at tension. As long as you are giving attention to me, you will be continuously at tension. The moment you put the you in the place of me, a deep inner healing will happen to you. Please understand, what I am saying is not morality. Please don't think I am teaching you how to live happily. No. I am not giving this as a morality. I am giving this as a spiritual practice. Understand? If you are working towards spiritual growth, if you are a professional seeker, I use that word because there is a group of people, especially in the West, they are professional seekers. Any Swami comes, they will be there. Any Swami or any book, any spiritual thing, they will be there always. They will come. I have seen people coming and telling me, Swamiji, for last 30 years I am seeking. Don't feel pride about that. Don't feel pride about that. I have seen with our ashram, with our mission, with our movement, the senior devotees, they go and tell the juniors, do you know, I am with Swamiji for 3 years. These juniors come and tell me, I call that senior, don't spoil my name. You are with me for last 3 years, still you have not become enlightened. Don't go out and say that you are with me for 3 years. That's spoiling my name. That is not spreading my name, that is spoiling my name. You are here for 3 years, still you don't know how to respect a junior devotee, still you don't know how to care for him, then don't say you are here for 3 years, then you will spoil my name. It is repairing my name, not spreading my name. So don't be proud, you are a professional seeker. Please be very clear. If you have that pride, I am a professional seeker, or I know so many, this Swami, I know that Swami, I have done his course, I have done that course, I have done this program, I have done that program. Especially these NRIs, they don't miss any program. So that they can have all the certificates. If you are a professional seeker, if you think you are seeking spirituality, please understand, take this one spiritual practice. Just a single spiritual practice for 7 days. If you think really some way I can help you, take this single statement, forget about everything else. This single statement, instead of deciding based on me, decide based on you. I am not asking you to give away your properties. I am not asking you to renounce anything. Simple decisions. Very simple day-to-day decisions. You will see something happening in your being. The tension or the solid weight which is there in you will simply melt, will simply loosen up, and you will experience inner healing and a tremendous cool breeze, bliss breeze in you. Naturally, when you get a taste or glimpse of this mood, automatically you will start expressing this attitude in your day-to-day life every day, every moment. Be very clear. Always we choose words and we do actions based on me. When you are shouting at somebody, you say, no, I do it for his good, Swamiji. For his sake, Swamiji. When somebody else is angry, you say, see, like a demon, how he is mad at others and he is shouting. When somebody else is angry, he is shouting. When you are angry, no, I do it for his good only, his sake only, Swamiji. I have to take care of him. If I don't teach, who will teach him? And I am doing it for his good only. Please understand, don't play with words. Just be straight. Just be straight for next 1 week. Not even more than that. After that you can become your old self, no problem. First 1 week, just 1 week try. Very simple things. Instead of always deciding for me, decide based on you. And I tell you, the irritation which you carry continuously will simply disappear. The instinct to survive will disappear. An instinct to possess will disappear. You will become an empty being. You will become hollow bamboo. When you become hollow bamboo, you will become flute in the hands of divine. Whatever happens through you will be divine. You will imbibe the divine nature. Krishna goes on. He explains further, step by step, how to imbibe the divine nature into you. How to do the cognitive shift in the very deep level, subtle level. Please understand, working in the level of sattva, rajas, tamas is very difficult. That is like changing all the servants to change the master. You will never be able to do. Just change the master. All the servants will be changed. Here, Krishna is giving you the technique to change the master. Ego, which takes decision. He is giving you the straight technique for the cognitive shift. Now the cognition is happening, keeping the I as center. He just gives you a simple technique to replace the I with the word you, so that the cognitive shift will happen. The same system will be used for divine nature. The same will be used for divine nature. Rama and Ravana, both are energetic. Both have got Brahmastra. Only one thing, one is centered on I, another one is centered on you. That's the only thing which makes one person as divine, the other person as demon. Now, Krishna goes further, deep, and gives you the subtle techniques to experience the consciousness of you, the ultimate consciousness, the consciousness of whole. He gives the techniques to experience the Daivi Samvat, divine nature of your being through this cognitive shift. Bhagavatam Narayana Swayam Vyasena Kraditam Purana Muninam Madhye Mahabharatam. Krishna continues to explain step by step all these great qualities. As I was telling you, please don't try to practice these qualities separately, individually. The more you try to practice these qualities, more you will become schizophrenia, fighting with yourself. And do not try to practice these qualities. Just do something which will make you express these qualities in your life. Automatically you should become blissful. Automatically you should become free from anger. Automatically you should become person who is full of the dharmic qualities. By force, when you do, you always expect, including charity. When you do it out of force or social conditioning, because you are taught doing dharma, if you do because of some reason, be very clear, you will always be having trouble. Never do dana if you feel something is taken away from you. I always tell people, the word dana is wrong. Sharing, that's the right word. Sharing is the right word. Because you have enough, you just share with others. That's all. With word dana, you have always ego. I am higher, you are receiver. I am giving. But with sharing, the idea dana doesn't exist. I have it. I got it. Let us share. Somehow I got it. Let us share. Sharing is the attitude. Sharing is the right attitude. If you do it out of the concept I, even after doing charity, you will verify whether your name appeared in the plaque or not. Is there any spelling mistake or not? Is it right size or not? Is this less small font or big font? We will go around and verify. And be very clear, especially I have seen in India, in one tube light, they would have presented one tube light to a temple. In the tube light it will be written, Ramanathan son Somanathan, in the memory of his father, his mother who passed away, Saundarya Lakshmi, presented to this temple on such and such a date, in black paint they would have written. When you switch the light, you will see only black line on the wall. No light, only the black line. Raman Maharshi says beautifully, when you don't ask, you will be given. I always tell people, when you don't tell, I will tell. There are many people who they do many things for the ashram. When they don't tell, I tell them. I tell the whole world. You see, he did all these things. He did all these things. When they tell, I keep quiet. Whose telling will work? When they tell, I think, all right, they themselves are telling, why should I tell? When they don't say, I tell the world. Please understand, when you don't do out of the idea of I, naturally, you will not feel something is taken away from you. Next thing, above all, you will feel the tremendous fulfillment. Anything should be done with the concept of you. When it is done with the idea of you, whatever you do will become like these beautiful qualities. Daivi Sampat. What Krishna says as Daivi Sampat. Understand? Even Yasoda had that small idea of I. Let me tell you a great story from Bhagavata. A great devotee called Tarangini. She is a devotee of Krishna. The other day, I was sitting with our chief priest, Nasim Bhattar. He was telling me the story. Beautiful story. Of course, to tell you honestly, I never read this story. It is he who told me this story. And beautiful story. Let me tell you that story. It is such a wonderful expression of love. And exactly this I and you concept is expressed there. See, this Yasoda, from day one, within 24 hours of Krishna's birth, he was handed over to Yasoda. Within 24 hours, not even 24 hours, 12 hours. Because night, he took birth. Before the sunrise, he was brought to Yasoda. He was brought this side. Because if the sun comes, then Kamsa will come in search of Krishna. Within 12 hours, he reached Yasoda. Yasoda brought him up practically till he left Vrindavan. But when Yasoda asked him to sing or play the flute, this guy will not play. But this Tarangini, she is actually from a low caste, a suppressed caste. She is a great devotee of Krishna. Because she is from a lower community, she will not come in front of Krishna. She will stand in one corner and just enjoy. Just enjoy the Krishna's presence and his music or whatever he does, naughty things. She will stand in one corner and enjoy. Such a great devotee. Of course, whenever Krishna walks, once Krishna goes away, she will go and touch that feet dust. And one day, Krishna left the flute and went away. He forgot. Of course, he wouldn't have forgotten, he must be playing. That guy, you think he will forget? He will make others forget. And he will never forget anything. And he was playing a drama as if he left the flute and went away. She just sees the flute and she thinks, oh, Krishna has left it. I should take it and keep it in the house and hand it over to him properly. Nobody should take it away. Out of love and care, she takes that flute and keeps it in the house. And this fellow did not forget. Purposely he is playing that drama. Suddenly next day he says, somebody has taken away my flute. He starts searching. Or he is acting as if he is searching. Somehow he came to know that Tarangini is having that flute. She wanted to get that and give it to him. But he himself goes there. So he has to find some reason to go to that area now. Because where the lower community people are living, the higher community people will not go there. If this guy goes without reason, Yasoda will ask, why did you go there? Why did you go to that area? Naturally, she will try to punish him. So he has to have some reason. So now he says, my flute is there, I have to go and pick it up. This guy goes and he sees that the area, it seems that Sukadeva beautifully explains, full of mud, the dirty roads, and a hut in which thousands of suns are shining. It means what? 1,000 hole. 1,000 hole. 1,000 holes are there in the hut. And this Krishna enters the house and asks, give me my flute. And she's just totally shaken when she saw Krishna in her house. And she's not able to speak, she's not able to do anything. She's just overwhelmed. She runs and brings the flute and gives the flute to him. And this guy starts the next drama. Shall I play? Shall I play the flute? And naturally, who will say no? Who will say no? She says that even rishis, even the gods come down to listen to your music, and you are asking me permission. How can I say no? Play. And he sits there itself in the steps and starts playing. He is just playing. She is sitting there in one corner, completely filled with ecstasy. Suddenly, Yasoda appears there. Yasoda, you see, understand, Yasoda is shouting, what? How many times I ask you to play? I take care of you, I give you food, I do everything, but you fellow, you are not playing for me, and you are coming and playing here for this urgent girl. Understand? The attitude of Tarangini is you. The attitude of Yasoda is me. Because the Yasoda's attitude is me, whatever seva she did, everything else, no result. She enjoyed, that's all. But there's no result. And she shouts. Because of her shouting, the music is disturbed. Music is broken. That is why they say that raga is punnaga varali. Means that broken song, broken music, broken tune. Binna means in Sanskrit broken. And this tune is broken. Then Krishna says, you served me, yes, no doubt, but with the attitude of I, with the attitude of me. As long as I am your Krishna, but she is so devoted, not with the attitude of me, she is with the attitude of you. She is devoted to me, you are devoted to you. As long as I am your Krishna, you will take care of me. As long as I am your Krishna, you will take care of me. It means what? You are devoted to you. You are centered on you, not on me. That is why even 5 minutes of separation you are not able to digest. Possessiveness, instinct to possess. You have come here all the way. You are not giving even 5 minutes space for her. She never asked me that. She never asked me to come to her house. She never even expected I'll play for her. She is totally dedicated, only with one attitude of you. Then Krishna blesses us, blesses her. You will have the Samibhya Mukti. Means you will become a Shenbaga flower and you will reside in my garland and you will stay with me forever. There are 4 muktis, 4 enlightenment. Salogya Mukti, Sarubhya Mukti, Samibhya Mukti, Sayujya Mukti. Salogya Mukti means you will be allowed to stay in the Vaikuntha. You will have one apartment in Vaikuntha. You will be given one apartment in Vaikuntha. That is Salogya Mukti. Sarubhya Mukti means you will have his own farm. You can see Jaya Vijaya. They will be standing exactly like Venkateshwara. They will have that same Sangha Chakra, same all the Ayudhas of Venkateshwara. That is called Sarubhya Mukti. Same Swarupa is given to them. Jaya and Vijaya, you can see the same way of Urthabundra, Shankha, Chakra and all the Ayudhas. Just as Venkateshwara has got, they will have. It is called Sarubhya Mukti. The next level, Samibhya Mukti, being in the inner circle. Being in the inner circle. Chakratarva, the chakra which Vishnu is carrying, the disc which Vishnu is carrying, he has achieved Samibhya Mukti. Means the very near, close inner circle. And becoming himself enlightened is Sayujya Mukti. Sayujya Mukti. But Samibhya Mukti is the best thing because you can enjoy him. Like an ant enjoying the sugar candy. Becoming sugar candy is different. That is for all these rishis, Vedantis. That is for the rishis. But living very near to sugar candy and enjoying it. For the devotees, the ultimate state is Samipya Mukti. So here, Krishna gives the Samipya Mukti to her and blesses her. Let you have Samipya Mukti. Let you become a flower in my garland and be in my body. Let you be on me. He blesses her. Then he turns towards Yasoda and says, because you serve just with the center of me, let you not have any temple on the planet Earth. She served so much. Have you seen a single Yasoda temple? No. Everywhere you will see Radha temple. In Vrindavan, if you go, Radha is much higher worship. Radha is worshipped more than Krishna. Throughout Vrindavan, even a milkman will say Radhe Radhe, Radhe Radhe. They will say Radhe Radhe. Not Krishna Krishna. Only Radhe Radhe. Throughout Vrindavan, only you will hear word Radha. Have you seen a single Yasoda's temple? No. Because whatever service she has done, yeah, okay, great. But she did with the attitude of I. Because of the I attitude, because she was centered on the I attitude, she is not able to achieve. This Tarangini, even though she is born in low community, in the suppressed community, she was never around Krishna. She was never near Krishna. She always will stand away in one corner. So humble. She has not done anything to Krishna. I don't think, of course, she will not be even allowed to serve Krishna because of her community. But just because she lived with the attitude of you, Krishna goes to her house and she goes and blesses her. She goes and gives her liberation. The people who live in the world, as long as they live with the attitude of I, even if they run behind divine, divine will run away. When you have the attitude of you, even if you live in your hut, which has got 1,000 holes, you will see Krishna will be there in your steps waiting for you. In your steps waiting for you. There are thousands of stories we can tell. This wonderful story to express how the I drives the divine, you brings the divine. And it is just one attitude change, the cognitive shift, which took care of the whole thing. Let me tell you one more small story. It's again the fight between Shankha Chakra and Paduka. See, Vishnu has got a Shankha and Chakra and Padukas. One day, when he comes back after some picnic or dating, he comes back. Of course, Vishnu, you know, every day with one person he goes out. And he is a blissful energy. Not like Shiva sitting always in that old smashana, nothing to do. What to do? One or two old bulls are there. And nothing to see, nothing to enjoy. But Vaikuntha is totally different place. Vaikuntha is a fun place. And continuously dance goes on, and all variety foods are served, and everything is great. Vaikuntha is different. Vaikuntha atmosphere itself is different. And this Kailash, all these old fellows with a long beard sitting and always chanting Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah. How long you can hear? After 2 years you will feel so bored. And you will ask for some entertainment. But here Vaikuntha is a nice entertaining place. And he comes back. He goes to his bedroom. He leaves the Padukas outside the room and goes to the bedroom to rest on his beautiful bed, the serpent bed, Adisesha. The Shankha and Chakra, they look at the Paduka and laugh at them. Laugh at the Paduka. See, you may carry Bhagavan whole day. When it comes to the room, you have to stay out, we will go near. You are not really at Samipya. We are the people who stay 24 hours with him. Night 12 hours you are out. So you have only half Samipya Mukti, not full Samipya Mukti. Only 12 hours when he comes out, he will be at his feet. When he goes to bed, only we will be there around him. We are having 100% Samipya Mukti. You are having only 50% Samipya Mukti. Then Paduka says, all right, what can be done? Whatever Bhagavan says, whatever Bhagavan thinks, let it happen. Next day when Bhagavan comes, Paduka asks Bhagavan, these two guys are making fun of me. Shankha and Chakra are making fun of me. Is this really true that you are angry with me? And I have only 50% Samipya Mukti. Is it really true? Please tell me, what mistake did I do? Then Bhagavan laughs and tells, don't bother. Attitude at time doesn't mean that you are important or you are not important or they are important. Attitude at time does not show favoritism. I have no favoritism. Let you understand, each one has got different place, different work, different things to do. Then Bhagavan says, by worshipping Sankha or Chakra you cannot get Mukti. Only by worshipping you people can get Mukti. They can have liberation, enlightenment only by worshipping the Paduka. Not by worshipping Shankha or Chakra. See that? Chakra kills. Shankha declares the victory. That's all. By worshipping Shankha and Chakra you cannot get liberation. But by worshipping Padukas you can get liberation. Then Bhagavan says, they have their duty is different. Your duty is different. Your responsibility is different. Your place is different. Understand, the Shankha and Chakra cannot give enlightenment. Only you can give moksha. Only by holding you people can achieve moksha. Then he says, whatever is said and done, these guys have made fun of you. Let both of them take birth in the planet Earth and worship you for 14 years. Sankha and Chakra take birth as a Bharata and Shatrugna, worship the Paduka for 14 years in Ramayana. They come down as Shankha and Chakra, worship the Padukas for 14 years. Just because they made fun, 14 years, let them worship you. And understand, only you can liberate them. The Bharata and Shatrugna do Paduka Puja. 14 years, Paduka is only kept in the throne. And Shatrugna and Bharata, they do service to the Paduka. Paduka is the king. If you know the Ramayana story, you know. In Ramayana, both of them, Shankha and Chakra, the Bharata and Shatrugna, they both serve the Paduka and get the liberation. So understand, some may have some responsibility. Some may have different responsibility around the master. But if these guys think some are important, some are not important, the difficulty will be, there will be difficulty. The person who thinks he is important, he will be made to stand in front of a person who is considered as unimportant. Shankha and Chakra, they started thinking me. So, naturally they have to suffer. The Paduka says you. Naturally, it receives the worship. And then Bhagavan blesses. Let this Shankha and Chakra worship you and then have the liberation. Then they will never talk about you. So the centered, how we are centered, that is the thing really which makes your life demonic or divine. Divine or demon is only one concept, you and me. Now, the next sloka, Krishna says, Daivi sambhatti mokshaya nibandhaya surimata masucha sambhatam daivim abhijatosi pandavaha. The transcendental qualities are conducive to liberation, whereas the demonic qualities make for bondage. Do not worry, O son of Pandava, you are born with the divine qualities. Now, an important question when you heard so much about this you and me. Immediately next thought which comes in the mind is, Swamiji, I don't know whether I am working based on me concept or you concept. I am afraid whether I am demon or divine. Please guide me. Please tell me based on what quality I am working. That fear rises. And I tell you, if you have that fear, please be very clear, you are divine. The person who is ready to look into his mind, the person who is afraid whether I am living rightly or wrongly, will always live rightly. Person who is arrogant, only he will be demonic. The person who is demonic, Asuri, will never have the idea, he will never even consider, am I doing right or wrong? For sure he knows, I am right. I am right. Here, Arjuna is also having that fear. Bhagavan, am I living with the divine nature or demon nature? He is not expressing, but the face shows. The face shows. And now Bhagavan expresses. He says, Daivi sampat vimokshaya nibandaya asuri mata masucha sambatam daivim abhijadosi vantavaha. Transcendental qualities are conducive to liberation through transcendental qualities, through the divine qualities. Living with the attitude of you achieve the liberation, enlightenment, means nivritti. By living with the idea of I, you will start creating more bondage. The demonic qualities make for bondage, means pravritti. It starts the pravritti. Do not worry, O son of Pandu, please don't worry. You are born with the divine qualities, he assures. By hearing all these great words of I and you and me, in the gap time, the 10-15 minutes of gap time, if you really contemplated, am I living with you or am I living with I? How I am living? I don't know. Am I living with the demonic nature or divine nature? If you have contemplated, if you had the doubt, if you have suffered with a little fear, if you had a little bit of that fear or thinking, guilt, be very clear, you are born with the divine nature. If you think, no, I am living properly. Anyhow, I did not have any other entertainment, so I am sitting here and listening. Let him say whatever he wants to say. Anyhow, I have come, let me listen. If you are with that attitude, now you know what. If you have considered, if you have seen, at least once, if you look into your being, am I living with demonic nature? Am I living with divine nature? What is my nature? If you try to measure with the scale about you, your inner being, at least once, be very clear, you are Arjuna, you are in the position of Arjuna. Be very clear, you are born with the divine qualities. Daivim abhijadosi pandavaha. He says, you are born with the divine qualities. Daivim abhijadosi. You are born with the Daivi, divine qualities, O Pandava, O son of Pandu. So if you are worried for a few minutes, listening after these words, now you don't have to worry, you are born with the divine qualities. That's a scale. Whenever a person who is dharmic, when he listens to these higher words, he always verifies once. Because he is centered on dharma. The people who are adharmic, even if they listen all these things, he speaks all these things as if he is living what he is living. Let us go and see how he is living. Then let us see what he is speaking is falling in tune with his ideas or not. Person who is divine tries to chisel himself, tries to correct himself. Person who is Asuri tries to correct the others. With Asuri Sambat, he is holding the chisel and hammer in this way. With the divine Sambat, he is holding the chisel and hammer in this way. When you carve yourself, you become God. So, here, if you look into yourself, be very clear, you are born with divine nature. Now, Arjuna has become matured. The moment he listens these truths, he starts looking into his being. So, naturally, Krishna says, you are born with divine nature. Dvaubhuda sargau loke asmin daiva asura cha daivo vistara saprokta asuram partame shrunu. Partha, in this world, there are two kinds of created beings. One is called the divine and the other is demonic. I have already explained to you at the length of the divine qualities. Now understand demonic qualities also, so that you will understand and live your life blissfully and happily. He goes on explaining all the qualities of person who lives based on I. I don't think we need to understand all these qualities because we have already. There is no need to read all these qualities of a person who lives with I. Because we know enough of them. All we need to know is how to live with the attitude of you. Understand? When you live with the attitude of you completely forget you. You disappear into the existence. Let me give you a simple, one of the important technique. Even Krishna speaks about that. Just for 3 days, try. Think you are somebody else. You are somebody else. It may look funny what you are telling Swamiji. If you are a doctor, just for 3 days, when you have vacation, not on regular, when you are a profession, because I don't have praja means issues. Because I don't have issues, I myself do it for me. My Shraddha also, I am supposed to do it. So after the Shraddha, you have to lose your identity. You cannot carry your identity. If you are a doctor or a lawyer or an engineer or accountant, whatever you may be earlier before sannyas, you have to lose your identity. For that, they will smash the whole body with ash. They will put the bhasma all over the body. And like a bhuta, they will put all the big rudraksha malas. And all the identity should be lost and they should go for a begging. They should go for madhugari bhiksha. And they will not associate themselves with their identity. Completely they will break their identity. For 3 days they have to meditate, they are somebody else. 3 days they will break themselves from their old identity. Only if they pass in this meditation, if they are able to break completely from their identity, they will be given sannyas. It is called bhuta sarira vasa. Means you live in the bhuta sarira, breaking away from all your past identity. Just simple 3 days. I am not asking you to become bhutas. I am not asking you to take sannyas. Just try this meditation. 3 days, think yourself as somebody else. Whatever you think as your property, forget them. Whatever you think as your problems, throw them out. Whatever you think as your profession, throw them out. Just for 3 days. You can come back and pick it up. That is different. For 3 days, throw them away. You will see a new consciousness rising in you. New consciousness rising in you. If you just throw away the me, that itself liberates you. And if you start working based on you will experience tremendous bliss. When you drop me, you will experience peace. When you start working based on you will start experiencing bliss. Peace and bliss. When you drop the idea of me, you will have the peace. When you work for the idea of you, for others, you will have bliss. This is the straight path for peace and bliss. Here Krishna goes on explaining. Asatyam apradishtam de jagadahuranishwaram aparaspura sambhutam kimanyat kamahaitukam. He speaks about the qualities of the demonic nature. They think there is no ultimate energy, intelligence which is running this planet Earth, which is running this universe, and this whole thing is just produced out of lust and desire. That's all. They believe in material. Of course, modern day, even the scientists have started understanding, and they are giving new concepts. Even they started speaking. There is a cosmic intelligence which is running the whole thing. It is not dead. It is not just matter and matter. They say world is not pure chemistry. People who think world is pure chemistry, they become demons. If you think the whole thing is just dead, naturally you will try to acquire more and more by killing everybody. Hook or crook, right or wrong, do what you want. Only when you understand the whole thing is intelligence, it responds to your thoughts, your activities, you will start living properly, or you will start really living. Small story. Group of scientists, little arrogant, who think that they can do anything and everything. They challenged God. They said, "Oh God, now you are not necessary. Whatever you do, we can also do." What do you say? You are creating human beings. We will also clone and create. What do you say? You create all the whatever is available in the planet Earth, the trees or all those things. Now we can also do all those things. Our department has developed everything. We can do anything. And here I am surprised. See the size of banana. And see the size of fruits. All scientist creation. And the scientists have called God for an argument or competition. Come, face us. We will do whatever you do. Now better you go and rest. We don't need you anymore. God said, all right, let us face them. Both of them came, and God created a plant. Immediately they also created the same tree in a much better way. And one by one, continuously they are doing. Suddenly God took little dust and created a man out of it. This guy said, that is not a big deal. Let us do. Now cloning has come. They took the dust and they were about to create a man. God said, stop. Bring your own dust and do. Bring your own dust and do. Don't do with my dust. So be very clear. Whatever you may achieve, wherever science may go, divine is alive. God exists. And there is a cosmic intelligence which runs the whole universe. You may create man out of dust, but from where will you get the dust? You cannot create dust. So be very clear. There is a pure intelligence and energy which exists. But people who are demonic, who are centered on I, and me, they think everything is me. They think the whole world is known to them. They think the whole logic and calculation of the world is known to them. They think, I know all the logic and calculation. This is the way things happen. This is the way it has to be done. They think they know everything. Person who thinks he knows everything, one simple thing should be done. He should be simply get married. You should get him married. Just put him in, just get him married. Then everything will become all right. And I have seen these young guys, when they come, these parents will force them to fall at my feet. I never like forcing somebody to fall at the feet. And these guys, if they don't want to fall, they can go. But they will not go. They will stand there and will ask me questions. Why should they fall at your feet? And I tell them, I am not telling. But their arrogance is so much. They will be asking all questions. I tell them, I am not asking you. Why should you stand here and argue? But their arrogance will not come down. Just for argument's sake, they will argue. In the mind, I used to think, let him get married. After 1 year when he comes, after the marriage, simply Sashtanga Namaskari. Because 1 year complete training happens. What we can't do in 10 years, 1 year training. Done. Whole thing is done. The fellow will simply fall flat and now he knows how to listen. Now he knows how to listen. Completely will be polite. He will be polite and yes Swamiji, yes Swamiji, yes Swamiji. And now he knows the power of yes mantra. Power of yes mantra. Simply getting married. And that is what we should do. The Asuri people, nothing else needs to be done. Simply get them married. And all the Asuri qualities will disappear. Maybe, I think that is why God created this marriage idea. That is why He created the marriage idea. Anyhow, they say the world is unreal. The foundation, with no foundation, no God in control, they say it is produced of sex desire and purely by lust. Asatyam, apradishtam, jagadahuranishwaram, aparaspara sambhutam, kimanyat kama haitukam. Kama is the hetu. Hetu means reason. Kama is the hetu for the whole thing. Reason for the whole thing. Please be very clear. Kama cannot be reason for whole thing. It is intelligence which is reason for whole thing. The Shakti or the divine is the cause and effect of this whole Jagat. That is Karana and Karya. In both the level, it is divine which is responsible for the universe. But when you think the lust is responsible or just you are the responsible, you start thinking, you start working with one idea of me, me, me. Here, Krishna explains the same concept in a deeper way and he gives a beautiful punchline. Chintam aparimeyancha pralayantam upasrita kamo babavaga parama edavaditi nischita asabhasastathairvatta kama krodha parayana igande kama bohartam anyodananda sanjayan. Taking the shelter of excessive anxiety that ends only with their death. Very clearly he says, the anxiety ends only with death. Some people even at that time it doesn't end. They will be waiting. I paid insurance and these guys are not putting proper casket. They are not putting the proper marble. I paid insurance. I paid so much of money for insurance, so much of insurance I paid. See, they are not putting sandalwood bars. They are not putting these proper things. Even after that, the worry will not end for some people. That ends only with their death, engrossed in the satisfaction of desires and regarding gratification of their desires as their sole objective in life. They believe in these bound in 100 loops of hopes, wholly occupied by lust and anger. They use immoral means, adharma, ihante, means to accumulate wealth for the satisfaction of their desires. These are all the qualities of demonic nature. Please understand, if you have any of these qualities, I am not asking you to change the qualities, change the attitude. Change the attitude. Otherwise, it is up to you. You can live as you want. And it is your responsibility. If you have any of these attitudes in your life, understand, change the being. This is time to start living with attitude of you, and experience the bliss. Let us pray to the ultimate energy, Parabrahma Krishna, the divine consciousness, to bless us all, experience the Daivi Sampat, divine qualities, and establish us in eternal bliss. Nithyananda. Thank you. Vasudeva Sudam Devam Gamsa Chanoramardanam Devagi Paramanandam Krishnam Vande Jagadgurum. Bhagavatam Narayana Swayam Vyasena Kraditam Purana Muninam Madhye Mahabharatam. Into reality in the life all the words which he expressed in the earlier chapters. No new teaching is given. No new teaching is given. He just straight away gives the methodology or technique to imbibe whatever he spoke in the 16 chapters. Shraddhatraya Vibhaga. He speaks about the sincerity. First let me explain the word Shraddha. Please understand, Shraddha is not faith. Always the word Shraddha is translated as faith. No. Shraddha means faith plus the courage to experiment with the truth. Shraddha means faith plus the courage to experiment with what you believe. That is what is Shraddha. With Shraddha, you will never fail. Understand, with faith, there is a possibility you may fail. Because when you just have faith and don't have the courage to experiment with the truth, you will go to the restaurant, read the menu card and go away. You may miss eating. You may never taste the food. You may never experience it. But when you have Shraddha, with sincerity, there is no chance of you missing the truth. Person can never miss when he has got Shraddha, with sincerity. Here, Krishna explains, gives the all his emphasis on Shraddha. After the 16 chapters of teachings, now he has nothing new to add. He said whatever can be said. He has explained all the 7 layers in the 14th chapter, he started with Gunatraya Vibhaga, all the three gunas of Sattva, Rajas, Tamas. Then in the Purushottama Yoga, he explained the causal layer, the engrams, engraved memories, and the deeper level of cosmic and nirvanic body is explained in the 16th chapter, Daivasura Sambat Vibhaga Yoga. The ego or divine, demon or divine, you or me. Whether our life should be centered on the attitude of me, or the attitude of you. The root cause is explained in the 16th chapter. Now he comes to 17th chapter, Shraddhatraya. Nothing more need to be added. Whatever can be said is expressed. Now all we need is Shraddha. If somebody has had a good feast, full, just like a house full, stomach full, all he needs is Digene to digest. Same way, now Krishna has given a beautiful feast, spiritual feast to Arjuna. Now he gives Digene to digest the whole thing and enjoy. This whole chapter is Digene. He emphasizes, his whole emphasis on Shraddha, honesty, truthfulness, straightforwardness. We may think, why one full chapter just for Shraddha? Please understand, we all invariably, 100%, we miss enlightenment only in this one subject, Shraddha. Let me be very clear, it is not that we don't know all these truth which Krishna is speaking. Please be very clear, all of us know whatever Krishna is speaking. All these 16 days, whatever Krishna spoke, all of us know. It is not that we don't know. Then why we have not become Krishna? We miss this one thing, Shraddha. That's the only thing. Please be very clear, our problem is not that we don't know. Actually, our problem is we know too much. We know too much and we are not able to digest it. Vivekananda says beautifully, instead of knowing the whole library, just know 5 concepts. Just 5 concepts. And with Shraddha, experiment with that 5 concepts. Let that 5 concepts become your life. That is enough. Nothing else is necessary. Instead of having the whole library in your head, just have 5 concepts in your heart. Here, Arjuna is emphasizing, that Krishna is emphasizing the importance of Shraddha. How Shraddha can transform your whole life, and only Shraddha can transform. Understand? Whatever you believe, you may believe even in atheism, no problem. But you have Shraddha, sincerity to that faith, to that concept, I tell you, you will achieve the ultimate. There are so many people who achieved God, who achieved the truth, even through the path of atheism. Buddha himself, he never spoke about God. He never spoke about God. But not only he has become enlightened, thousands of people enlightened, got enlightenment because of Buddha. And in the latest days, J. Krishnamurti, no God, even mention of God is not there in his whole philosophy, but great enlightened master. who just radiated enlightenment. And the same way, there are so many masters who became enlightened. George Gurdjieff, he became enlightened. No idea of God, no concept of God. What you believe is not important. How intense you are is really important. You see, Mahatma Gandhi, we call him Mahatma just because he is intense in whatever he believed. He was sincere to the core. Whatever he believed, he experimented with truth. That's why he calls his life, autobiography, as experiments with truth. He experimented with the truth. He allowed the truth to work on himself. He worked with the truth. Working with the truth is what I call sincerity. Not just listening, not just reading, not just believing, working, straight away executing them, experimenting them, and courage to play with these truths. I always tell people, meditation and gambling both needs courage. For gambling you need courage. For meditation also you need courage. You will have all doubts. Meditation is the ultimate gambling. With ordinary gambling, you gamble only with money. In meditation, you gamble with your ego. You gamble with your whole being. But one thing, in this meditation gambling, if you lose, you will win. Only losers win in this game. In the ordinary gambling, the more you get, you win. In the meditation gambling, when you put your ego at stake, you win the whole game. You win the whole game. You put your whole ego at stake. Spiritual life needs courage. That is why Vivekananda says, the spiritual people, he calls his disciples as Dhiraha. Dhira means the person who is courageous, who needs courage. You may think, why spiritual needs courage? The spiritual life needs courage. For spiritual life, we need to be silent. No, spiritual life needs courage to experiment with these truths. We heard so much in last 16 days. So many different teachings, so many different understandings, so many different techniques. We heard everything. Only if you have courage to experiment with them, it can help your life. It can transform your life. Otherwise, it can add a little more weight to your head, that's all. Please understand, if you receive them and store them in your head, you will have more head weight. Nothing else. Now, you will tell, I know Gita. I know Gita. There are some books which just cannot be read, which needs to be experimented. Gita is the book which needs to be experimented. You need to experience it. See, for example, if you ate too much and if you are not able to digest it, naturally what will you do? You will vomit. You will have stomachache and vomit. Same way, if you hear all these things and if you don't experience it, if you don't digest them and make them as experience, you will have headache and you will catch people and start vomiting all these things on them. You will catch people and start vomiting all these things on them. Please be very clear. Unless we have sincerity, unless we start experimenting with these truths, listening to all these truths is dangerous. Please be very clear. I am going to one more step. Here I say, if we don't practice, listening to these truths are dangerous. You may ask why? Because now, by and by, after listening so many days, all these truths, you will start hallucinating that you know. That you know. Hallucinating that you know without knowing is the most dangerous game. Most dangerous game. Never do that game. I was telling, spiritual life needs courage, needs sincerity, needs the consciousness of dhira. A small story which happened in a great master's life called Dakshinamurti Swamigal. He lived in Tamil Nadu, South India, near a place called Tiruvarur. A great saint. A story, not story, it's a history. His story. It is his story, history. An incident from his life. When he was alive, one poet, inspired by his presence, inspired by this master who experienced his presence, he wrote a song called Bharani. Bharani means, it is a style of poetry. 1,000 songs will be written. But the rule is, only if somebody kills 1,000 elephant, he is qualified for that song. If he kills 1,000 elephants in the war and shows his courage and power, only then the song will be written about him. Here, this poet, because he was inspired and he experienced the master's presence, he simply wrote that song on the saint. He wrote 1,000 songs in the Bharani style, a special style which is offered only to a person who killed 1,000 elephants in war. This poet sang 1,000 songs in Bharani tune for this Dakshinamurti Swamigal. The king, he was also considered to be Bharani. I don't know whether he really killed 1,000 elephants or just gave some money to some poet. He is also Bharani. Somebody sang Bharani on him also. Suddenly one day in the court, out of ego and pride, he was telling, I am the only Bharani in this whole country, in this whole region. One poet got up and said, no king, you are wrong. There is one more person who is Bharani in this country called Dakshinamurti Swamigal. One of your own court poet who is your own court poet, who stays in your court, he sang Bharani about him. He is also Bharani. This king's ego was deeply hurt. He said, what? Who is the person, one more Bharani in this country? Get him here. Poet says, no, he is a beggar. He will not come. Please be very clear. Beggars can never be forced. You can never force homeless people. You can force anybody to do what you want, but you can never force homeless person. Because he has no desire. You can't do anything about him. As long as he has got some desire, he will oblige the social system. You can't do anything about him. He says, I don't want anything. He neither cares for your name, nor cares for the home, or cares for the fame, or the security, nothing. You cannot bind him. He says he's a beggar, he's a Swami. We cannot bring him. Then his ego is deeply hurt. What? For a beggar Bharani. Who is the fool who sang that song? Call him. Immediately the poet was brought. King asked, fool, how dare you sing Bharani on a beggar? Poet says, O king, please forgive me. Before using any words, before abusing that master, it will be nice if you come and see him once. King says, what? You are advising me? Tomorrow morning your head will be cut. That is the usual trend. Straight away violence. You see, only idiots will straight away enter into violence. When you can't behave intelligent way, when you don't know the truth, and when you don't have enough energy to convince the other person through truth, you take sword. See, throughout the history of the Eastern religions, whether it is Buddhism or Hinduism, they never converted anybody with sword. Because they had intelligence. They always converted people only through logic, analyzing, convincing the other person through truth. For example, if Shankara and Mandana Mishra, both of them have different views, they don't fight with each other. Shankara doesn't say, if you don't convert into Vedanta, I will kill you. No. They both sit together and analyze their whatever they know. It's a loving discussion. See the beauty. Shankara and Mandana Mishra are discussing. Judge is Mandana Mishra's wife. Mandana Mishra's wife is judge. Then what beautiful loving atmosphere it would have been. Will you believe somebody's wife and make judge? Never. And here, Shankara makes Mandana Mishra's wife as judge, Bharati. She is judge. And Devi, she is taking the post of judge. And Mandana Mishra and Shankara are discussing. And finally, Bharati gives a judgment for Shankara. He says, Shankara won the whole thing. The whole thing happens out of love. No violence, no cutting, no killing, nothing. Simple discussion. Throughout the Eastern religions history you can see, never the cutting, never the killing. They never converted through sword because they don't believe in killing. They have intelligence, enough intelligence. So they express the concept. And one more thing, whoever is able to express the truth clearly, automatically other person joins in this person's group. That's all. When Shankara convinced Mandana Mishra dropped everything and came and surrendered his life to Shankara. He became disciple of Shankara, Sureshwaracharya. He took the path of Shankara's teachings. Here, people who use the sword, they prove they are idiots. Because they don't have intelligence, straight away attack. There are many religions which converts people through sword because they don't have enough clarity or courage to share the truth. You can never do anything through sword. Through sword, only destruction is possible, never construction. This king, dumb guy, Straight away he says, kill him. Tomorrow morning, he should be killed. Kill that poet. Poet says, I have no problem. I experienced truth through this master. I have no problem. I am ready to die. But I can tell you one thing. If you are really intelligent, do this one thing. Go and meet him at least once. Come back. Then I am ready to die. But don't punish unless you see him. Then king says, all right. What is there? After all, let us go and see and come back. If he is not real Bharani, we can kill him also. He goes to see the Dakshinamurti Swamigal. He is a Paramahamsa. No clothes. He never wore any clothes. Sitting under banyan tree, a big banyan tree. Under that he is sitting. And this king goes with all his paraphernalia, Radha, Pada, Gaja, all the senas, all the warriors. Understand? Kings will always go with the paraphernalia because they lose their identity without paraphernalia. Masters always live by themselves. They don't need any paraphernalia. Without any paraphernalia, this beggar is sitting under the banyan tree and with big paraphernalia, king is coming to see him. Whole scene here. A simple beggar, without even having any clothes, sitting in a corner, merged in his bliss and peace, completely lost in the existence, in the Brahmanyana. He is just sitting. Intense silence, intense peace, silence which can penetrate you. In that silence he is sitting. And the king is coming with all his warriors, with all his army. Straight away king walks, he comes down and comes near the master. Master neither moved nor received, nothing. He just opened his eyes, looked into the king's eyes straight. First time somebody is looking into the king's eyes straight. It is always he will look into others' eyes, they will put their head down. First time somebody is looking straight into the eyes of king. After a few seconds, he put the head down. King put the head down. And he felt clearly something happening inside his being. Slowly, within 2-3 seconds, he felt he is just a mere beggar in front of the master's presence. You don't know now how to act, how to react. It's a strange situation. He is at last. He is at last. He is not able to decide what to do. He is overwhelmed. Just Dakshinamurti Swamigal, just through his face, he says, sit. Not verbally, just through sign, he says, sit. Simply king sat. Without even thinking what he is doing, he just sat. Because king sat, all the ministers, army people, all of them dropped their weapons, silently sat. In 10 minutes, the whole army is sitting. You can never make army to sit. Even leader of the army can never make the army to sit. That is why they say, you have to continuously give job to the devil. If you don't give any job to the Bhuta, it will eat you. You cannot keep the army, you cannot make army to keep quiet. Here, the whole army is sitting, silent. 1 hour passed, 2 hours over, 3 hours, evening also over, 1 day over. The Swami is sitting, king is sitting, the whole army is sitting. Not even a single word was transpired. No instruction, nothing. They did not even greet each other. Just is sitting. 2 days over. 3 days over. Now this master thought, it is too much. The poor guy has to go for his food. He has to at least eat. 3 days, no food, no 1, no 2, no 3. Simply is sitting. The whole army is sitting. And now master thought, this guy should go back to his kingdom, his palace. He has to take care of the country. 3 days he is sitting. Just opened his eyes and said, now you can go. Simply the king straight away fell flat at his feet, did namaskar and came out. Then he calls the poet and says, what Bharani? You can sing Dharani for him. Dharani means a person who killed 10,000 elephants. Then the poet makes a beautiful statement. Killing 1,000 elephant or 10,000 elephant is easy. It's not a big deal. Just have weapons, you can simply kill. But killing your mind is a real achievement. Here, this master killed his mind, and not only killed his mind, he can kill anybody's mind who comes and sits in his presence. Comes and sits in his presence. So, killing 10,000 elephant doesn't need courage. Killing your mind needs courage. All you need for the real spiritual life is courage, sincerity to experiment with the truth. We always lack that one thing. We listen everything. Whoever speaks, wherever pravachana or lecture, discourse goes on, we go. Read all books. But when it comes to reality, no, for practical purposes, Swamiji, we should have our own things. You compromise. You just compromise. Compromising is what I call cowardness. Please understand, man who compromises will never experience anything in his life. Not only the spiritual life, even the very life. He can never experience the very life itself. Sincerity to single truth is enough. Please understand, sincerity to a single truth is enough. Nothing else is necessary. You don't have to do big things. Please be very clear. You can't call somebody as big person if he does a big thing. What he does is not important. How he does is important. There was a great saint called Nammalvar. In Tamil Nadu he lived. Throughout his life he did only one thing. He made garlands for Vishnu, that's all. Nothing else. He will pluck flowers from garden and make garlands and give it to the god. That's all. Nothing else. Simple, making garlands. That's all. Nothing else. He became enlightened. There are so many enlightened masters. They did not do big things. They did very small things, but in a big way. What they did, they had a deep trust. And one more enlightened person, he did not even make garlands and offer. Every day he will throw one stone towards Shivalinga. Yes, his name is called Chakya Nayanar. He is a Buddhist monk. Because he is a Buddhist monk, publicly he cannot worship Shivalinga. But he has got tremendous respect and devotion for Shiva. Somehow he became Buddhist monk. And in Buddhism, from the young age, you will be given to monastery. In one family, at least one son will be given to monastery. They will bring him up and make him as Buddhist monk. So he was given away like that to Buddhist monastery. But he had a deep devotion for Shiva. Every day, he will go near to a nearby Shiva temple. It's not a temple, a small Shivalinga under a tree. From distance, he will take one stone and think it is a flower and throw that stone on the linga and come away. Even if somebody sees, if they ask, hey, what are you doing? He can say, I am only throwing stones at linga. Throwing stones towards Shiva. And he will throw that stone and come away. And he became enlightened. Suddenly one day, when he threw that stone, one old man appeared and asked, what are you doing? No, I am just throwing stones at linga, towards Shivalinga. Old man said, no, the way in which you throw, it shows your devotion. You may throw stone, but the way in which you are throwing, that shows your devotion. Tell me who you are. Then he says, by somehow I am born in the Buddhist family, but I am deeply devoted to Shiva. Every day I come and offer my being to him by throwing this stone. Immediately the old man turns and gives his darshan as Shiva and gives him enlightenment. Understand, what you do is not important. Even if you sweep your house, even if you clean your house, it's okay. But do it with complete intense sincerity in that moment. Live in that moment. Understand? Spiritual practice does not mean you will go away to some forest, you will hold your nose 10 times and this time and that way and this way. You will torture yourself. No. Do anything but with intense sincerity. Let you have courage to express whatever you believe. Let you have courage to work, to experiment with whatever you believe. Whatever you believe, have courage to experiment. Don't bother about the truth which you are believing is ultimate truth or not. You will not know whether it is ultimate truth or not unless you have the courage to experiment with it. Without experimenting, you cannot conclude. If you conclude without experimenting, it is again prejudice. It is prejudice. You cannot conclude without experimenting. All you need is the courage to experiment with the truth which you believe. In Tamil, they have 3 words for Satya. 3 words just to express the same word Satya. They say one word is Vaimai, means speaking the truth through mouth. Another one is unmai, speaking the truth through your mind or heart. Third word, beautiful word, meimai. The word means speaking, living the truth your body, through your body. In Tamil, mei means body. Living the truth through your body. Speaking the truth through mouth, all of us can understand. Thinking the truth through the mind, all of us can understand. But what it means by the word, living the truth through body, that we never heard. We all miss the boat only in that point. We all continuously think about truth. Go on contemplating whole day, morning till night. We all speak what we think as truth. Otherwise also wife will find out. She will find out. But we forget one important thing. Executing the truth in the life. Living the truth in the life. That is where we miss. Living the truth in the life. Understand? The honesty, sincerity to what you believe is what is the ultimate step or straight way to enlightenment. Whatever you believe, whatever you may believe, that's not a problem. But have courage to experiment it. Have courage to experiment it. Here, the chapter starts. Arjuna uvacha ye shastra vidhi mutsrujya yajante sraddhayanvita desham nishtadukha krishna sattvamaho rajastamaha. Krishna, those who discard ordinances of the scriptures and perform sacrifice with faith, what is their position? Is it sattvic, rajasic or tamasic? Here, beautiful question. Arjuna is asking. People who don't follow the instructions of scriptures, the ancient books, old books, but who worship according to their own way. What is their state? They are in tamas state or rajas state or sattvic state. They are in the peaceful state or restless state or in ignorant state. Now Bhagavan starts. Bhagavan uvacha Trividha bhavati shraddha dehinam sasvabhavaja satviki rajasi chaiva tamasi cheditam srunu. Bhagavan says, according to the modes of nature acquired by the soul, one's faith can be three kinds: in rajas, in goodness, in passion, in ignorance. Now let me tell about that, O Arjuna. Listen. He gives three categories of sincerity: rajas, tamas and sattva. He explains the sincerity in three different ways. Yajante sattvika devan yaksha rakshamsi rajasa predan bodha ganans chanye yajante tamasa janaha. Here he explains who all worship what type of ideals. Man who is established in sattva, he worships devatas who are peaceful. Man who is established in rajas, he worships the yaksha and rakshasas. Man who is established in Tamas, ignorance. He worships the Preta and Bhutas. You understand? What is your ideal? That decides your quality. What is your ideal? That decides your quality. I always tell people, these youngsters, how to decide about their quality. Just see, in their room, do they have Vivekananda's poster or some actor's poster? Based on that, you can decide who is their hero. Who is their hero? If you have Vivekananda's photo, he is your hero. You will continuously think about him. You want to become like him. You want to live like him. If you have some actor's photo, whole day you want to change your hairstyle like him. You wanted to look like him. You wanted to dress like him. You will work out just to look like him. You will do everything to become that actor. Be very clear. Here, that's what Krishna means. If you worship the right ideal, you are established in Sattva. If you have Vivekananda's poster in your room, be very clear, you are in Sattva. If you have some actor's photo in your room, poster in your room, be very clear, you are in Rajas. And Tamas. Tamas is, if you have some violent, these fighters, every day, whole day these shows go on, fighting with each other, beating, what they call that, samurais, some fighting. Please understand, this fighting is a perversion. I can never imagine thousands of people sitting and watching 3-4 people fighting. How perverted we became. Please be very clear, if you are continuously sitting and watching the fighting in TV, you are established in tamas. You are established in tamas. Here Krishna clearly says, based on your ideal, your guna can be described. Ashastra vihitam goram tapyante yeta bhojana dambahangara samyukta kamaraga balanvitam kashayandas sarirastam bodha gramamachetasah mamchaivandas sarirastam tanvidatyasura nischayan. Those who undergo severe austerities and penances, not recommended in the scriptures, that's what I was telling the other day, walking in the fire, too many things which is unnecessary. Krishna says there is no need for all those things. They perform all these things out of pride and ego, just to show I did all these things. Do you know? I have done all these things. It is called, it is done out of pride and egoism. It is done out of lust and attachment, who are foolish and who torture the body and the material elements, as well as the Paramatma which is dwelling inside them. Beautifully Krishna says, please do not torture the Atman which is inside your body. Don't abuse your body, because this body is a temple of God. It is temple of God. If you torture the body, you are torturing the Paramatma who is inside. Here he says, they torture the Paramatman who is residing inside the body. They are known as demons. Ravana, he does tapasya, just he cuts his head and puts the heads into the fire. Rakshasa tapas, torturing the body, torturing the Paramatman who is residing in the body. There is no need for all this self-torturing. Krishna says very clearly, don't torture yourself. Don't torture yourself. God never asks you to torture yourself. He never asks you to torture yourself. And these guys do all these things to destroy somebody. They wanted to destroy somebody. That is why they do all these things. Violence. The other day I was telling, no Shastra accepts, no Shastra teaches how to kill others or how to torture others, how to do that black magic to others. The other day, one person came and asked me when I was meeting the people after the lecture, one person came and asked me, I was speaking about somebody who is giving some yantra and all those things. He told me, I also took yantra, Swamiji, but when I told I wanted to give it back, he is threatening me that he will curse me. Please understand, one person came and asked me, please understand, nobody except an enlightened man can curse. Because only he has that power. An enlightened person will never curse. Be very clear. Nobody except an enlightened person can curse. Because curse cannot be done, all cannot curse. It's not that anybody and everybody can curse, it will become reality. No. Only an enlightened person can curse. An enlightened person will never curse. If he curses, he is not enlightened. Be very clear. Nobody can curse you. If he is not enlightened, don't bother about his curse. It will never work. It will never work. Because to curse, you need a Satya Sankalpa. Only a person who has achieved the ultimate energy, only his words will become reality. Only his words will have the power to become reality. Only an enlightened person can curse. An enlightened person will never curse. Please be very clear. Never be afraid of any curse. Because first thing, except enlightened person, nobody's curse will work. If somebody curses you, never bother. Except enlightened person, nobody can curse. And if he is enlightened person, he can never curse. So naturally, you don't have to bother about any curse. Nobody can curse others. Nobody can curse others. No curse can work. One thing, when somebody curses others, he will hurt himself much more than he hurts others. Be very clear about this. Never be afraid of curse. Never be afraid of curse. Spiritual relationship can never exist out of fear or greed. Never be obedient to somebody out of fear. No. Simply throw things out if it is forced on you out of fear. Never be afraid of anything. Nobody can curse you. No curse can work on you. Except enlightened man. Nobody can curse. An enlightened man will never curse. Let you understand these two statements clearly. Curse as such is never possible in the life. Just be liberated from the life, from the fear of life. Here Krishna says, there is no need for all this penance. All this penance is just cheating yourself. Out of ego and pride you do, but never you achieve anything. Person who does all these things out of ego and pride is called demon, Rakshasa. Agarastvabi sarvasya trivido bhavati priyaha yanyas tatadhanam tesham vedamimam shrunu. Now he says about the food. Three different kinds of these people. They enjoy three different kinds of food. And he goes on explaining these three kinds of Shraddha. Please understand, one group who are complete negative, doubt. They decided not to believe anything. They decided not to raise themselves in their life. Complete dumb. You can't do anything with them. This is the first group. Second group, who believe but don't practice. This is second group. Third group, who believe and practice, sincere. Three group. One is doubting. Even the word doubting is good word. Prejudiced. This group is tamas. Next, believing. This group is rajas. Third, sincere. This group is sattva. He explains beautifully prejudiced, believing and sincere groups and their way of life and their characters and how you can achieve the sincerity of the sattva and imbibe all the truths which is explaining in the Gita. He is giving beautiful step-by-step explanations and teachings how to raise yourself from the prejudiced level to believing level, from believing level to sincerity level. All you are already in a believing level. If you are prejudiced, you will not come and sit here every day. And you will stand there, listen 2-3 words and go away. There are so many people who come inside just to check out. Just to check out what is going on. They will come and stand there 2-3 minutes. And after that they will see the watch. In the 2-3 minutes also that shoe will move 10 times. That leg will move 10 times this way, that way. And then, all right, enough. I think young Swami telling something okay. They will just walk out. If you are not in the level of belief, at least in the level of belief, you will not be sitting here. By you coming regularly and sitting here itself, you prove already you are in the level of at least belief. Now all we need to do is to jump into the level of sincerity. That's all. The moment you jump into the level of sincerity, we experience the truth. We become Krishna. We experience the Krishna consciousness. Now, we will enter into the technology of experiencing that sincerity. Bhagavatam Narayanena Swayam Vyasena Kraditam Purana Muninam Madhye Mahabharatam. Krishna should give so much of importance to this one concept, sincerity. Here actually, Krishna straight away hits Arjuna hard. It doesn't want any loophole to be left. We always escape in one point. See, for example, you have a pot. Even if you pour 1000 liter and one hole you have, even if you pour 1000 liter milk, it will not. And at least let you be, see, two things. Either you should be completely sincere about trusting what I am saying is truth, or be very clear, whatever he is telling is just lie. If you can't practice, then whatever I am saying is a lie. Please be very clear. If you are not able to practice, then what is the use of this truth? What is the use of this truth? What I am saying is truth or lie will be decided only by you. Only by you it will be decided. If you are able to execute it, if you are able to imbibe it, then what I am speaking is truth. If you are not able to, then what is the use of the whole thing? Nothing. There is no use. 18 days, 3 hours of your time is waste and 3 hours of my time is waste. That's all. If we don't imbibe, if it doesn't transform our life, except wasting time, there is no other result. And what is happened here is not truth. Please be very clear. Whatever I spoke, whether it is truth or lie, will be decided only by the result of the words on your consciousness. If you are able to experiment with those words, one more important thing, please understand, you don't have to completely do it. If you have the courage to experiment, that's enough. If you just have the courage, anyhow, after all he is talking all these things, why not test with these words? He is sitting and shouting for 3 hours. Why not test for 2-3 days? If that much of courage you have, that's enough. Nothing else is necessary. One thing, if that doesn't happen, me sitting and shouting, talking is like a Indian political meetings. Especially if you are in South India. Whether you want it or not, you have to hear some political meeting every year. Because they will put the loudspeaker throughout the city. Nothing can be done. One real incident. One day I was coming from a place called Pudukkottai in Tamil Nadu. From that place to our Bangalore ashram. On the way, suddenly we started hearing loudspeaker noise for 10 kilometers. 10 kilometers loudspeaker on the road, main road. And that guy who is speaking is using all slang words. And not even a single decent word. Except except the 2-3 there is no other decent word. There is no other decent word. Complete slang words. And we can't escape because if you cross that road, you have to listen. 10 kilometers. And India, 10 kilometers takes at least half an hour. The roads are also great. Roads. Half an hour. And he is shouting, putting the loudspeaker. Unfortunately, we have to cross the stage also. The stage is also just next to the road. I was surprised. Only 4 old ladies are sitting in front of the stage. Really. On the stage there are more people than below the stage. On the stage, more people are there than below the stage. I asked one brahmachari, somehow, fortunately, I did not stay in South India for a long time. In the young age itself, I left South India. I asked him, what is going on? He is talking all these slang words. Then the brahmachari said, what is this, Swamiji? He is speaking so decently. He is speaking so decently. Why are you blaming him? I said, is this decency? He said, Swamiji, you have not heard political meetings. That is why you are saying this slang. It is so decent. And I asked him, what is this? Only 4 old ladies are sitting there. No, Swamiji, that is why they put speaker 10 kilometers so that people can listen from the house itself. They don't have to come to the meeting. They can listen sitting in the house itself. And you don't have to go to meeting. Please understand, if we don't have the courage to experiment with the truths which we learn, this meeting also will become one more political meeting. That's all. Nothing else. Small story. Like this one political meeting. The guy, he got out of the mic, started speaking. Went on and on and on. Slowly few people left. Then few more people left. By and by, finally one guy is sitting. Only one old man with that shawl is sitting. Went on and on and on. Finally, somehow, I think he felt very tired. He stopped and he thanked everybody who is attending. No, really, in that political meeting also I heard. He is telling, oh dear people who are here like ocean. Only 4 ladies are sitting. I thought that 4 ladies are spitting and creating ocean. They use the betel nut and betel leaf. They continuously spit. I thought he is mentioning about that ocean. And he is telling, oh, people who are here in front of me like ocean. And he goes on. And I thought that 2, 3, 4 ladies who are sitting and spitting and making ocean. And these old ladies in the house, there will be always some fight with daughter-in-law. Where to go and sit? Some good entertainment. Let us go and sit there. Anyhow, in the end, they will give you some sari and something. Or you can get something, or if you don't get anything, you can remove some 2, 3 flag and bring it to the house to wipe your ground. Wipe the ground. At least you will get 2, 3 flag which is hanging there. You will get something. So for that reason, the 2, 3 old ladies go and sit there. And this guy finished his lecture. Only one old guy was sitting. He asked, I am so happy you are waiting for, at least you are sitting and listening. That guy said, no, I am the owner of the mic system. I am waiting for the mic system. I have to pack up and take the whole thing. Then this guy says, please forgive me, sorry, I did not bring the watch. That's why I don't know how long I am speaking. At least you should have put one watch here in front of me. I would have known the time and I would have stopped in time. The old man said, we forgot the watch, that is true. But we put the calendar, at least that you should have seen. We forgot the watch, but we have put calendar. At least you should have seen the calendar. These politicians, when they start speaking, and especially when you don't have people in front of you, they have courage. Nobody will throw stones. See, no problem. Whatever you want, you can speak. People can't throw stones from the house. When they are sitting in the house, either they listen or don't listen. No, you can't even escape. Simply you have to listen. When they are in the house, the danger of throwing stones is not there. So, they can speak whatever they want. If there is a crowd in front of them, then they don't speak much. They take care, because people may throw stone or something. Some problem may happen. Otherwise, they go on and on and on. It never ends. Please understand, if we don't practice, if these words does not work on us, if we don't work with these words of Krishna, this meeting also will be one more political meeting, that's all. Maybe polite political meeting, that's all. Maybe polite. But please don't make this as one more political meeting. Let these words penetrate you. Let you experiment with the truth, with the words. If you don't experiment, at least be very clear mentally. I think whatever he is speaking is not truth. He is simply telling something, whatever he heard here and there, and this is not for me. At least let you be mentally clear that this is not truth. If you believe this is truth, then execute. If you think this is not truth, you will not be here. You will not come every day, and you will not sit here 3 hours. Even if you don't have any other work, naturally TV is there. You can sit with TV. You would have sat with TV. And there are so many other places to go. You choose to be here. You choose to listen. That itself shows you start thinking there is some truth behind these words. So when you think there is some truth, never wait to experiment with these words. Have courage and experiment it. Take one single idea. You don't even experiment. You don't even have to practice whole Gita. Take one single idea, one single concept, and imbibe that one thing to the core. To the core, let your whole being vibrate with that single thought. Vivekananda says, when you take up single idea, your blood should boil with that idea. Even your hair should stand towards that direction. Your bone, your thoughts, your body, your mind, the whole thing should be directed towards that one concept. Then success is sure. No doubt, success is sure. Please understand, here all you need to understand. Take up one concept and work with that. If you fail also, it's okay, nothing wrong. But have courage to work with that. If you succeed, you will know this is truth, and you will be liberated. You will have that bliss. If it fails, at least you will know this is not truth, and you will be clear. You can start searching somewhere else. You can continue your search. So be very clear. The basic thing here Krishna is trying to tell is sincerity. The 3 group. Prejudiced means negative, and just believing intellectually, that is rajas. 3rd, sincerity. Not only believing, courage to play with the words, courage to play with these ideas, courage to play with these ideas. Please do not miss the courage. Let these words penetrate you. One more thing. He goes on explaining. Ayush sattva balarogya sugha priti vivartana rasya snikta stira hridya ahara satvika priya. He says about the food of sattva, food for people of rajas, food for people of tamas. He goes on explaining what kind of food these people like and what kind of life these people live. What kind of understanding these people get in their birth. Important thing, what kind of understanding these people get in their life. See, same word can be understood in many different ways. As I was telling you the other day, person who heard Harichandra's story, in the end of the story, the Bhagavad Pandit asks one person, what did you understand? One guy gets up and says, even if you die, you have to speak truth. The other person says, for emergency, you can sell your wife, nothing wrong. From same Harichandra story, two different understandings. Please understand the word with its spirit. Small story. One monk was sent to Alaska to spread the God's mission, to spread the God's words. Before going, father says, the superior, he blesses him and sends, your rosary and wine will take care of you. Don't worry. Rosary is the Japamala. Rosary and wine will take care of you. After 1 year, the father superior, he comes to see this monk to ask and to supervise how the mission is going on. When he came, the monk receives him nicely, takes care of him. Then father asks, how is your mission? Monk says, Father, just as you said, rosary and the wine, both are taking care of me, but for them I would have died in the cold. And in course of their talking, this monk asks, Father, would you like to have a cup of wine? Father says, why not? Get it. Monk turned towards the kitchen and shouts, Rosary, bring a cup of wine. Word can be easily misunderstood. Word can be easily misunderstood. Please don't miss the word. Please don't miss the word. It is very easy to miss the spirit behind the word, the truth behind the word. Either experiment with courage. If you can't, at least let you be clear, this is not truth for you. That's all. That's all. Forget about it. At least you will continue to search somewhere else. If you think it is truth, and if you don't execute, experiment in your life, this will become a habit. Listening the truth and not practicing will become a mental setup. I tell you, that is a dangerous, most dangerous mental setup. People ask me, Swamiji, should I renounce everything to become enlightened? Should I become a sannyasi? I tell them, no, there is no need. Just do only one thing. Don't have the mental setup of receiving the truth and not practicing. That's all. That is the most dangerous thing which can happen to any being. Please be very clear. Receiving the truth, understanding it intellectually, not having the courage to practice it is the worst mental setup. That is the worst devil or demon which can catch you. Either be very clear, this is not for me. This is not truth. If you believe it is truth, then have courage to experiment it. You heard so many things. Krishna is not telling anything new throughout this chapter. This whole chapter, nothing new. He says only one thing. Let you be sincere. Sincerity is the straight way. I always tell people, honesty is the basic spiritual virtue. Sincerity is the basic spiritual virtue. First, be a gentleman, then you can be a spiritual man. Gentleman means honest to what we believe. Truth to the core. And never do anything without you being very clear about that truth. And never stop doing anything if you know that it is truth. A scientist is a person who is courageous enough to go behind the truth. When he does the research, wherever the research leads, he is ready to go. He is ready to go with that experiment. Same way, you must become an inner scientist. You must become a spiritual scientist. You should have the courage to go behind those words. You must be able to play with them. A small story. One Zen enlightened master and his disciple, both of them went to the river to take bath. Suddenly the disciple fell in the river and he is shouting, "Master, save me, save me." Zen master says, "You are Atman, save yourself." "You are God, save yourself." This disciple is shouting, "Master, first save me, then you can teach all your philosophy. Then you can teach all meditation. First please save me." Master says, "Stand up and save yourself. You can save yourself." Disciple says, No, Master, save me. Then you can teach me." Master shouts, "Fool, I am telling you, stand up." He got frightened. Just out of that fear, he simply stood up and saw water is only up to knee level. Water is only up to knee level. When you stand up, you will understand the whole samsara sagara. Whatever you think as the great worries of your life will be only up to knee level. Not even up to knee level, up to ankle level. It will be just up to the ankle level. Because you are lying, you never stand up. You think you are drowning. You think you are drowning. Please be very clear. If you stand up, immediately you will realize water is only up to knee level. Whatever you think as whole samsara sagara is only up to knee level. Nothing. It's no way is going to affect you. But you need the courage to stand up. For example, the disciple, if he has decided, no, he is teaching all impractical things, I am drowning, instead of pulling me out, instead of helping me, he is What type of master? If he is blaming, naturally he would have gone with the river. He had the courage for 1 minute, guts to experiment with the master's words. You need that guts. That is what I say. Dhiraha. Courage to stand up and see the truth by yourself. Courage to experiment it. Nothing will be lost. If something can be lost, better let it be lost as early as possible. Let you be rid of that. If something which can be lost, if something can be lost by practicing the truth, let it be lost as early as possible. Earlier they are lost, better for you. Let you flood your being with truth. Whatever cannot stand, whatever will be washed away, let them be washed away. The earlier they are washed away, better for your being. Let whatever will be washed away can be lost. Let it be washed away. Let it be lost from your being as early as possible. Here, Krishna explains about the sacrifice. Apalakankshi viryanyo vididrushto yadijjade yashtavyameveti manas samadaya cha satvikaha. Of sacrifices, the sacrifice performed according to the directions of scriptures as a matter of duty by those who desire no reward is of the nature of goodness. Sacrifice performed as per the regulation of the scriptures by those who don't desire the rewards of the sacrifice and with a resolute mind consider the performance of the sacrifice as their duty. This is sattva, mode of goodness. Here, you don't bother about anything. You don't bother about the end result. He is giving the whole gist of the Gita. How a sattvic man does the homa or yajna, sacrifice, and how Rajasic man does, and how Tamasic man does. He explains all the methods, how all the three are caught in different things. Devat vijat guru pragnya pujanam sauchamarjavam brahmacharyam ahimsa cha sariram tapa uchyate. Here he gives the things to be done by a person who is sincere. Surrender to the divine and to the spiritual master. Guru Pranya, surrendering to the Guru and the elders, keeping yourself clean, simple, pure and non-violent. Of course, again, these truths should be understood and imbibed in your life. Here he gives step by step. He explains. Anutpegakaram vakyam satyam priyahidaya idanchayate swadhyayapyasananchaiva vangmayantava uchyate. The tapas, which is supposed to be done by words, is speaking truth, pleasing words, priyahitam chayat. Please understand, creating a healing effect through the words is important. Creating, healing, feeling through your words is a basic thing for spiritual sadhaka. You should not talk the words which will hurt others. Your very presence should be healing. When you sit with somebody, the person should feel, can I sit some more time with him? Can I spend some more time with him? Can I meet him tomorrow? Will I be able to see him once more? You should create that healing feeling in the other person. People should wait for you, not run away from you. Usually, we create such an effect. What happens? We create sealing feeling. They just run away. Simple, single word, if it is used improperly, can destroy whole relationship. Whole relationship. Here, Krishna says, a spiritual person should use pleasing words and not agitating the others. Without agitating the others, you will not be arrogant. See, it is not even a morality, social morality. It's a spiritual practice. As I was telling you the other day, the words which you use, with the same words you will use, it will hurt you also. You will be using the same words towards you also. So you need to be clear about the words which you are using. And he says, regular study of spiritual literature. Regularly studying these type of great literatures. Because when these ideas again and again go into your being, you get the courage to experiment these truths. You get the courage to work with these truths. I tell you, any truth take up and try to do at least few times. For example, yesterday I was telling, don't continuously function based on the idea of me. Try with you. At least 10 times in your life, try that and see the effect of that in your life. And if it does not work out and if you throw it away, it's up to you. But at least 10 times try. You will see at least a glimpse of the truth expressed by Krishna. Mana prasada saumyatvam maunam atma vinigraha. Saumyatvam. He says beautifully, Bhava samsuddhi rityedat tapo mana samuchyate. Satisfaction, saumyatva, the word, we have no exact English translation. Saumyatva means feeling so comfortable, who makes you feeling totally relaxed, saumya, in his presence. Gravity, self-control, purification of one's existence is austerities of the mind. Please understand, saumyatva and these pleasing words, these are all the basic qualities which is supposed to be practiced by a spiritual person. Somebody asked Sugabrahma Rishi, what is the difference between enlightened man and avatara, incarnation? See, there are some people who have become enlightened. They are enlightened, but they can't help others. And I have seen one Swami. He was living in Himalayas. Great enlightened person. And you will be surprised, whole day he will be smoking ganja. And no doubt he is enlightened. You may be surprised. Actually, in that chilam pipe, he will put one copper coin, smoke ganja. When he empties that chilam, it will be gold coin. I have seen with my own eyes. Then he will sell that coin and get some more ganja. He lived in a place called Uttarakashi. Uttarakashi is the place where he lived. Of course, I had great respect for him because he is a great tapasvi. And he will never wear any clothes. Naga sadhu. Naga means that sannyasis who don't wear clothes. In that cold they will live without clothes. Naga sannyasis. They are called Paramahamsas. Paramahamsa sannyasis don't wear clothes. They are allowed to wear clothes only when they go into the city to spread the divine mission. Otherwise they are not supposed to wear clothes. Paramahamsas live like a child. And this Swami, great Paramahamsa, when he empties his chilam, you will see it become gold coin. I asked him, Baba, you are great tapasvi, atmajnani, brahmajnani. Why are you smoking chilam? Then he said, a big elephant cannot be tied into a small hut. You have to make that elephant little dull, silent. Only then it can stay in that small hut. Like that, this Atman, after enlightenment, cannot stay in this body. I have to bring it down, little dull. I have to make it little dull. Only then it can stay in this body. Of course, their smoking is different and we smoke is different. Our smoking is different. Somebody came and asked me, Swamiji, Vivekananda used to smoke. Why I should not smoke? Swami Vivekananda used to smoke. Ramakrishna also used to smoke. Vivekananda used to smoke. Ramakrishna used to smoke. Why I should not smoke? I told him, Vivekananda has become enlightened. Then he smoked. You also become enlightened. Then you do whatever you want. Without achieving what they achieved, just doing what they did. Please understand, enlightened masters, what they do is totally different. And what you are supposed to do is totally different. And actually, they will be doing against what you are supposed to do. You are supposed to do all things to elevate you. They are supposed to do all things to bring them down. This person who was in the Uttarakashi is an enlightened person, but he cannot help all the people. He cannot help everybody. His type is such, he will not come and help people. He will not heal somebody, or he will not teach somebody, he will not make somebody enlightened. He will not work with people. He is that type. There are some people who, after experiencing the truth, come out and share the truth with the world. Vivekananda, Paramahamsa, so many great souls. Bhagavata says that people who come out and explain or share the truth, Krishna, like all these great souls, they are incarnations. And there is one set, just enlightened people. Then Sukabrahma is questioned, what is the difference between enlightened people and avatars, incarnations? Then Sukabrahma says beautifully, Saundaryatva, Tejastva, Saraswatya, and the power, Lakshmitva. See, Saundaryatva means, if you just see them, automatically you will feel like sitting and listening. Automatically you will feel like turning once more and seeing. And the grace, tejas, which simply attracts your mind, It is called Saundaryatva. Then next, Tejas, a sharp radiating energy, clarity is called Tejas. Then Saraswatya means whatever difficult concept, thought, idea it is, very simple way it will flow from their tongue, where Saraswati is living. Above all, the Lakshmitva, just by their thought, the wealth will be there and the work will happen. Whatever they wanted to, whatever way they wanted things to happen. When all these things, qualities are radiated by somebody, be sure he is an incarnation. Here, Krishna says the same thing, Saumyatva. Please understand, even for incarnation, the Saundarya and Saumyatva is a quality. Is a quality. Now, surely we should imbibe this quality in our life. Always use the pleasing words. Never use sharp words. Never use disturbing words. And one more thing. Sometimes we don't even understand how our words disturb others. How we disturb others. We do not even know how our words disrespects or emotionally disturbs other being. We must be careful about the whole thing. Satkaramana pujartam tapotambena chaivayate kriyade tadiha proktam rajasamchalamatrubam. Here Krishna says about the people who are in Rajas, how they do the penance just for the sake of respect, honor and worship. They do the penance and it is not stable. When people don't respect them, they will stop doing it. They will do as long as people fall at their feet. If the respect is lost, they will stop all the tapasya. Mudakrage natmano yatpi daya kriyade tapaha parasyotsanadanatam vadattasamrutavrutam. Mudakrage natmano yatya pidaya kriyade tapaha parasyotsanadanatam va tattamasamudavrutam. Penance performed out of foolishness, with self-torture, or destroy or injure others is said to be more in mode of ignorance. Please understand exactly what I was telling. No black magic can be done. No evil spirit can be sent. Just forget about all these things. Never bother about all those things. That is just out of tamas. It can never work. It can disturb only himself. It will never disturb others. Tadamyamidi yattanam tiyatenupakarine dese kale cha patre cha taddanam satmikam smrutam. Here about the dana, Krishna speaks. The same concept yesterday which I was telling, sharing, not with the attitude of giving, with the attitude of sharing, not expecting some punya, not expecting some VIP pass to enter into Vaikuntha. No, doing it just out of love and gratitude. Oh God, you gave me so much. Now let me share a little bit with the society, with the world. Just sharing, the attitude of sharing. Charity given out of duty, without expectation, means feeling committed. Giving is my commitment. It is my quality. I have to do that. Then it becomes real dana. At the proper time and place, and to a worthy person is considered to be in the mode of goodness. There are three kinds of dana. Understand? Annadana. Annadana does not mean only giving food. Giving food, clothes and whatever the physical needs. Next is Vidyadana. Not only giving education, whatever they need mentally. When somebody is depressed, if you give them one or two consoling ideas, it is Vidyadana. Somebody don't know how to clean the room, you teach him, it is Vidyadana. Somebody don't know how to cut the grass, you teach him, it is Vidyadana. And third is Jnanadana, giving spiritual knowledge. If you do Annadana, you will satisfy that person for 3 hours. After 3 hours again, he needs food. If you give Vidyadana, one Janma he will earn food for himself. If you give education, he will earn food for himself. He will make money and he will make food for himself. If you give Jnanadana, you satisfy that person for Janmas after Janmas. Annadana satisfies 3 hours. Jnanadana, Annadana satisfies for 3 hours. Vidyadana satisfies that person for 1 Janma. If you give him education, if you teach him how to fish without giving fish, he will make his own food for 1 Janma. He will be satisfied for 1 Janma. If you give him Jnanadana, the spiritual knowledge, he will be fulfilled for Janmas after Janmas. He will never fall into the depression or into the samsara sagara, Janmas after Janmas. Here, Jnana Dana is the ultimate Dana. I tell you, just understand one thing. Even if you come and sat here accidentally, oh, some cutout is there, he looks so young, they are putting that he is speaking on Bhagavad Gita. Let us go and see what he is speaking. Even if you come here as an accident, just to check out, and you heard the whole Gita, be very clear. Naturally, it will help you in your life. At some point of time, you will remember these truths and execute them. You will remember these truths and execute them. And naturally, you cannot be the same person again. At some point, when you are about to do some mistake, you will remember this. These thoughts which has gone inside you, and you will move. You will correct yourself. This is what I call jnana. The jnana dana, the knowledge which you received now, will transform your whole life. Even if you don't practice it, these words are so powerful, automatically they will start working on you. They will start working on you. And naturally, you will not be the same person. The depth of the depression will be reduced. The depth of the suffering will be reduced. You will have the feeling that you are going to enter into a new life. Your life has become courageous. The new confidence will enter into your life. This is what I call jnana dana. This is the ultimate punya. Of course, doctor got that punya. Ultimate punya of giving the knowledge. No other punya can be equivalent to giving knowledge, spiritual knowledge. Giving food, 3 hours satisfaction. Giving clothes or giving vidya, education, is one life satisfaction. Giving this knowledge, spiritual knowledge, janmas after janmas, souls will be satisfied. Here, the dana, which is done purely out of the feeling of sharing, Krishna says, is sattvika, ultimate good, an ultimate purity. And one more thing, only with jnana dana, person who gives never loses anything. With all other danas, person who gives, he will have little less. See, with the annadana, who gives will lose, who receives will have. With vidyadana, he will give, he will not lose, but he will have the same thing. With the jnanadana, I tell you the secret. The more you share, more it grows. Here, win-win. You also receive, it automatically grows in the person who shares. And I tell you, it's an important secret. Don't think only you are getting benefited. By expressing these things, even I am getting benefited. A simple example you should understand. When a lady gives birth to a child, it is not that she is only the child is given birth. She is also given birth as a mother. Till that moment she is only a woman. Only after she gives birth she is called mother. When a child takes birth, not only the child is taking birth, mother also is taking birth. Till that moment she is not mother, she is only woman. The moment she gives birth to a child, not only child, mother also is taking birth. Only from that moment she is mother. Till that point she is not mother. So be very clear, when a child happens, child and mother, both of them take birth. Because till that moment she is only woman, she is not mother. She is a woman, that's all. She is not mother. Only when she gives birth, she is mother and child also given birth. Same way, when some of you receive the spiritual knowledge, not only you, I also become perfect. That is why in the Vedic system, before starting any spiritual lessons, they recite the mantra, Sahana Vavatu, Sahanao Bhunattu, Sagaviryam Karavavahai, Tejasvinavaditamastu Mavitvishavahai, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. This mantra means, let both of us achieve perfection. Let both of us grow. Let both of us help each other. Let both of us not have enmity towards each other. Understand? Here the mantra doesn't say, let you learn. No. He says, let both of us learn. The Vedic system is so humble. And I tell you the honest truth. When I speak, I also learn. Somebody asked me, I think day before yesterday, when I was coming, Swamiji, what you are going to speak? I said, who knows? Just like you, I also sit and listen. Just like you, I also sit and listen. Here all I have is only slokas. I read the slokas and whatever comes spontaneously, that's all. Just like you, I am also sitting and listening. How you are benefited, same way I am also benefited. Both of us are growing. Only an egoistic person thinks a disciple only is benefited. No. Master also benefits. He can become master only when a disciple happens. Only when a child is given birth, she is mother. Only when a disciple becomes enlightened, he is master. Otherwise he cannot be called as master. If she is not able to give birth to a child, she will not be called as mother. Same way, If you are not able to become enlightened, I cannot become master. So be very clear. By sharing this knowledge, I also grow. Not only you, I also grow. A person who shares with a simplicity and humility, who is very clear, honest about the whole truth of sharing, who is not caught in the false ego. His dana, his sharing is sattvic and related to sattva guna. When I answer some questions, if I don't know, sometimes straight away I tell, no, I don't know the answer. I don't know. People ask me, what is this, Swamiji? You are an enlightened master. How can you say you don't know? I tell them, only an enlightened master can say I don't know. Only an enlightened person can be courageous enough to say, when you don't know, that you don't know. To answer, even without knowledge, doesn't need enlightenment. That needs only foolish hypocrisy. You don't need enlightenment for that. Here, the honest, straightforward approach to the truth is what Krishna says, Sattvika Dana. Sattvika Dana. Here, whatever way I experience the truth, simply I express it, share it, honestly, without any reservation. That is what is Sattvika Dana by Krishna's words. And he goes on explaining about the Rajasadana and Tamasadana. Adesa kale yattanam apatrepyascha diyate asatrada vajatma sanyatam taddana samudahritam. Charity performed at an impure place, at an improper time, to unworthy persons, or without proper attention and respect, is said to be in the mode of ignorance. He says about the tamasa dana, which creates trouble for himself and for others. For example, for an antisocial element, if you give $1 million dana, what will happen? It will be used only for destruction. This type of danas only Krishna calls as a tamasa or ignorant dana. He goes on explaining the importance of sincerity, Shraddhatraya. Understand again and again and again. I want all of you to understand this one single concept, one solid truth. Have courage to experiment with the truth which you heard in all these chapters, in all these days from Parabrahma Krishna. Let me spend few minutes answering all the questions. Think what I will do day after tomorrow onwards, after 4:30. You can come to the ashram. Let me answer these questions because tomorrow we may not have time to answer these questions. Today itself I wanted to answer all the questions. Please take out the questions, anything is there inside. Swamiji, you said that if we give importance to negative thoughts, samskaras get embedded in the unconscious zone. Please explain. Vastu consultant recommends changes in home for improving positive energy, balance. And if we can't do it, then what? If you can't do it, then forget about it. What is there? You see, give importance to Vastu, then Vastu will become automatically alright. Vastu means your consciousness. Change the Vastu, automatically Vastu will change. Vastu is really a great science when you do it. But nowadays, so many, lot of rules, unnecessary rules added, and it has gone to an extreme foolishness. It has gone to extreme foolishness. So, whatever you can do it, otherwise don't bother, just change the Vastu, that's enough. That is simply enough. Changing Vastu will automatically change the Vastu. Just bother about Vastu, Vastu will take care of itself. I always tell people, Vastu and all these things are 1 volt, 2 volt current. Vastu is 1000 volt current. Just change the Vastu. Vastu will change. I have spoken extensively on Vastu and the science of the outer space and inner space in the lecture called From Place to Space. If you are too much interested in Vastu, I have given a lot of scientific explanation in that. How the Vastu is science and how you can change the Vastu without changing the house by balancing the energy. If you have too much interest in the Vastu, try to listen to the discourse From Place to Space. That's a discourse that will give you more detail. Swamiji, the other day you mentioned on the question of the reason for the birth, meditation, liberation and this whole cycle, but the answer was not given. Could you please provide the answer? Curious listener and devotee. Understand, I spoke about that question so that you will start thinking about that. The question cannot be answered. The question is used as a technique to create seeking or quest in your being. The question is not supposed to be answered, and you have to find out your own answer. Atman or divine is the answer. But with this word, what have you understood? The questioner is here. If you are here, tell me. The reason for birth, meditation and liberation is consciousness, divine, God. Now I answered. What have you understood? Nothing. One more word, that's all. And at the most you may go to the Oxford Dictionary and refer meaning for these words and have more confusion. Nothing else, that's all. Understand, this question cannot be answered. You need to experiment with this question. Let you contemplate. Let you be disturbed by this question. You will achieve the state in which you will never be disturbed by anything else. Dear Swamiji, do a mother's prayers work for her children? Not only for her children, it can work for the whole world. You can pray for the whole world, it will work. How can we differentiate intuitive decision and impulsive decision? Now, in this information age, one's decision will impact many lives directly or indirectly. Can you kindly please help us in understanding this? The moment you have the doubt whether it is intuitive decision or impulsive decision, it is impulsive decision. Intuition will not leave any doubt. One more thing, in a group, if your decision is intuition, you will have the tremendous power to convince the whole group and lead the whole group. You will not only have the word as a decision, you will have the power to execute the decision. You will have both. You will have decision and power to execute the decision, both in your life. All the enlightened masters, either I have read or heard about them, left their home at least for some number of years to experience enlightenment. Is this necessary? If not, why did they do it? They did it to understand it is not necessary. They did it to understand it is not necessary. what to do. Unless you do, you don't understand sometime, it is not necessary. People ask me again and again, Swamiji, you did so much of tapasya and became enlightened. Is it not necessary we also should do all this tapasya? Please understand, I tell you the truth, honest truth. I did so much of tapasya because I was a fool. I did not know, so I did it. For you, there is no need. Simple, understand this simple example. There is one lock. 10,000 keys are lying. And I do not know which key will open. So I have to work with all 10,000 keys one by one, one by one, one by one. I have to experiment. Suddenly, one key opened. Opening did not take time. Experimenting with the 10,000 keys took me 10 years. Understand? Opening took only 1 second. Experimenting with this 10,000 key took me 10 years of tapasya. Now, what is the need for you to experiment with 10,000 keys? Here I am giving you the set of key. Straight away open and experience. Straight away open and experience. Straight away use this key and open. There is no need for you to waste your 10 years with 10,000 keys. Waste your whole life with 10,000 keys. I had to do because I did not have a right person to tell, this is the key, take it and open. So I have to play with all 10,000 keys till the lock opens. For you, there is no need. Why should you waste your life playing with 10,000 keys? Neither you have time, nor you have energy. Here I am, straight away giving you the key. I have given the best keys. Straight away use them. You will open it within seconds. And open the door. Enjoy the treasure which is in your consciousness. So, you don't have to be a fool like me. You don't have to do the same mistake which I did. So, there is no need for you to do all this tapas and all these things. Just use this key. At least one key. In the 16 days, I have given at least 10-12 keys. Take up some one key and work with that key, and you will see that you will open the door and experience the ultimate truth and enjoy the treasure. When everything is divine in the universe, how can there be good and bad, happiness and sadness, lower level and upper level, Jivatma and Paramatma, permanent and non-permanent, etc.? Is this not true only in the eyes of the perceptor? Yes. Only in the eyes of the perceptor, good and bad. In the reality, there is no good and bad. In the reality, there is no good and bad. Be very clear. When you achieve that state, there is no good and bad. In the normal level, in the Vyavakarika level only, there is something called good and bad. Respected Paramahamsa Sri Nithyananda, my love and pranams to you. Kindly answer these questions either now or at such time as you feel it is appropriate. If God is such at a high vibration as to be unaware of deaths caused by the catastrophes, just as an SUV is unaware of the ants it crushes. The other day I was talking about the high frequency. He is questioning from that. Then does it not also necessarily follow that God would not even hear our cries for help when we are being swept up in those catastrophes? And if that is the case, do any of our prayers reach God? Nice question. Understand, when I said that example, the frequency of ants is different, frequency of man is different, frequency of God is different. I don't mean your prayers don't reach them. Your prayers don't reach God. But the reaction will not be as you expect. the response will not be as you expect. Whatever you see in the movie, the Vittlacharya movies, a full light will come out of the hand. Puss, it will come and fall you. And the 80-year-old lady will become suddenly 18-year-old woman. And she, what happened to me? I have become new person. And please do not expect that. That is what I meant. His frequency is different. When I said that, do not think like a movie. You will suddenly open your eyes and you will see everything is new. No. Nothing of that sort will happen. That is what I said. I meant by the word that frequency is different and your frequency is different. Your prayers do reach. Existence responds to your thoughts. Consciousness responds to your thoughts, not in the way in which you wanted. For example, in the dream, you are thinking you are being chased by a tiger. You are dreaming. You are chased by a tiger. You are running. In the dream you are shouting, please get me something. Get me some weapon. I have to kill this tiger. You are shouting. The friend who is sleeping next to you, if he just brings and gives you a sword or a rifle or a gun, either you may shoot him or shoot yourself. You may shoot him or shoot you. That is not going to help you. The real help is that guy should just give you one kick and tell you, hey, get up. What are you talking? What are you doing? You'll suddenly wake up and realize the whole thing is dream. Understand, he has responded to your prayers, but not in the way in which you wanted. He responded to your prayers, but not in the way in which you wanted. You are being chased by a tiger. You are shouting, oh my friend, give me a gun, give me my gun, give me my gun. If he just responds to your prayer as you want, just giving gun, what you will do? You may shoot him or shoot yourself. But that is not the right response. He just woke you up. That's all. That's the right response. So when I tell you that his frequency is different, it is not that he is not hearing your prayers. He listens to your prayers and attends it, but not in the way in which you wanted. The way in which you will have the right result. He attends, he does which is good for you. Sometimes he answers your prayers as you want. Sometimes he answers your prayers as he wants. Understand, if he is answering as he wants, he is compassionate towards you. If he is answering as you want, he is just tired of your nagging. And he says, take it and get out. Let me get rid of you. Let me get rid of you. Please be very clear. I always tell people, two things. Making your dreams into reality and making you understand the reality itself is dream. Making your dreams into reality, he gives you Shakti. Making you understand this reality itself is your dream, he gives you Buddhi. He may do whatever he wants, but whatever is good for you, he does it. Understand, when I say his frequency is different, I mean he responds in his own way, not as you expect him to respond. Referring to the business secret, which out of your love and grace you revealed to us the other night. If the Guru is unaware of when he visits us in the dreams, and if his appearance in dreams is directly the product of our own faith, then is he similarly unaware of our prayers to him? If that is the case, are the perceived answers to our prayers nothing more than merely the product of our ideas about what our Guru will or will not do for us? Understand, I said the experience happens to you out of your faith, but I never said it is your mere mind. Understand, when you have faith, Parashakti responds using the form of the Guru, using the form of the Master, and Master also can become aware. See, for example, if 10,000 people are having my darshan at a time, I can become aware of that the moment I close and I want to download that information. As on now, the mind with which I am playing, I am just using it for this work. For example, here watch is lying, this file is lying. If I see, I can see the watch. But as on now, I am not seeing the watch. I don't know the time. But in any moment I turn, I can know the time. As on now, I do not know how many are having my experience, how many are seeing me in darshan. But the moment I close and turn, I can see. There is all those statues. Here, because I am seeing you, I am not seeing that. It is not that I can't see that. A single moment I can see that. Same way, who is having my darshan, it's not that I can't know about it. This moment, if I close the eyes, I can know. But as on now, I am using that mind to see you all. One more thing, why I said it is not under the Master's control, it is actually your sincerity also plays a role. When you are not sincere, even God cannot help you. Even God cannot help you. For example, if you have to be rescued from the water, at least you need to stretch your hand. Otherwise, you will pull the person who is rescuing you. Here, understand, your perceived answers are not merely product of your ideas. No. Your perceived answers are from the Master, from the Divine. When I made that statement, I meant because of your trust, you get the vision, darshan. Otherwise, people will start asking for darshan. It will become like a profession. And you need tremendous surrender to have that type of experience of darshan and visions. And masters can know the moment they want to know. It is not that they are unaware of it. So please be very clear. It is a whole complete conscious process which Master is aware of when he wants to. Usually, they do not interfere in Parashakti's work. I generally don't interfere. Whenever people come and tell me, Swamiji, I saw you in the dream, I saw you in the darshan, you healed me, you helped me, I always tell them, no, not me, Parashakti. Your faith towards the divine energy used my form to help you. As long as I understand I am not, Parashakti will use my form to help you. The moment I think I am, this form will be thrown away in the dustbin. As long as you are out, God will stay in your house. The moment you enter, God will leave. In our body, if we don't live, divine will live. If we say, yes, I only came and gave darshan, come, give me pranami a little bit. And put this in the hundi. The moment we say, I only did that, immediately Parashakti will stop using your form. All I can say is only one thing. Because I vacated this house, she is using this house to bless you. That's all. I have vacated. I have given this for her to rent. No, without collecting rent. I have asked her to stay without asking for rent. So the Parashakti divine is using this form. That's all. Otherwise, I have nothing to do. It is not done by me. So please understand. Many people come and tell me, Swamiji, I had darshan of you and you healed me. I have become all right. I had your darshan and you gave me the answer. It's all your grace. I tell them, no. Your deep, sincere trust and faith towards the Master or God or Guru, that has guided you. The other day, One person, he came to me. It seems his eye is deeply dedicated to Paramahamsa Yogananda, great master who lived in Los Angeles. He is a devotee of Paramahamsa Yogananda. He does that Kriya Yoga for so many years. Suddenly one day, he was sitting and weeping, praying to Yogananda, please show me a living master. Yogananda gave darshan and gave him the website ID. That's a strange thing. He says, he gave me your website address, Swamiji, www.dhyanapidam.org, and asked me to go and see the website. And I was, of course, this strange thing. He says, I went to the website and saw you and immediately felt connected and came and met you. And he told me, your grace only it happened. I said, no, your faith towards Paramahamsa Yogananda, your master, he shows you the living master. Sometimes these masters who left the body, they always guide the disciples to the living masters. And so many incidences. Another one day, one more person was sitting and praying to Paramahamsa Yogananda only, to show a living master in his samadhi. Suddenly, for no reason, we went there. And he saw me and came with me. And when I put my hand on his head and blessed, suddenly he entered into the ecstasy and started, the tears started pouring. He was in that same mood for hours. And he told me, 12 years ago when I did the meditation with Paramahamsa Yogananda, Yogananda's technique, the experience which I had first time, the same thing repeated this moment, Swamiji. Some connection. Masters always guide the disciples to the living masters. I always tell people, never think you need to spread me. There are already so many people, my marketing agents. They are all there. Paramahamsa Yogananda, Ramakrishna, Mahavatar Babaji, all these people, they are doing the mission. Nothing else needs to be done. All right. If Atma is made or is Swayambhu, why body was required for its movement? Atma is Swayambhu. Body is not required for the Atman. You see, please be very clear. Body only requires Atman. Atman doesn't require body. Somebody tells Ramana Maharshi, Bhagavan, to live in the Arunachala, 6 rupees enough per month. In those days, 6 rupees is a big amount. 6 rupees enough per month. And I can do Atma Sadhana. Bhagavan says, fool, to live body and mind itself is not necessary. Why do we need 6 rupees? So, to live body and mind is not necessary. Only body needs Atman. Atman doesn't need body. If Atma is not creating karma and body is creating, then Atma is only the carrier of karma. Is it true? Atma is not even a carrier of karma. In the subtle bodies, yesterday we see the 7 bodies. The subtle bodies are only carrying the karma. Atma doesn't carry the karma. Like Arjuna, I have my own battle to fight. But instead of it being the Mahabharata, it is a law school court competition. I know what has to be done, but it seems as if I am lacking the focus and energy to accomplish them. Am I lacking sincerity? How do I build it? It's a nice question. Just don't bother, relax and do it. Divine will take care. This question is answered for the questioner, not the question. Atma, indestructible, etc. So is everlasting. From where it originated? If this Ishwar, God, Paramatma is regulating, then is it the same Ishwar who made Atma? Understand, Atma, Ishwar, Paramatma, these are all different trademarks, that's all. Same pizza, different shops, different trademark, same way, same experience, different words, Atma, God, Paramatma, so many different words, just trademarks. So don't bother. Eat someone pizza, that's enough. Eat someone experience, divine experience, that's enough. Nothing else is necessary. To Nithyananda Swamiji, respected Swamiji, I have been blessed by you. My back pain has decreased considerably. This was only possible by your grace. Attending the Gita discourses, which has been flowing from your heart, and the energy emanated from these talks has really helped me. Not only pain, but great peace and bliss. I am so grateful and thankful for being in your presence and knowing you. My pranams. I am assured that you are, and I am not able to read, here for me and my family. Oh, with love. Of course, it's not a question, just a gratitude note. Dear Swamiji, I have been attending your discourses since last Sunday. When I am in your presence, I feel so blissful and feel lost in your presence. I feel like I have fallen in love with you in a very pure way. I then go home and dream of you, that it is sometimes hard to distinguish if I am at your discourse or dreaming. The problem is my sensitivity has heightened so much that my emotions are like a seesaw going up and down constantly. For example, I lose my temper with crazy drivers. I find it hard to have compassion for selfish people. I start to feel lonely, unable to fit in with anyone. I find it difficult to have a conversation with people as I did before. These days I just feel like being alone and being quiet. Does this mean I have too many engrams in my 7 bodies? Already I am starting to feel sad that your discourses will be over soon, but my heart feels full of life. How can I deal with these negativities? Understand, the initial level, this all will be little struggle. But when you grow in sensitivity, you will really feel compassionate towards everybody. When you feel compassionate towards the selfish people also, your compassion is fulfilled. Accept people as they are, even if they don't accept you as you are. That will happen when you grow in the maturity. Of course, this is one phase. This is a good phase, nothing wrong. You are growing, but this is not end. Go deep, you will experience. Respected Swamiji, I am one of the sheep lion. Now I want to roar. How? Just roar, that's all. There can be no how. The moment you ask how, you again forget you are lion. Just roar, that's all. Nothing else needs to be done. So, let us all experience the sincerity and imbibe, experience the truths of Parabrahma Krishna. Let us pray to him to give us all the sincerity and experience of the truth which he is teaching through the Gita to all of us, and let him make us experience, establish ourselves in the eternal bliss. Nithyananda. Thank you. Vasudeva Sudam Devam Gamsachanuramardanam Devagi Paramanandam Krishnam Vande Jagadgurum. Bhagavata Narayanena Swayam Vyasena Kraditam Purana Muninam Madhye Mahabharatam. Krishna goes further deep into the Satya. Now he gives straight away the ultimate experience. The experience which Krishna gave it to Arjuna at the time of Vishwarupa Darshana Yoga. The universal consciousness or the cosmic experience. Arjuna was not able to establish himself in that experience because of the fear. Always you miss the first experience because of fear. Here, Krishna is giving the experience of ultimate which stays with Arjuna forever. Now, he is putting him into the enlightenment once for all. Just these next few slokas, Krishna is putting Arjuna into that experience of enlightenment. He is waking him up. He is just waking him up to the ultimate truth. Once a person goes to Zen master and asks, Master, how can I become Buddha? Master just gives him a good slap. And the story says, suddenly he became awakened. He experienced the Buddhahood in himself. Of course, then Master explains, if Buddha comes to me and asks, how can I become Buddha? What can I tell? I can only just shake and tell, you are that. You are that. Wake up from the sleep. Slap your face and wake up from the sleep. Nothing else needs to be done. Here, Krishna just totally wakes up. He just shakes the Arjuna and waking him up from the long slumber which we call samsara sagara or unconsciousness which we call tamas. He just shakes the Arjuna and gives him the ultimate experience of enlightenment and puts him in that same state forever. Forever. As I was telling you, the three levels of surrender. Surrender in the level of intellect, emotion and senses. Here, Krishna puts the Arjuna in that ultimate level of surrender. Tatraivam sadigartaram atmanam kevalam tuyaha pashyatyakrita buddhinvan na pashyati durmati. Therefore, one who thinks himself the only doer, not considering the other factors, the Paramatma, which is operating the whole, the ultimate consciousness, is certainly not very intelligent and cannot see things as they are. As long as you have the idea of I and you, I and mine, you cannot see what is. You will see things only as you want. I always tell people, when we are prejudiced with I and mine, we will never collect arguments and give judgment. The judgment will be ready. We will collect arguments to support the judgment. Throughout our life, we are doing the same. We just collect arguments to support the judgment. Yasya naham krito bhavo buddhir yasya na lipyate Hatva visaimal logan nahanti na nibhadyate. One who is not motivated by false ego, whose intelligence is not entangled, though he kills men in this world, does not kill, nor is he bound by his actions. Very dangerous statement. Very dangerous statement. He goes to the extreme, and no master except Krishna can make such a courageous statement. Krishna makes a courageous statement, bold statement. One who is not motivated by false ego, whose intelligence is not entangled, though he kills men in this world, does not kill, nor he is bound by his actions. Of course, a man who has gone to that level of experience will never even think of killing. As long as you have the idea I and mine, you will try to always attack or kill. When you exclude, you start killing. But the surrender never teaches you to exclude. By surrender, you will learn how to include the whole thing. How to include the whole thing. One important thing. Only when you feel insecure, you kill others. Please be very clear. To make war, you don't need courage. You need cowardness. Only cowards create wars. They are afraid that we will be killed. So they start killing others. To kill others, you don't need courage. You need only cowardness. The person who is courageous will never kill others. The person who is courageous will be established in non-violence. Only cowards will continuously try to hurt others. Courageous person will never hurt others. That's why Krishna makes a bold statement. One whose intelligence is not entangled, even if he kills, he is not. It means he is emphasizing, let you be liberated from entanglements. Let you liberate yourself from the false ego. He is not asking you go and kill. That's a very big problem. People always make their own meaning out of the words. You make your own meaning. You make your own understanding. A small story. One Zen monk goes to the master and he asks something, and he is just kicked out of the ashram, monastery. The next monk, he asks, what happened? Why are you punished? What did you do? Why are you so sad? The monk says, no, I just asked, can I smoke when I meditate? The master kicked me out of the ashram. Monk said, fool, you don't know how to ask. Wait 10 minutes, I will come back. He goes and he comes out and he is smoking inside the ashram. The monk who is punished, he asked, what is the secret? Tell me. No, I went to the master and asked, can I meditate when I smoke? I asked the master, can I meditate when I smoke? Same thing. I know how to put it. Sometimes you need to know how to present. Of course, don't make your own meaning out of this statement. This statement means be liberated from false ego. Don't start killing. These two ideas. Smoking at the time of meditation, meditation at the time of smoking. Two different things. You can do meditation at the time of smoking, it's okay. But don't smoke at the time of meditation. You can meditate at the time of smoking, but never smoke at the time of meditation. Means taking the other meaning. Here Krishna says, one who is not motivated by false ego, one who has experienced, he is the truth and he is the whole, he is the ultimate. Even if he kills, he is not killing. out of this statement, make the right meaning. By this word, Krishna inspires you to experience the truth. He is not inspiring you to go around and kill everybody. We need to make the right understanding out of this statement. A small story. A Jew, an Italian, and a Pole. All the three guys, they go to a interview in police academy. First, Jew enters into the room. Officer asks, before we give admission, we wanted to have a simple test of general knowledge. He asked, who killed Jesus? Jew said, Romans. He said, all right, tomorrow you can join the academy. You can go. Next person, Italian came. He asked, the officer asked, who killed the Jesus? He replied, Romans. All right. Tomorrow you can come and join. Third guy came. Officer asked, who killed the Jesus? He said, I am not sure. Then officer says, all right, you can go back, think, you can take 1 day, then come back and tell me. He comes back to the evening. He comes back to the house in the evening and he tells his wife, see, first day itself, they gave me a murder case to analyze. They gave me a murder case to work with. Please understand, you can make any meaning out of this word. You can make any meaning out of this word. Do not make a wrong meaning out of this statement. When Krishna says, a man who is not caught in the false ego, even if he kills, he is not killing. He means liberate yourself from false ego. It doesn't mean go around and kill people. We should understand the truth behind this statement. But only a master like Krishna can give such a solid, courageous statements. Jnananam jneyam pariññāta trivida karma chodana karanam karma kartedi trivida karma sangraha. All these things constitutes action. All these things are reason for anything to happen. And the next sloka he continues. Bhaktyam abhijanati yavan yachasmi tattvataha tado mam tattvado jnatva visade tadanantaram. One can understand me as I am, as a supreme personality or the ultimate, by surrendering all these things into me. Bhaktya. When you just relax from all the bubbles which you collected just to support you or what you think as you, when you relax, then you understand the whole is me. You are not just a part, you are whole. And here he says, when one is fully consciousness, when one is in full consciousness of the eternal consciousness, when one is fully conscious of me, he enters into the eternal consciousness. He liberates himself. He liberates himself. Whatever you think, known, knowledge, whatever you know, including your knowledge about God, is about God. Please understand, whatever you know about God is about God, not God himself. So drop that also. Suddenly you will experience God. When you drop your knowledge about God, you will experience God. You will experience God. Otherwise, you will be just reading menu card. You will never taste the food. Don't waste your life just reading menu card. Let you experience the food. Let you experience the taste. sarva karman yabhisata kurvano matyabasrayaha mat prasada dadivapnoti shashvatam padam avyayam. Though engaged in all kinds of activities, my bhakta is protected by me, reaches the eternal consciousness just by my presence and blessing. Just now I was expressing this concept to some of our friends. When you relax, the instinct which continuously tries to protect you, just relax from that instinct. Suddenly you will create a space in which the power of coincidence can happen. Here he says, even if you are engaged in all kinds of activity, if you are my bhakta, means if you are surrendering just because of my protection, under my protection, you will experience the eternal or the ultimate eternal consciousness. You see, if he wants to give only the spiritual world, he doesn't have to say protection. Here he uses the word protection, means here he says outer world and the inner world both. The person who surrenders will experience both. All you need to do is a simple thing, get out, he will get in. Just get out, he will simply get in. A small story. One day, Vishnu was resting in his Sesha, the Adi Sesha. He is just resting, relaxing. Devi, Lakshmi was just doing Pada Seva, pressing the feet. In those days, women used to serve as men. In those days, Puranas say, women used to serve men. So, she was serving Krishna, she was serving Vishnu. Suddenly, Vishnu got up and ran for a few steps. After a few minutes, without sitting in the Garuda Vagana, he came back. He called Garuda, Garuda came, he ran to sit on the Garuda to go somewhere. But the moment Garuda came, without sitting on Garuda, he came back. Without sitting on the Garuda Vagana, he came back and sat. Lakshmi asked, what happened? Suddenly you rushed and you did not even go. The moment you saw the Garuda Vagana, you came back. What happened? Vishnu says, below, I saw one of my devotee. He was sitting and meditating on me. On antisocial element, on another one person. He was throwing stones to attack, to disturb my devotee. So I ran to protect him. Suddenly I saw this guy who was meditating. He opened his eyes and he picked up a stone to attack him back. Then I thought, all right, you yourself protect yourself. I came back. When I saw he is protecting himself, he is defending, I came back. I am sitting here. Understand? When you protect, he just rests and relax. When I use the word protect, I am not asking you not to lock your house. No. I am asking you to drop the survival of instinct, the instinct of survival. The survival instinct, which is continuously torturing you, which is continuously killing you. I tell you, the instinct to survive is the great killer. Nobody else kills you so much except the instinct of survival. If somebody kills you, he will kill you only at one point. Only once you will die from his hand. But the instinct of survival, continuously, every moment it kills you. Every moment you go through that expression, that experience. You go through that experience. All you need to do, just surrender the instinct to survive. You will suddenly wake up. And Krishna says, I protect you. Of course, intellectually you can never understand. Intellectually, you can never understand this. How can I be protected by somebody who gave statements some thousands of years ago? By somebody, how can it be possible? How can I be protected just by surrendering my survival instinct? And only I have to protect me. You always have problem. A small story. One born blind man, he went to the doctor and asked, "Doctor, can you do something and give me my eyes back?" Doctor said, "Don't bother. I'll do something. I'll do a surgery. You will have your eyes. After that, you can walk without the stick." Blind man said, "Doctor, I can understand that you will do a surgery. I can understand I will have my eyes back. But how can I walk without stick?" By and by, stick has become part of his being. He started thinking, I cannot walk without stick. Intellectually, you cannot convince him. You can walk without stick after the surgery. You can't. But once the surgery is over, automatically he will throw the stick away and he will start walking. Same way I tell you, for you to exist, there is no need for instinct of survival. Survival instinct is not necessary for you to exist. Just surrender. Allow the surgery to be done on your being. Allow the operation to happen. You don't need fear or the instinct, the survival of instinct to exist. But you always ask the question, how can that be? How can I live without fear? Just like this blind man can never be convinced intellectually. He can never be convinced. He can walk without stick unless the surgery happens. Only when the surgery happens, only when he gets his eyes back, only after the experience he can understand he can live without stick. He can walk without stick. Same way, only when you surrender, only when you relax from the instinct to survive, suddenly something happens to you. The new consciousness happens to you. Then automatically you realize, you experience, you can live without the survival, the instinct to survive and instinct to possess. Without these two, you can live. Your life doesn't need instinct to survive and instinct to possess to experience the truth, or your life doesn't need instinct to survive and instinct to possess even to live in the material world. That is what Krishna means, under my protection. Under my protection, it means he himself takes care, his very energy. Actually, when you surrender the instinct to survive, you create a space in which the power of coincidence starts working. Automatically, things fall in line. Automatically, you are protected and you are taken care. Here, Krishna goes to the next step of explaining the truth. Tameva saranam gaccha sarva bhavena bharata tat prasadat param santim sadanam prapsyasi saswatam. He starts giving experience now. Krishna starts the radiating of eternal consciousness. He starts radiating the eternal consciousness. He is putting Arjuna into that consciousness, into that enlightenment. Just take few minutes and please relax at least for these few minutes from all the thoughts and ideas which is going in your head. There is every possibility along with him, by his grace, we may also have the glimpse of what Arjuna received. It is just because of our instinct to survive and instinct to possess we miss. Now, if we can relax from that, just for next few minutes, when you go back, you can take it, no problem. Just for a few minutes, keep them away from your consciousness, inner space, you may have the glimpse. There is every possibility. Not only you may, you can have the glimpse. What Arjuna received, the same thing we can experience by the grace of Krishna. Tameva saranam gaccha sarva bhavena bharata tat prasadat param santim sthanam prapsyasi sasvatam. He says, Tameva saranam gaccha. Throughout this Gita, he always mentions I, me, surrender to me, representing the divine. Suddenly, he changes the word, surrender unto him. First time, Krishna is speaking in this language. Surrender unto him means he has expanded from the body. Now he is speaking as a Parabrahma Krishna. Now he is speaking from the eternal consciousness. He is speaking from the eternal consciousness. That is why he says, surrender unto him. He is not saying, surrender to me. He usually uses the word me. Now he is using the word surrender unto him. Means he has now expanded to put Krishna into the experience. To give that experience to disciple, you should be in that same experience. Now he is expanding into that experience. Before the puja is done, the priest will do Anganyasa Karanyasa mantra. The Anganyasa and Karanyasa, Angushtabhyam, Darjanibhyam, all these mantras they will chant. It's actually expanding beyond the body consciousness, purifying the body and going beyond the body. Purifying and going beyond is one and the same. Consciousness. Here, Krishna says, Tameva saranam gaccha, surrender unto him means he has expanded. He is not now able to use the word me. He has just suddenly expanded to that energy, eternal consciousness. He says, Tameva saranam gaccha. Bharata, surrender unto him utterly. By his grace, you will attain eternal consciousness and the supreme peace. Tameva saranam gaccha sarva bhavena bharata tat prasadat param shantim sthanam prapsyasi sasvatam. He is expanded into that eternal consciousness. He is about to give the energy darshan. He is expanded into that consciousness to shower himself on Arjuna. Sarva guhya damambuya srunu me paramam vasaha ishtosi me dridamiti tado vakshyami dehitam. Because you are dear friend, I express this truth to you, which is most confidential knowledge of all. Hear this from me. It is for your benefit. Now he enters into the experience. I think we should all take few minutes, at least few seconds, to pray to the Parabrahma Krishna who showered the enlightenment on Arjuna, who showered the ultimate experience on Arjuna, to shower the same on all of us, at least to give the glimpse of that truth to all of us. Please just take few minutes, close your eyes, intensely pray to him. Don't think he is not available now. He is available to the planet Earth all the time. He may not have the body, but he is available in the form of energy always. That is why we tell the gods which are in the temple, they are called Archavatara. He is the incarnation of the Vigraha. He is the incarnation of divine. He will be available whenever we call him. Just take few minutes and pray to him intensely. Let him shower the same experience on all of us, which is showered on Arjuna. Relax and listen to the words of Krishna. Manmana bhava matbhakto matyaji mam namaskuru mame vaishyasi kaundeya pradijane priyosi me. Manmana bhava matbhakto matyaji mam namaskuru mame vaishyasi satyam de pradijane priyosi me. Always think of me, become my devotee, worship me, and offer your homage unto me. This is the way you will come to me without fail. I promise you this because you are my great bhakta and dear one to me. Now he comes to the ultimate teaching, which is the essence, quintessential essence of all the teachings, the ultimate thing, and he just wakes him up just by this one sloka. Through this one sloka, Krishna wakes up Arjuna and puts him into the Krishna consciousness, eternal consciousness, enlightenment. Here Krishna starts, Sarvadharman parityajya mam ekam saranam vraja agam tva sarvabhavebhyo moksha yikshami ma suchaha. Sarvadharman parityajya mam ekam saranam vraja agam tvam sarvabhavebhyo moksha yikshami ma suchaha. Now Krishna showers himself on Arjuna, waking him up to the experience of whole. He says, Sarvadharman parityajya, give up everything, whatever you know as dharma, as a life. Dharma means the rules and regulations of the outer life and rules and regulations of the inner life. Whatever you know, let you drop everything and just surrender unto me. I shall deliver you from everything. Do not fear. He just gives the abhaya. He just gives the complete abhaya. Sarvadharman parityajya mam yegam saranam vraja agam tvam sarvabhavebhyo moksha ikshyami masuchaha. He just liberates Arjuna just by this one word. He just gives the ultimate experience to Arjuna by this one sloka. He makes Arjuna to drop everything and gives him the conscious experience of the ocean. He is telling, just drop all the idea which you collected about the bubble. Relax and realize what is. You can't even tell it is an ocean because even the idea of ocean is your idea about ocean. It will not be ocean. Even if we say you will become God. It will be your idea about God. But here, he just makes Arjuna explode into the Krishna consciousness, into that eternal consciousness. Sarva dharman parityajya mam yekam saranam vraja agam tva sarva bhabebhyo moksha yikshami masuchaha. Now, Krishna liberates Arjuna and gives the experience of ultimate permanently to Arjuna. You can't call him anymore as Arjuna because he has become Krishna. He has achieved the Krishna consciousness. Now, only Krishna exists. When only Krishna exists, you can't even say Krishna, because as long as the Arjuna and Krishna both are there, you can say one is Arjuna, another one is Krishna. Now, there is no two, only one, and we have no name for it. Now that energy showers. Adyeshyate chayayimam dharmyam samvatamaavayo jnana yangena dehanam ishtasyamiti memati. He blesses the whole universe. Now he blesses the whole universe with his grace and compassion. How he showered on Arjuna and how he made Arjuna to experience him and merge Arjuna in himself. That same consciousness now showers on the whole world. I declare that whoever studies this sacred conversation achieves jnana-yajna, achieves the same consciousness and same space of my eternal consciousness. He blesses all of us by his grace, giving this assurance and blessing. Adyeshyate chayayimam dharmyam samvatamavayo jnana yajnena dehanam ishtam syamiti me madihi. He blesses all of us out of his compassion and tremendous grace that we all are his own, and he blesses all of us that we will achieve him through this jnana yajna. Jnana yajna means offering ourselves in that knowledge, completely purifying ourselves in that knowledge. Here he promises, whoever studies this sacred conversation, this truth, they achieve me because of this jnana yajna. They disappear into me because of this is jnana yajna. When you put anything into the fire, it disappears into the fire. Nothing remains. Same way, when you put yourself into the Gita study, you will not be there. You will not be there as you are. You disappear into him. You disappear into him. Only he remains. Only he exists. Only he stays. Now, completely, the whole experience of truth has descended on Arjuna, and his blessings are with all of us. Let us pray to the ultimate consciousness to put us all into that same experience, in that same energy. Relax into that same energy. The grace and compassion of Sri Krishna, the grace and compassion of Parandama, the grace and compassion of Parabrahma Krishna, who showered on Arjuna and on all of us. Vasudeva Sudam Devam Gamsachanooramardhanam Devaki Paramanandam Krishnam Vande Jagadgurum. Nashto mogas smrutirlapta vatprasadanmayachyutah stidosmi kada sandeha karishye vachanam tava. Now, whatever consciousness working through Arjuna, because we cannot use the word Arjuna anymore, that is expressing the gratitude, overflowing with the gratitude. O Krishna, out of your grace, the illusion has disappeared. I regained my memory. He is not telling, I achieved something new. He is telling, suddenly I realize the truth. Suddenly you realize your ocean. You don't have to achieve it. You just have to remember it. You just have to regain the memory. Reclaim the memory which you lost. He remembers and he says, I am free. Now I am firm and free from doubt and surrendered to your being. And out of deep gratitude, he just overflows. And now Sanjaya is describing, again Sanjaya comes back to the scene, because now neither Krishna can speak nor Arjuna can speak. Both of them in a different mood. Arjuna has disappeared and Krishna is in that ecstasy. Both of them are not in the mood to speak. Sanjaya started when Arjuna was in depression. He was describing the scene because Arjuna is in depression, not able to speak. Krishna is not starting to speak because nothing to speak. In that time, Sanjaya was speaking. Then again, when Krishna was giving first experience, Krishna is in the highest conscious mood and Arjuna was in that ecstasy. Again Sanjaya came to describe the scene because both of them are not in the mood to speak. Now Sanjaya comes back again. Not only both of them are not in the mood to speak, they are not there to speak. Now Arjuna has disappeared into Krishna, and in the Krishna consciousness, in the pure space of Parandama or Parabrahma, nothing is there to speak, to express by words. Sanjaya comes, Vyasa pradasaschattruva netat guhyamaham param yogam yogeswarat krishnat sakshat kadayada swayam. Vyasa prasadasrutat vanedat guhyamam aham param yogam yogeswarat krishnat sakshat kadayada swayam. Sanjaya says, by the mercy of the Vyasa, I heard these most confidential talks directly from the master of all mysticism, Krishna, who was speaking personally to Arjuna. Now Sanjaya expresses his gratitude and his joy and his ecstasy hearing this whole thing. I heard this whole thing just by the grace of the Vyasa. Vyasa means Guru. Understand, always, especially in North India, wherever they study the scriptures, that seat is called Vyasapita. The book and the seat is called Vyasapita. By the grace of the Vyasa, the whole truth is revealed to me. Because Vyasa is the Adi Guru. Vyasa is the great master. So by the grace of the master, I heard these truths directly from Krishna and experienced the ultimate ecstasy. Rajan samsmritya samsmritya samvadamimam adbhutam Keshavarjuna yo punyam rishyami cha muhurmuhu. He says, O king, he is talking to Dhritarashtra, O king, as I repeatedly recall this wondrous and spiritual dialogue between Krishna and Arjuna, I take pleasure, great ecstasy, being thrilled at every moment. Muhur muhuhu. Whenever I remember, I am just filled with ecstasy, or I am overflowing with ecstasy. This truth fills me, fills my being completely. I am just showered by the divine grace. He is just expressing his joy, his bliss. Tacha samsmritya rupamatyatpudam hare Vishmayo me mahan rajan rishyami cha punah punaha. O king, as I remember the wonderful form of the Lord Krishna, I am struck with wonder more and more, and I rejoice again and again. He has nothing to say, just he is flowing. He is not even thinking what he is talking. He is just overflowing with the whole ecstasy. And here he ends the whole conversation beautifully. Yatra yogeswara Krishno yatra partho dhanurdharaha tatra srir vijayo budhir dhruvanidir madir mamaha. Wherever there is Krishna, the master of all mystics, and wherever there is Arjuna, the great supreme archer, there will also certainly be opulence, victory, extraordinary power and morality. This is my opinion. Here he ends the whole thing with a beautiful, auspicious blessing. And he says, wherever the Krishna means the name of the Krishna, wherever the name of the Arjuna exists, in all that place, all the victory, all the morality, all the prosperity, all the wealth, all the divine positive energy will shower here. He concludes with this sutra, with this sloka. Yatra yogeswara Krishno yatra partho dhanurdharaha tatra srir vijayo budhir dhruvanidir madir mamaha. Gitasu Upanishatsu Brahma Vidyayam Yoga Shastre Sri Krishna Arjuna Samvate Moksha Sannyasa Yogo Nama Ashtadashodhyayaha. Yam Brahma Varunendra Rudra Maruta Stunmandi Divyai Stavaihi Vedai Sangapadakramो Upanishadai Gayanti Yam Samagaha Dhyanavastita Tatkadena Manasa Pashyanti Yam Yogino Yashyantam Navidussura Suragana Devaya Tasmai Namaha. Devaya Tasmai Namaha. Here ends the ultimate teaching of Parabrahma Krishna to Arjuna, starts our enlightened life. Here he ends the teachings. Here the teachings end and our enlightened life starts. let us take few minutes to give the gratitude to all the great masters. First, the great master who showered these great truths to the whole universe, Sri Krishna. Let us give our gratitude to him and to all the masters who preserved these truths so that we can enjoy, experience these truths in our life. Let us give our gratitude to the complete Guru Parampara. Narayanam Bhatmabhavam Vasishtam Shaktim Jatat Putra Parasaram Cha Vyasam Sugam Gauda Padam Mahantam Govinda Yogindra Matasya Sishyam Sri Shankaracharya Matasya Bhatma Padancha Hastamalakanja Sishyam Tam Trodakanvar Tikakaramanyan Asmat Gurun San Tatamanatosmi Shruti Smruti Purananam Alayam Karunalayam Namami Bhagavad Padam Shankaram Loga Shankaram Shankaram Shankaracharyam Keshavam Badarayanam Sutra Bhashya Kridau Vande Bhagavantao Punah Punaha Yatvare Nikilani Limba Varishat Siddhim Vidatte Nisham Srimat Srilasitam Jagat Gurupatam Natvatma Truptim Gataha Lohanyana Vayoda Padanaturam Sri Shankaram Shanmatam Ramakrishnan Janityanandam Dhyayami Jyotirmayam. Pradibodhitam Bhagavatam Narayanena Svayam Vyasena Kraditam Purana Muninam Madhye Mahabharatam. Brahmanandam Paramashivam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvaditam Gagana Sadrisam Tattvamasyaadilakshyam Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavaditam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Partaya Pratibodhitam Bhagavatam Narayanena Svayam Vyasena Gratitam Purana Muninam Madhye Mahabharatam Advaitam Rudavarshinim Bhagavatim Ashtadashadyayini Ambatva Manusandadami Bhagavad Gita Bhavatveshini Vasudeva Sudam Devam Kamsachanuramardanam Devaki Paramanandam Krishnam Vande Jagadgurum. I welcome you all with my love and respects. Drop everything and surrender. This is the gist, essence of not only the Bhagavad Gita, all spiritual teachings given by all masters. Here, Krishna concludes the whole Bhagavad Gita with this one subject. Drop everything and surrender. Beautifully he says, Sarva dharman parityajya mam yekam saranam vraja agam tva sarva bhabebhyo moksha yikshyami ma suchaha. Drop everything, whatever you know as dharma, whatever you know as life, whatever you know, just drop everything and surrender. Because whatever you know is your knowledge. You know, that's all. But that cannot lead you to the ultimate. Whatever you know, even your knowledge about God, can create only one more bondage. Because you will not know God. You will know about God, that's all. Please understand, knowing about God is not knowing God. Knowing about God is different. Knowing God is different. When you completely surrender everything, you will not even have the idea that you know God. Then you know God. Even the idea that you know God will not exist in you. Then you can be sure you know God. Otherwise, you may know about God, but not exactly what is divine. All our idea about spirituality, meditation, anything, forget about the ordinary worldly ideas. Even our so-called spiritual ideas is only our ideas. We think that is true, that's all. But we do not know what is the truth. Moreover, all your so-called understanding or spiritual practice is within this complete dream. The whole thing is dream. In this dream, you are trying to do some practice. You are trying to do some technique. You are trying to do some understanding. How can you expect your effort can lead you to the ultimate? Please be very clear. If at all our effort can lead us to enlightenment, long before there would have been enlightenment shops. Long before, our guys would have created a clear thing. How many days you need to work, what way you need to work, what is the thing, and here is the enlightenment check. Have it. Long before we would have had emails, and you can shop enlightenment through internet. everything would have happened. Be very clear. Actually, in the ultimate experience, your effort is no way bringing the ultimate experience in your life. It is not connected. It is not proportional. Understand? You go and buy a lottery ticket for $1. Suddenly you get a $1 million. Can you say you earned that $1 million? No. Never. You can say the word you earned it. It is pure gift. Same way, always enlightenment is gift. Please be very clear. Whatever effort you can make, whatever you may do, hundreds of years of standing in one leg, thousands of years of fasting, any yoga, any meditation, any technique, everything is equivalent to $1 lottery. Everything, whatever you can give is only $1 lottery. But what you get is pure gift. It is pure gift. Whatever you are doing inside the dream. How can that get you something which is beyond the dream? If you do something inside the dream, it can never get you something which is beyond the dream. Here, Krishna says, drop everything and surrender. First of all, understand, surrender. The word frightens people. The word really frightens people. First thing, we need to understand, when I say the word surrender, be very clear, you are not going to lose anything by surrender. You are only going to gain everything. You are only going to gain everything. It is just because we have no other word, we are using the word surrender. First thing, we always think as if we have something to surrender. That has to be understood. We have nothing to surrender. It is just opening your eyes and understanding whatever is divine and existence. Whatever we think as ours, nothing like ours exists. The I and me, I and mine, which we are holding, is a pure lie. The moment you understand, you surrender. The moment you surrender, you understand. Whatever you say as mine, legally it is true, but existentially it is not true. Legally you can fence a part of land and say it is yours. Legally you can say have some products and say it is yours. But nature do not know. Existence do not know it is yours. If one cyclone comes, it doesn't know whose property it is. It doesn't know all the law. It doesn't know legally you are not allowed in others' properties. For existence, there is no law. All your mind is protected or supported just by law. Law of the society. We use the word law of the land. Please be very clear, it's a wrong word. Land has no law. Only society has got law. Land has no law. Anytime it can have earthquake. And it has no law. Law of the land is beyond your comprehension. As long as you are caught with this concept of I and mine, you will not be able to realize the truth of existence. You are caught thinking something is you, something is yours. Here, Krishna says, Krishna means when he says surrender, When he says drop everything, he means open your eyes and see the foolishness. Just open the eyes and understand the drama which you are doing. Just open the eyes and understand what game you are playing. The game, if you are playing to cheat others, it's okay. But don't cheat yourself. By and by, we forget. We started this game to cheat others, and now we are cheating ourselves with this game. There is no I, there is no mind. Person who is intelligent, who is ready to open his eyes and see what is reality, he will suddenly realize, wake up to the truth. There is no I, there is no mind. Be very clear, whatever you think as I, you think your body is I, your mind is I. Can it function without the air? Can you say air belongs to you? The basic energy, the prana, which goes in and comes out, doesn't belong to you. If that stops functioning, immediately whatever you think as you will disappear, will not be there. It's like you say, no, foundation doesn't belong to me, but the first floor belongs to me. You can do that legally, but existentially, it is not possible. We are in the same way. Building may belong to you, but earth do not belong to you. Earth doesn't listen to you. When it wants, it just gives one shake. Only a small shake. And whatever you think as you are building, what happens to it? Just disappears. Understand? Whatever you think as you, its very foundation doesn't belong to you. Its very foundation doesn't belong to you. It belongs to the whole. It belongs to existence. It belongs to universe with which continuously you are fighting. It belongs to nature. Please understand, whatever you think as you, the root or base of it doesn't belong to you. You may be thinking, because continuously the air goes and comes out, the breathing is happening, you take that for granted. By and by you start believing it belongs to you. It belongs to you. Because there is no gap. Once in a while, if God does the drama of strike, just like workers' union strike, if you don't do properly things, if he just says, all right, 1 minute strike, then we will understand it doesn't belong to us. He is Karuna Murti. Out of his compassion, he never does strike. That is the reason we take life for granted. We take life for granted. And just because something belongs to us legally, we think the mind is something solid. The I and mind both has no base. The person who is intelligent enough to open his eyes and see whatever he thinks as I, whatever he thinks as mine, both are just drama. What he thinks as I is not under his control. Any moment, the air which goes, if it doesn't come out, over. I disappears. Immediately your name will be removed and you will be given a new name, dead body. And straight away you will be taken to the place where you will rest once for all. Your house will not be useful. Your car will not be useful. Nothing will be useful. What you think as I is baseless. Same way, what you think as mine, again that is a baseless. How you say this land is yours? Because legally it belongs to you. But existentially it doesn't belong to you. One hurricane is enough, or one earthquake is enough. Earthquake doesn't know it belongs to somebody. Hurricane doesn't know it belongs to somebody. Nature do not know it belongs to you. Only law of the society knows it belongs to you. Next thing, if you just see the record, you will understand how many hundreds of people have claimed that land belongs to them. In last 100 years, how many have claimed that land belongs to them? You will be surprised. There will be hundreds of people who claimed that land belongs to them. But it doesn't belong to anybody. It is just paperwork. Nothing but paperwork. Your whole life is built on pure paperwork. The moment you have eyes, intelligence to see, the moment you wake up to this reality, you achieve surrender. When you understand the existence, nothing called I or mine exists, immediately you experience a tremendous relief from continuously protecting you and yours. These two instincts is the reason for all physical and mental problems. Instinct to survive and instinct to possess. Instinct to survive as you are. All physical and mental problem. The root cause is these two. When you understand the I and mine doesn't exist, suddenly you wake up and start laughing. How you are cheating yourself, how you are wasting your life, how foolish you were, spending your whole energy, whole life in building sand castles. Small Zen story. Kids were playing in the beach. They built sand castles. Whole day they worked and built the sand castles. In the end, night time, they were about to leave. They all jumped on the castle and destroyed the whole thing. And they enjoyed and went away. There was a Zen master sitting, seeing the whole scene. He told his disciples, this is what I call life. One beautiful thing is that kids, they know the whole thing is drama. Building or demolishing. That is why they are not affected. In our so-called real life, we do not understand this real truth. Actually, our life is a pseudo-life. What kids do, that is real life. Because they understand it has no value. It is created and it will be demolished. They don't sit there and cry. They are not emotionally disturbed. They are not having any problem. But if our castles are shaken, we have so much of problem. Be very clear. We don't have even that much understanding. All castles will be shaken. All palaces will be destroyed. The whole thing is just pure fun. When you understand whatever we build, whatever way we live, and it doesn't belong to us. If you don't internalize the outwardly incidents, you will experience what I call surrender. Only one thing, just do not internalize. Don't take things too seriously. When you take life too seriously, you can be sure of one thing, sickness. All seriousness is pure sickness. When you think the I or mine is truth, be very clear, you create trouble for yourself. The moment you say, the moment you believe that there is something called I in your being, that there is something exists as I in your being, that moment you start moving away from life. One more thing, your idea about you, your idea of I, your idea about whatever you think as I, whatever you think as yourself, sometimes you catch the body as I, sometimes you catch the mind as I, sometimes you catch the senses as I. Whatever you may think as I, be very clear, it has no base. It has no base. One more thing, whenever you catch something as you don't allow that to grow. If you catch your body as you stop the growth of body because you don't like change. When you think your mind is you stop the growth of the mind. You do not allow further input inside your mind. That is why egoistic people can never listen or read. They can never learn. Egoistic people can never learn anything in their life. Because learning is against their vested interests. Egoistic people will always think, I know, why should I learn? The very attitude of learning, the beginner's mind will be lost when you think your mind is you. Wherever you sit, you will destroy it. If you think your body, you will not allow the body to rejuvenate itself. You will not allow the body to do its regular work. If you think your mind, again you will not learn anything new. You will say, I know everything. You are not ready for change. Whatever you think as you destroy that. You destroy that. Same way, mind. Mind is just based on the law of the society. No way it is related to laws of the existence. Here, Krishna starts with a beautiful sloka. Arjuna uvacha. After 3-4 chapters, again Arjuna is speaking. Of course, he is going to stop once for all. So he is just speaking 2-3 words. Here again, he is not questioning. He is just expressing few doubts. The arrogance or the violence in Arjuna's being has disappeared because of the experience showered on him by Sri Krishna. He has become just like a flower and he is expressing only 1 or 2 doubts so that he can have few more words from Krishna. Now, it is not, I can't even say this is a doubt. Just he wants to listen the truth once more, again and again. Sometimes, I have seen people, after listening the whole discourse, after the whole thing, the end of the discourse they will come back and they will ask me, Swamiji, why did you say that story, that joke? It was so nice. Please tell me. Just now they heard, but they wanted to hear once more. They wanted to enjoy once more. There are few things. Again and again when you listen, it gives you more and more joy. It gives you more and more pleasant feeling. Arjuna asks, Arjuna uvacha sanyasasya mahabaho tattvamichchami veditum tyagasya cha rishikesa pradakkeshu nisedanaha. Arjuna said, Oh, mighty armed one, I wish to understand the purpose of renunciation and of the renounced order of life, sannyasa, O Rishikesa, please tell me the truth. Again, as I was telling you, it is not that Arjuna do not know. He heard the whole thing, but just he wants to listen once more. Sometimes you enjoy few things listening once more. A small story. One guy rings up to the lawyer's office and asks, "Can I talk to lawyer? He is my ex-wife's lawyer." The secretary says, "Sorry, just last night he died." He said, "Okay." After 10 minutes, again he rings up and asks, "Ma'am, can I talk to my ex-wife's lawyer?" She says, "Just 10 minutes ago I told you, he died last night, he can't speak with you." After 10 minutes, again he calls and he asks, "Ma'am, can I speak to my ex-wife's lawyer?" She says, "Sir, I told you, you can't speak to him. He's dead. You can't talk to him. Why are you again and again ringing up?" Now he says, "Yes, I understood. He's died. But I am so happy to listen that again and again." Sometimes it is not that you don't understand. You understand. You wanted to listen that again and again. You enjoy listening few things again and again. Here, Arjuna enjoys listening the same truth again. When something gives you joy, you wanted to listen that again and again. And Nischayam srunu me tatra tyage bharatasattama tyago hi purushavyakra trividasam prakirtitaha. Bharata, now hear my judgment about renunciation. Renunciation is many ways. Let me explain the truth. And Bhagavan now starts the explanation. Bhagavan uvacha kamyanam karmanam nyasam sanyasam kavayo viduhu sarva karma valatyagam pragustyagam vichakshana. Bhagavan says, giving up of the activities based on the material desire is called as renunciation by some great soul, great learned men. And some people say giving the results is tyaga. Some say giving up the activity, some say giving up the result. No other master is so compassionate like Sri Krishna. Sri Krishna is ultimate master. Not only he gives his teachings, he knows people can't believe. He knows people cannot believe. It takes time. He supports the whole teachings with logic. All his teachings are supported by logic. Again and again, he tries his best to convince the Arjuna. See, for his level, there is no need for him to talk to the level of Arjuna. He can straight away tell, "This is the truth. If you want, do. Otherwise, get out. I have too much of work." But he is not doing that. He is so compassionate. Again and again, he comes down and explains step by step all the truths. Yetanya vidu karmani sangam tyaktva palani cha kartavyadini me partha nischidam madamuttamam. all these activities should be performed without attachment or expectation of result. They should be performed as a matter of duty. Son of Partha is my final opinion. Please understand, now Krishna gives his idea. Earlier he said, some say giving up the activity is sannyasa, some say giving up the results is sannyasa. Now he says, my opinion is living without attachment. This has to be understood in depth. Whether it is a spiritual activity or worldly activity, as long as you struggle with a purpose, you struggle with a goal, please be very clear, you can never relax. You can never relax. Person who surrenders to the flow of life, he experiences the inner space and the outer space both at a time. He enjoys the outer space and the inner space both at a time. Throughout these 17 chapters, what Krishna said, he is giving the gist. Let me give you a small diagram of importance of surrender, or what I mean by the word surrender. Then we may be able to understand. This is material life. This is spiritual life. This is your being. You have the goal here. You have some goal. In material life, you have some goal. In spiritual life, you have some goal. To achieve the material life goal, you are continuously struggling and working. You are somewhere here. To achieve the spiritual life goal, again you are working, intensely doing yoga, pranayama, pratyahara, all spiritual practices. You are somewhere, when you struggle with material life, you are somewhere here. When you struggle with the spiritual life, you are somewhere here. Please understand, as long as you are struggling, either you can struggle in this direction or in this direction. This is your being. This is your being. As long as you struggle for the material life, you will be avoiding the spiritual life and struggling. As long as you struggle for spiritual life, you will be avoiding the material life and you will be struggling. Both are struggles. You choose either material or spiritual, either horizontal or vertical. Krishna says, relax from both. You may think, what is this? What funny instruction he is giving? If I relax from both, I will lose both. Please understand, when you relax from both, you simply fall into your inner consciousness, into your being, into your inner space. And this space, your inner space, when you experience your inner consciousness, suddenly you realize you can explode in all directions. You don't have to choose between horizontal line and vertical line. You can travel in both the lines at a time. Not only that, you can explode in all directions. But the big difficulty is you need to surrender at least to your own being. You don't need to surrender to somebody else. To whom you surrender is not important. Just relax into your being. Just relax into your inner space. Just relax into your consciousness. Just surrender to your own inner space. Stop the struggle in the material world or in the spiritual world. In the material world, mind, the properties are the goal. You have some goal to achieve. So you are struggling towards that goal. Same way in the spiritual world. Please understand, spiritual world also by and by we fix the goal. Enlightenment or some goal. And we try to run towards that goal. According to me, the spiritual goal creates more ego than material goal. At least with material goal, you will understand at some point you cannot achieve and it is too tiring. But with the spiritual goal, you don't even understand what you are doing. Both the goals are taking away your being from your being. When you surrender and relax into your being, suddenly you realize you are not mind or body to choose between horizontal or vertical line. Please understand, as long as you believe you are mind, you will be forced to choose between horizontal or vertical line. Mind always chooses. You will be in dilemma. Mind and dilemma are one and the same. One more thing, the moment you come out of dilemma, mind cannot exist. Mind can exist as long as you have dilemmas. As long as you have confusions, mind can exist. Just tell me, have you seen your mind existing even for a single moment without dilemma? No. You may have dilemma to answer this question, that's all. You may have dilemma to answer this question. Mind never exists without dilemma. It continues to exist in the dilemma, whether this is right or that is right. A small story. One guy sitting in the house and loudly crying. Usually men don't cry loudly. This guy is crying loudly. Wife came down and asked, "What happened? Why are you crying so loudly?" He said, "Do you remember 20 years ago, your father caught us red-handedly when we were together and he threatened me, if I don't marry you, he will put me in the jail." She says, "Yes, I remember. What is there? If that has happened, if I would have accepted for that, today I would have been freed. Today I would have been liberated." When you choose, whatever you choose, at some one day, you will be thinking or bothering about your choice. Mind exists only with dilemmas. It is dilemma which is the base for your whole mind. As long as you are mind, you will be choosing between material and spiritual world. People who take up material life always feel they are missing spiritual life. People who take up spiritual life always feel they are missing material life. You choose between the two. Here, first time Krishna is giving ultimate technique for quantum spirituality. He is the first quantum scientist in the inner world. In the inner world. He gives a technique for quantum spirituality. He says, relax and surrender. Suddenly, you will experience the intensity of your consciousness. You will understand you don't have to choose between horizontal line and vertical line. You can explode in all the 360 degree. You don't have to choose between this line and that line. You don't have to take choice. Please be very clear. only when you experience the choicelessness. When I say choicelessness, I don't mean you will not choose anything. You will choose everything. You will have everything. When I say surrender, I do not mean the dead surrender. I have seen so many people saying, Swamiji, I surrendered everything to God. I surrendered everything to divine. I surrendered everything to existence. But you will see it will be only in the level of words, not in the level of reality, not in the level of existence. People make funny statements. Swamiji, I surrendered everything to God, but just please bless me so that I should have a good job. I should have a little more paying job. As of now I have this job, but if you can bless me to have a little better job, it will be really nice. Please be very clear. Our surrender is pseudo. Our surrender is pseudo. Before making any statement, be very clear about what you are speaking. Sometimes we make statements without even knowing the meaning. So many people, they will come and tell me, Swamiji, I surrendered everything to you. Please give me a little mental peace. I tell them, please come for one meditation program. No, 2 days I cannot afford. Just now they said they have surrendered everything to me, and they say, I cannot afford 2 days. Sometimes we make statements without knowing the situation or the reality. Small story. One journalist, a reporter, he saw a crowd gathered around an accident in the road. He tried his best to get in, to see. He is not able to. He suddenly started shouting, oh, my son is got in the accident. Please give me the way, give me the way. He started shouting. People all gave way. He just went near and saw one donkey was lying in front of a car. There was a donkey in front of the car. Please be very clear. Before making any statement, know the situation. Without knowing, when you make statement, you are the person who is going to suffer. With the surrender also, we make statements without knowing the truth. With the real surrender, you don't exclude anything, you include everything. You just experience the whole. You explode in all the directions. You just experience horizontal line and vertical line and something more, which you have never imagined. You will experience the different dimensions of your own being. When I say surrender, I don't mean you need to surrender to somebody. There is no need to surrender to somebody. There is no need to surrender to some other God, some other guru. Of course, God or guru is just a symbol. You don't have to surrender to that God or that guru. Just surrender to your own consciousness, your own inner space. But you never respect or trust your inner space. That is why in the initial level you need God, you need Guru. The other day, somebody was asking, Swamiji, if I surrender to you, what should I do? I said, if you really surrender to me, you will not have that question, what should I do? You will be simply guided from within. You will be simply guided from within. People come and ask me, yes Swamiji, I surrendered everything, now what should I do? When you really surrender, you will not have this very question. The very question will not exist. Simply, you will surrender the whole being. When you are completely surrendered, you will see your intuition or the divine intelligence automatically guides you. As long as you have doubts, be very clear, you have not surrendered. You have not surrendered. Here, Krishna says beautifully about the surrender. Adhishtanam tadakarta karanam cha prutakvitam vividascha prutakseshta daivam chaivatra panjamam. The place of action, the performer, the various senses, the many different kinds of endeavor, and ultimately the Paramatman. These are the 5 factors of action. Here he says the factors of action. And the next step, tatraivam sadigartaram atmanam kevalam tuyaha pashyat krita buddhitvan sapashyadi durmati. Therefore, one who thinks himself the only doer, not considering the 5 factors, is certainly not very intelligent and cannot see things as they are. Now he gives the exact technology of surrender. In these two sloka, these 2 sloka can be called as stotra and shastra and sutra. Shastra means which shows you the goal. Stotra means which is out of devotion. Sutra means which gives you the technology. In these 2 sloka, he gives you the exact technology of surrender. Understand? Whatever you think as you is totality of so many things. And individually, everything is responsible for something. But suddenly you start thinking you are responsible for the whole thing. You are responsible for the whole thing. That is where the trouble starts. That is where the trouble starts. And he gives the technology how to experience the deeper levels of surrender. 3 levels of surrender exist. One is intellectual surrender. Means trusting the master's intellect is much sharper, much more than your intellect. Is intellectual surrender. Next, emotional surrender. Surrendering the emotions. Trusting that master's emotions or the way in which he guides is much more intelligent, that is best than my emotions. Third, surrendering the very senses, very cognition, the cognition which happens inside you, surrendering the root of the cognition itself. Here, surrendering the intellect is very easy because it continuously tortures you. After some years, you are suffered enough with the intellect. You somehow wanted to get rid of it. You just surrender. Surrendering intellect is very, very easy. Just if you see somebody who is more intelligent, clear than your thinking system, you just surrender. For example, if you go to a consultant, naturally you surrender intellectually. You surrender to his ideas. If you go to a lawyer, you surrender legally. You know in that field he is more sharp than you. So you surrender to lawyer in that field. When you go to some accountant, you surrender to him intellectually as far as the accounts concerned, because he knows much more than you in that field. Intellectual surrender is easy. Same way, if you see somebody who has got more knowledge in the spiritual field, intellectually, immediately your intellect surrenders. That's not a big thing. Surrendering intellectually happens very easily. Moreover, you just wanted to get rid of it. You are finding somebody, you are finding some dustbin where you can dump your intellect. So when you find somebody, you just relax from it. Next is emotional surrender. That happens when you feel deeply connected with the Master. When you feel deeply connected with the Master. When you start experiencing 1 or 2 things, little meditation, little bit of understanding, naturally the emotional surrender starts happening. You start respecting his emotions much more than your emotions. Master's emotions means whatever he tries to guide you, whatever way he wants you to live, you start giving importance to that more than what you think as life. Slowly, slowly, he becomes the center of your life. Almost like you start respecting him more than all other emotional attachments. The priority is slowly changing. You start thinking in your emotion, in your emotional level, Master comes as a number one priority. This is what I call emotional surrender. In the emotional level, you feel connected. Next, a deep level, of course, it's a spiritual technique. Because you all heard enough of these intellectual things, these 17 days, I think now you should understand the deeper levels of techniques. Surrender of senses means even your senses will listen to what he says. One disciple asked the Rishi, Vedic Rishi, why should I surrender? What is the mean? Master asks, as far as you understand as you, how do you know you? He says, through my senses. According to your senses, who are you? I am this body and mind. Master says, according to your senses, you are body and mind. But according to me, you are God. Only when you surrender your senses, only when your senses starts listening to what I say, you will see the truth of what I am explaining. According to you, according to your senses, you are body and mind. But according to me, you are God. When you surrender your senses, when you believe me more than your senses, you will experience you are God. He says, the moment you believe me more than your senses, you will understand the meaning of Tattvamasi. Master again and again represents the ideal of you are God. Please understand, again I tell you, I am not here to prove I am God, I am here to prove you are God. Again and again, he stands for the ideal of you are infinite. There are so many dimensions in your being which you have not explored, which you have not experienced. Again and again, he is showing so many dimensions of your being to yourself. He is showing so many dimensions of your being to yourself. Master stands for your multidimensional being. He again and again shows it is possible for you. When it is possible for me, why not for you? But as long as you believe your senses, you will be sure that you are body or mind. Only when you trust Master more than your senses, you will understand Master's words are true than your senses. Then you will experience the truth of Master's words. Then when Master says you are God, suddenly you will realize, yes, that is truth. All these days, my body and mind, my senses are telling, I am body and mind. As long as you believe your senses, you will believe only their ideas. The moment you start believing the Master more than your senses, you will realize the truth which Master explains. Two persons are speaking from two stages. One side your senses, they are saying you are body, you are mind. The other side Master is sitting, he is saying you are God and you are divine. You have so many dimensions of your being. enjoy everything, experience everything. If you are sitting there and listening, you cannot listen this. Only when you believe this, the words of the masters, more than the words of the senses, you will be able to experience the truth that you are God. You are ultimate. You are material and spiritual both together and something more. Let me tell you a small incident in Krishna's life. After the Gita, Krishna and Arjuna, both of them are going somewhere. After the war, everything is over. Maybe for a picnic, outing. Suddenly Krishna says, Arjuna, see that white color crows. Arjuna says, yes, beautiful white crows. After 2 minutes, Krishna says, no, they are black crows only. Arjuna says, yes, Krishna, they are black crows only. Suddenly Krishna asks, fool, what happened to you? When I say white, you say white. When I say black, you say black. What happened to you? What happened to your senses? Arjuna says, Krishna, I do not know what happened to my senses. But one thing is sure, when you said it is white, I saw them as white. When you said they are black, I saw them as black. I do not know what happened to my senses. I do not know what happened to me. One thing is sure, the crow is not going to give me life. You are my life. I do not know logically whether the crow is white or black. But I saw as you directed. When you said it is white, I saw it as white. When you said it is black, I saw that as black. In the inner world, the first and last tool which you need is complete surrender. Complete surrender. Only then you can wake up to the truth. You can wake up to the truth. Then Krishna says, you are right. Because you started trusting me more than your senses. If Arjuna is trusting his senses, at the most, he would have been a good warrior, good king. But because he trusted Krishna more than his senses, he has become enlightened. Krishna says, if you trusted your senses, you would have at the most had good eyes. You would have seen the black crow as black crow and white crow as white crow. That's not a big deal. We are all seeing that way only. And that's not a big deal. Because you trusted me more than your senses, you have become enlightened. You are liberated. And he has experienced the truth of Krishna. Understand? The truth of Krishna consciousness is experienced by surrendering the senses. Not just by intellect, not just by emotion, but by surrendering the very root of intellect and emotion, the senses, which supplies the data. The source of the data itself is surrendered. You receive all the information about you through senses. Please understand, you do not know about you. You respect yourself only by the data which you collected through the senses. If somebody says you are beautiful, you enter, you put the entry in your book. I am beautiful by so and so. If somebody says you are intelligent, then you put that entry. I am intelligent by so and so. If somebody says you are tall, dark and handsome, you put that tall, dark and handsome by so and so. If somebody says you are dumb, then you put I am dumb by so and so. At the end of the day, you put all the things together and see the report, survey. You just see the survey report. Then you come to the conclusion. 72% of the people say I am intelligent. And next 20% they say I am dumb. There are few remaining people who don't want to say any words, who is not interested in any opinion. So understand whether you remember, whether you understand this way or that way. The end of the day, you see the survey report and you decide the gist of the report is you. When 70% people say, I think 70% may not be fools. I must be intelligent. You come to the conclusion about you only by others' opinions. Whole day you are in signature campaign. Continuously you are taking survey. You go around, please tell me something about me. Please tell something about me. You are continuously doing the signature campaign. Here Krishna says, surrender the very senses which gives you an idea about what you are. When you surrender the very root which gives you an idea about who you are, you will naturally experience you are neither body nor mind as you are suggested or advised, made to believe by the society. As long as you believe the senses, you will be believing your body and mind. Only when you believe the Master's words, when you trust the Master's words more than your senses, you realize the truth that you are divine. One side, all your senses are sitting and telling you you are body and mind. The other side, Master is telling you you are divine and you are in bliss. You are consciousness beyond body and mind. Now it is up to us what we are going to choose. If you believe the senses, you can't believe the Master. If you believe the Master, you can't believe the senses. Whether you are surrendered to your senses or surrendered to the Master will be decided based on your way of life. It is up to you to surrender to the Master or surrender to the senses. Here Krishna says, only when you understand all three levels of surrender, surrendering in the level of intellect, surrendering in the level of emotions, surrendering in the level of senses, only when you experience all three, the ultimate experience of surrender happens to you. I tell you, the very surrender itself is enlightenment. Don't think after surrender enlightenment will be issued to you. No. Don't think you will surrender, then you will get a paycheck through courier. Enlightened, you are enlightened. No. The very surrender, that very moment you experience the truth. You experience the truth. Understand? We usually play with the words. Again and again, we play with the words. Whenever you play with the words, at least let you be aware you are playing with the words. I have seen people going and telling, Swamiji, I surrendered to Krishna my whole life. I have surrendered to Venkateshwara. My whole life I surrendered to Shiva. Please bless me that my life should be happy. Understand, if you are really surrendered, you will never even ask that my life should be happy. And people come and ask me, I have surrendered to Venkateshwara. I surrendered to Krishna. Should I do meditation camp, Swamiji? Please be very clear. If you are really surrendered, you don't need meditation camp. But as long as you have doubt, should I do the meditation camp or not, you need. If you have the idea that should I do or not, be very clear, surrender has not still happened. The moment you surrender, you disappear. There is a beautiful verse in Tamil. Let me explain the idea, then I will quote the verse. When you surrender I and mind to the divine, when you give I and mind to the existence, the Parashakti existence, he gives his eye and mind to you. Both bank accounts merge, becomes one and the same, it becomes joint account. You have nothing to lose. Ordinarily, as long as you think the body and mind and being is yours, Sariram Rogamayam, Manam Sogamayam. Sariram Rogamayam, body is filled with diseases. Manas Sogamayam, mind is continuously depressed. What we have to surrender? Nothing except the body filled with disease and the mind filled with depression. When you drop that too at the feet of the divine, he gives his body and his mind. Sariram Devamayam, Mana Sukhamayam, and Atma Anandamayam. You get the third thing, Atma Anandamayam, free offer. When you offer the body and mind of yours, Sariram Rogamayam, Manas Sogamayam, he gives you Sariram Devamayam, Manas Sukhamayam, Atma Anandamayam. And there's a beautiful verse. Ramana Maharshi, he sings about the Arunachala. Tandadu Yendanai Kondadu Undanai Sadurar Yargolo Arunachala. The translation is, I gave me to you, but got you as in return. Who is more intelligent? Who is more intelligent? Understand, in surrender you have nothing to lose, you have everything to gain. Surrender is not like giving up something. I am not saying give up all your properties. No. Give up all whatever you have. No. Nothing is necessary. Keep everything with you. And just don't internalize them in your system. Just take care. You are not internalizing you. Only one thing. Don't judge you based on your properties. You are far more higher than what you think you are. Do not judge yourself based on your bank balance. Do not judge yourself based on your relationships. Do not judge yourself based on the name and fame. Do not judge yourself based on your friends. You are far more higher than all these things put together. As long as you are judging yourself based on all these things, you will be internalizing all these things in your being. All these things will be a major points. All these things will be the center of your life. All these things will be pulling and pushing you. You will not have you for your being. As long as these are the factors of your life, as long as these are the centers of your life, your bank balance, your relationship, your name and fame, be very clear, your life will be pulled and pushed by all these things. You are something far more higher than all these things put together. The whole thing you need to understand. Just do not internalize all these things in your being. Understand you are something beyond. The moment you wake up to the truth, you cannot be just divided. You cannot be just put into one frame based on all these ideas of your balance, your bank balance, your relationship, your attitudes, your name and fame. Only these few things cannot judge you. I am something far more higher than all these things. The moment you wake up to this truth, you are surrendered. One bubble started thinking, I am an individual. I should become a strong bubble. Within that few seconds, it started thinking. Not only started thinking, started collecting other small 2-3 bubbles. And started getting one big bubble, you are my wife, support. Another one big bubble, hey, you are my son, support this side. You are my father, support this side. It started collecting some 10-12 bubbles. and try to save himself, try to protect himself, and got 2-3 sand pieces or the small piece of sand from the beach, and he started telling, these are all my properties, these are all my treasures, this is my bank balance, this is my relationships, let me protect all of them. He tried to create a fence to protect his treasures and his relationships. How long he can play this game? For 2-3 more seconds before he even finishes his game, simply will disappear into the ocean. When he was created, or when he existed, when he has disappeared, all the 3 moments, he is not away from the ocean. Even though he claims himself being away from the ocean, even though he thinks he is an individual, even though he says, I have all this bank balance, I have all this relationship, I have so many people around me, I have so many things around me. Understand, the whole thing will disappear in 1 second into the ocean back. Same way, in this universal consciousness, you just exist, or you think you exist as an individual being for a few seconds. In that few seconds, you catch somebody as father, mother, son, brother, and you catch all of them, and you feel safe, and you catch little bank balance, and you feel secured. And in the end, because of all these things, from all their opinions, you collect an idea about you, and you think you are that bevel. You play the game, suddenly the whole thing disappears. Please understand, before your game started, while you are playing the game, and after you end the game, whether you understand or not, realize it or not, experience or not, you are God, you belong to ocean, you are existence. Even though you think you are an individual self, even though you play the game and you start legally registering, these 2 bubbles are married and these 2 square feet is my land. You go to registrar bubble who is sitting there for 2-3 more years extra, and there's a big bubble. He claims, I am the ruler of this country. This area, anybody wants to register their land, they have to come to me. And among the bubbles there is an understanding. You will not hit me directly, I will not hit you directly, you will not take away my bubble, I will not take away your bubble. You have some understanding. The whole drama goes on. Whole thing is going on. Suddenly in single shana, in one moment, the whole thing is back again into the ocean. When I say surrender, just wake up to the truth. You are in ocean. When you are born, when you think you are individual self, or after enlightenment, in all these 3 times, you are in the ocean. Just wake up to this truth. That is what I call surrender. Waking up to the ultimate truth is what I call surrender. Surrender the small ideas which you have about yourself and wake up to the reality of yourself. Then automatically what Krishna says as surrender will happen in your inner space, in your inner consciousness. Otherwise, we will be playing with the word surrender. We can use big words. We always use big words when we define ourselves. When we define ourselves. But we don't even understand that we are beyond all this description. Somebody came and told me, Swamiji, I am this, I am that, I am this, I am that. And he thought, of course, whenever you project about yourself, you have a guilt that you are having ego and you are in superiority complex. I told another one devotee, he is suffering with inferiority complex. This devotee asked me, what is this, Swamiji? He is just showing his ego and you are saying he is suffering with the inferiority complex. I told him, he is God. He is thinking himself as something else. That itself is inferiority. Whatever image you have about yourself, except you being God, is inferiority complex. You are suffering with inferiority complex. Whatever idea you may have about yourself, less than you being God, you are suffering with inferiority complex. Please be very clear. Just drop all your idea about yourself. Suddenly you will wake up to the truth. You are in the ocean. Some fishes, they swim along the current. Some fishes, they go against the current. Whether they go along with the current or against the current, they are in the water. Whether you experienced you are divine or you are not ready to experience, you are against the existence, both the time you are in the existence. Whether you realized you are divine or you are not ready to realize you are divine, both the time you are divine. There is no choice in that. Only one choice. You can realize and enjoy, or you can continue to suffer and struggle. That's all. You can continue to build fence for the bubbles. You can create little more strong fence, or you can say, come, stand close. Let there be some more bubbles. Let us become a big community. Then we may not die. Then we can tell the waves, hey, don't come. Stop as it is. We may exist. Whatever you may do, whatever we may think, please be very clear. The whole thing is just the drama of few seconds. Few seconds. Now understand one thing. Don't even bother that you are not able to surrender. That's another next problem. When people hear about all these things, they say, Swamiji, I am not able to surrender, what to do? Don't bother, you have nothing to surrender. Just understand, you have nothing to surrender, you already surrendered. There is nothing to surrender. Just relax. Whether you surrender or not, this is the truth. Understand, whether you surrender or not, existence is going to do. So naturally, if you understand whether I surrender or not, life is going to flow, automatically you will relax. That relaxation is what I call surrender. Just relax with the flow of life and wake up to the truth. You are something far more than what your mind and body suggests about you. Now you have suggestions from so many people. Your survey report. You have survey report. You do survey once in a while. How am I doing? What am I? Who am I? You have an idea based on your body and mind, your eye and mind about you. Now wake up to the truth. You are far more greater than what you think or what you are made to think as you are. You are just made to think you are this, you are that by the society. Now it is time to wake up to the truth. You are far more higher than what you are thinking. You are simply beyond all the imaginations which you are having about yourself, about your being. Surrender will give you new consciousness. You will not be the same old person. One single moment, if you experience the surrender, simply that single moment will transform your whole life. You will be a new being. There are 3 levels of birth, 3 kinds of garbhas explained in the scriptures. First is Bhugarbha. Bhugarbha means a normal birth women carries the garbha. Women carries a child in a womb and gives birth. This is called bhugarbha. It happens in Mooladhara chakra, in the lower level. Next, hridgarbha. It happens only with artists, a real singer. He conceives the concept in the heart and delivers the music. He delivers a beautiful sculpture. He delivers a beautiful painting. Please understand, that is why musicians and painters, artists, they feel so satisfied. Their life is so fulfilling because continuously they are giving birth. When they really deliver something out of their heart, they feel so satisfied, overflowing, fulfilled. When a woman gives birth to a child, when she becomes mother, she is feeling a fulfillment. She achieves a fulfillment. She is overflowing. Same way, when an artist gives birth to a painting or a poet or poem or a music, something or a sculpture, he just feels overflowing. He feels fulfilled because the hridgarbha, it happens in his heart. He conceives the concept in his heart and works on it. Suddenly, one day he is delivering baby, delivering a child, is art, is music, is painting. It happens in the higher level, anahata chakra, hridgarbha, the ultimate jnana garbha, which happens in the sahasrara chakra, higher level. In jnana garbha, you conceive all these spiritual ideas into your head and you work with them. Suddenly you wake up and give birth to yourself as an enlightened being. That is jnana garbha. 3 levels of garbha. Bhugarbha is the ordinary level. Very few people reach the level of hridgarbha, giving birth to a poetry or giving birth to a beautiful structure, giving birth to a painting, giving birth to a art. The level of anahata, ultimately the jnana garbha, conceiving the master's teachings and his presence into your sahasrara chakra, working with yourself and suddenly giving birth to yourself as an enlightened being. Just receive this concept of surrender. Just receive this truth of surrender and let you work on this truth. Suddenly you will wake up and you will give birth to yourself as an enlightened being. As an enlightened being. The moment you understand, whether you understand or not, you belong to the ocean. You are from it, you are in it, you will disappear into it. You suddenly understand, you realize you will never die because you are ocean. As long as you identify yourself as a bubble, you will have insecure feeling. Instinct to survive and instinct to possess will always be there, torturing your being. The moment you understand, there is no need for instinct to survive because I am utterly secure. I am ocean. The moment you understand you are ocean, the instinct to survive disappears because there is no need to survive. There is nothing called death happens to you. There is nothing called death exists for you. As long as you think you are bubble, you need to survive. There is death for you, fear and instinct to survive. The moment you understand you are ocean, you will not die. You will understand there is no death. Then there is no question of insecurity. Naturally, there is no question of instinct to survive. And the moment you understand you are ocean, nothing to possess. Everything belongs to you. Nothing to possess. The instinct to possess will disappear. Here, I am not asking you to legally throw away all the things. That's what Krishna says. You don't have to throw all your actions. You don't have to throw whatever you have done for I and mine. Just do not internalize them. Internally, let you be aware you are something far more higher than all these things. Far more superior than all these things. How? At the age of 7, toys are your life. But now, neither you feel attached with them, nor you renounce them. You are neither renounced, nor you feel attached. They are just there, you are here, that's all. Do you feel, I should go back to the house, my toys are there, I left all the toys in the house, I should go back to the house? No. Do you feel, no, I should renounce all my toys? This nonsense is torturing my mind and my life? No. You neither feel attached nor feel detached. You are out of it. You are beyond it. Raga means attachment. Araga means detachment. Viraga means beyond the attachment. Vairagya towards the toys have happened in your life. Same way, when you understand you are ocean, Vairagya towards 2-3 sand pieces which you collected, and the Vairagya towards the bubbles which you have kept around you will happen. You will suddenly realize you are beyond the instinct of survival and instinct of possessiveness. Instinct to survive and instinct to possess will disappear in your being. I am not saying all your properties will disappear. No, they will all be there. You will really start living them, enjoying them much more intensely. Now you will not take them for granted. You will not feel bored. Same house, same wife, same life. You will not feel bored. You take them for granted when you think they are your properties. The moment you understand, any moment they will disappear. They will be taken away from you. You will disappear from this life. You will never take them for granted. You will start living them. Whether it is material life or spiritual life, the moment you surrender and awaken to the truth, your ocean, you will be transformed in the level of body, mind and conscious. Consciousness also will be completely transformed. Please be clear. You will give birth to yourself. Krishna goes much deeper than these 3 level surrenders. Surrender of intellect. Surrendering the intellect means trusting the master's intellect more than your intellect. Surrendering the emotion means trusting the master's words, master's instruction much more than your emotions. Surrendering the senses means trusting the master's words and instructions much more than your senses. Now Krishna goes much deeper than all these 3 levels by giving a deepest experience or glimpse of surrender to Arjuna.